Some Like It Ruthless. Written by Megan Bryce. Narrated by Tess Irondale. Prologue. Cole Montgomery had come to beg, and it sat in his gut like lead. Went well with the ulcerous hole the threat of bankruptcy was causing, but he couldn't see any way out but going under. Either underwater or under the heel of a too tall, too skinny, too beautiful woman who hated him with every fiber of her being. That she had good cause to hate him didn't make it any easier to swallow. He looked at the cool blonde with eyes the color of a melting glacier and thought if he hadn't been such a stupid shit 6 years ago, it would have been a whole lot easier to talk her into helping him. He said, "I don't need your money, just your name. The time your name can give me." Margaret Caldwell pushed her chair back from the desk, crossed a long leg, and steepled her fingers. "You want to marry me?" Cole resisted the urge to rub his stomach. "I'm proposing a merger. Agree to play my fiancé, give a few smiles to my creditors, let them think that we'll be combining our land, our businesses, and they'll get off my back long enough for me to crawl out of this hole I've dug for myself." She didn't smile when she said, "There are quite a few holes you've dug for yourself around here." He leaned forward. "I know it. I think it shows how deep the shit is if I'm coming to a Caldwell for a shovel." Her lips twitched. "You've always had a way with words, Cole." He felt a ray of hope. "I'll give you anything if you play along with this. Let you publicly castrate me at the end of it." Maggie looked mildly interested, the first interest he'd seen in her eyes since he'd walked through the thick mahogany doors of her office and her eyes flicked down to his crotch. She said, "Tempting, but I think bankruptcy will do that for me." It would. It would leave him with nothing, including his balls. There were a fortunate few who could survive in Dallas society after a bankruptcy. Maggie was one of them, but Cole Montgomery wasn't anywhere close. He didn't have friends in high places to ease the way. He didn't have a name as old as the city itself, or have a goddamned street named after an ancestor of his. Although it might as well have been. With views of the railroad tracks and home to semi-trailers, Montgomery Street epitomized what Dallas society thought of Cole and his father. The son of a ruthless upstart wouldn't get a second chance, a second thought, if his budding empire fell apart. Maybe after a few more generations, the Montgomerys would have been accepted. Or after a hell of a lot more money. He knew his current predicament had come from pushing too hard, risking too much to get those golden gates open to him. He'd wanted to be part of the club. Now he could see, too late, how stupid that was. He should just have stupid shit branded on his ass. Because all Cole Montgomery had was a long line of enemies who would love nothing more than to tear apart everything he and his father before him had taken from them. He knew he should include Maggie on that list of enemies, but despite their long and rocky past, she'd always come to his rescue when he'd gotten in over his head. The first 8 years he'd known Maggie, she'd sauntered in front of his raised fists more times than he cared to count. No one, but no one, would dare harm a Caldwell. Even the stupidest teenage boy would back away for fear of accidentally hurting her. Because if you dared hurt a Caldwell, the Golden Gates closed against you and yours. Loans were rescinded, money dried up, and you could kiss Texas goodbye. He could only hope that the first 8 years meant more to her than the last 6. Maggie said, "I'm not going to help you, Cole. We're competitors, rivals. If I could buy your distressed property for pennies on the dollar after your bankruptcy, I will dance a jig on that watering hole your father swindled out of mine." "You can have the watering hole. I'll even dance a jig with you. Clothes optional." He looked at her, trying to see any emotion on her face that didn't give him shivers. He would never know how a woman raised in the hot Texas sun could learn to freeze a man with her gaze. Cole said, "We're more than players in a petty feud, Maggie. More than a flickering flame left over from our father's war. We're neighbors. Friends." Friends might have been pushing it. Maggie had told him once that they were frenemies, that they might have liked each other if their families hadn't hated each other, might have liked each other if their fathers hadn't spent years trying to break the other one, might have been lovers still if he hadn't gone for the kill at the first provocation. Maggie said, "We're neighbors only because your father was a cheat and a bastard, and we're not friends." He didn't disagree about his father. Look up cheat or bastard in any dictionary in Texas, and Rich Montgomery's picture would be glued there, even after the man had been dead for 3 years. He said, "We were friends, more than friends at one time." She raised one eyebrow at him. That was it, and he knew he'd lost. He'd misstepped by bringing up their ill-fated relationship. His only consolation was there had been little hope she would have gone along with his plan to begin with. She got up, her heels clicking methodically across the cool marble as she headed for the door. Cole said softly, "Please, please, Maggie." She had to know he would only come to her if he had no other option, no hope. But he'd say the words for her, give her that, and hope she liked the thought of lording it over him enough to put the past behind them. She turned, her hand on the doorknob, and a cold, cruel smile on her face. "I've always wanted to hear a Montgomery beg, outside of the bedroom." Cole closed his eyes, acknowledging his words being thrown back at him, the disgusting words of an 18-year-old boy. It had been too much to hope she'd forgotten, forgiven. He nodded his head and didn't bother to open his eyes when the door opened and his salvation walked out of it. He heard her say to her assistant, "Get him out of my office," and wondered if there was any way down that would end with him splattering on the hot cement below. Fast and messy had to be better than this long, drawn-out hell. Cole didn't look for Maggie, as security escorted him out and to the elevators. Didn't want to see the glee he'd find in her eyes. Didn't want to see what a Caldwell looked like when she finally broke a Montgomery. Chapter 1. 6 years later. Maggie set her drink down with a thud and glared at her sister. "It's not happening. Ever. You want to put Daddy in a home? And Mother? Should we just dig her up and move her to the cemetery?" Maggie rubbed her forehead. She wanted to say that Mother was dead, Daddy was good as. It would be kinder to him if he was. She said, "I am not asking Cole Montgomery to bail me out of bankruptcy. End of story." Maggie didn't bother saying she had a better chance of winning the lottery than of getting him to help. Her sister must have had 3 drinks too many to even think it was a possibility. Ginny said, "He asked you to help him when bankruptcy was breathing down his neck." Maggie laughed humorlessly. "And I said no, remember?" "But he asked. Now that the situations are reversed, it would almost be rude not to ask him." Maggie shook her head, pushing her fist into the ache in her stomach. She kept forgetting that alcohol was not her friend anymore. Maggie said, "I didn't realize there was etiquette involved when begging for favors." "He gave you the opportunity to be the bigger man, to let bygones be bygones. It's not his fault you didn't take it." Maggie sometimes hated her sister. She had plenty of reasons to. Where Margaret was tall enough to be intimidating, Virginia was just tall enough to be statuesque. Where Margaret's blonde was ashy, nearly silver even, Virginia's blonde was the color of golden honey. Where Margaret made people run into doors, Virginia made people run to open doors. Maggie was beautiful, except when she was next to her sister. Next to her sister, she was just a little too much to be beautiful. But Maggie had one thing Ginny didn't. Where Ginny was sweet and lovely and loved by everyone who knew her, Maggie was ruthless. She got what she wanted, and she protected what was hers. She sacrificed for what was hers. Maggie took a long, long look at her drink and wished looking could give the same kind of relief. Ginny said, "Asking won't hurt." Yes, it would. It would quite possibly be the most painful thing Maggie had ever had to endure because of Cole Montgomery, and there was already a long list to choose from. Maggie looked at the sister she loved and hated. She listened to the endless beeping from her father's machine, faint but steady. No matter where she was in the ranch house, she could hear it. She could hear it in quiet moments even in Dallas, as if when her father patted her hand and wheezed at her to look after things, he'd passed unbreakable strings connecting her to every member of the family. Unbreakable and loud. All their problems throbbing in her head, in her stomach. All of this was her responsibility. And sometimes she felt her father was sticking around just to see how she would do with it. So far, she'd made a giant fuck-up of it. Maggie said the word no lady should ever say out loud, and Ginny smiled at her. "Just think of it as Cole Montgomery bailing us out of bankruptcy. Not you, us. He wouldn't help any of us for any reason. I'll just think of it as something to say I told you so over." "Maybe he'll surprise you." Maggie snorted, dumping amber liquid down the drain. "Cole Montgomery will never surprise me again." Tanner wandered in, just as the last bit of liquid left her glass. "Waste the last of the fine scotch, would you?" He pecked Ginny on the lips, wrapping his arm around her waist and sipping from her Baileys. Ginny smiled into his eyes, and Maggie turned away from one more problem beating a swift tempo in her stomach. She gripped the edge of the sink, looking down into the black drain and wishing she could pour herself down it. Maggie drove the 4 hours west to Cole's new headquarters, knowing it was useless. He wasn't going to help her, not after he'd begged. 6 years later, and she could still see him sitting in that chair, his hard blue eyes closed, his black hair just a little too long, a little too wild, as if he'd run his hands through it more times than it could take. His wide shoulders hunched, his body slumped, hiding his height, hiding the long, lean muscles that said he knew how to fight. Everything about him lost and defeated. She'd nearly changed her mind, and then had remembered that she'd begged him with the same result. The sting should have faded, but she didn't want it to. She didn't want to forget what happened when you mixed up your enemy with your friend. She wouldn't beg again. Not today, not ever. She would ask Cole for his help, knowing he wouldn't, so her sister would move on. They couldn't get mired in wishful thinking. They couldn't afford to waste any time hanging hope on a man like Cole. Maggie turned onto a thin dirt track, far enough outside of Midland that she couldn't see the improbable skyline of the tall city rising out of the desert, and bounced gingerly along in her little yet surprisingly big Elantra. She could see a grouping of construction trailers and a dozen trucks about a mile ahead, and knew she was looking at Cole Montgomery's empire. It didn't look like it, but since Cole's near bankruptcy, he'd prospered. It wasn't lost on Maggie that he'd flourished while she'd struggled. He'd gotten lucky, there was no doubt, and she'd been supremely unlucky. But that didn't change the fact that he'd ridden his luck as hard and as far as he could. Shale oil had saved him. Mere months after he'd come to her, oil prices had soared, and his formerly unprofitable wells in West Texas had literally become gushers. Technology too expensive to use at lower oil prices had become more than profitable. He'd run to West Texas, the forerunner of a new boom in oil, and had prospered. With early profits, He'd snatched up land and property in and around Midland, watching values double, all the while basing his business on cheaper land on the outskirts of town. Cole had learned not to overextend himself and to not waste space that could pay. Shale oil had saved him from bankruptcy in more ways than one, though not before everyone knew he was headed that direction, thanks to her refusal to help him. She'd seen him on occasion in the last 6 years. They were neighbors, after all, and knew he wore his oil money like a badge. He drove a beat-up Ford truck that was usually covered in mud. He wore work boots instead of Italian loafers, and his offices were as far from the central business district of Dallas, as far from the gleaming glass skyscrapers and brand-name suits as he could get. Cole's father had been focused on making Dallas society welcome him with open arms, and Cole had spent the good part of his formative years following his father. Neither had ever been welcomed. But Cole had seemed to wave that dream away when shale had become feasible. He'd been one of the first to see just what it meant and had dropped everything for his one last chance. 6 years ago, Maggie had been his one last chance, and she'd relished it. Relished denying him his saving grace, relished that he knew full well he deserved it. And then he'd found another one last chance. Lucky bastard. Maggie thought as she parked that the busyness, the rough language and bellowed curses, the frenetic energy in the air suited him better. This life on the edge, this aggression without the smiling backstabbing, was just like Cole. The busyness and cursing stopped as she got out. She asked the nearest roughneck which trailer was Cole's and received a wordless point as he looked down at her shoes. Maggie held out a business card to Cole's harried admin when she entered. "Margaret Caldwell. He'll see me. Eventually." She took a seat in a metal folding chair, crossing her ankles. The admin stopped what he was doing, ran his eyes down her pale peach blouse and taupe pencil skirt, down her legs to her 3-inch heels with their thin ankle straps, and said, Maggie had arrived, knowing Cole would keep her waiting as long as he could. And she thought that in this male-dominated business, a womanly woman might just throw a kink in the works. A kink that would need to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Not to mention, her 3-inch heels put her eye to eye with Cole's 6'3". She'd thought about finding some 4-inch heels, but decided in the end that she needed to be able to walk, after all. Maggie nodded at her card, still in the admin's hands. Margaret Caldwell, to see Cole. The admin looked at the card, looked at her legs, then picked up the phone. Chapter 2. 53 minutes later, Cole opened the door to his office. He held a bottle of water in one hand and gripped the door with the other. The sight of Maggie sitting there, snotty and wholly hotter than hell, left him breathless. Her mile-long legs ended in ankle breakers with straps wrapping around each ankle, and Cole knew the devil had invented those shoes. They made a man want to reach down and circle those ankles with his fingers. Didn't matter that he'd wind up on his knees before her. She uncrossed her ankles, rising, and Cole knew that every man, and there were quite a few more than usual stuffed into his trailer, was watching. Watching her slim skirt ride up just a touch, watching her shimmy it back down. She sniffed as she passed him and murmured, "So predictable." He resisted the urge to throw his water in her face, just to prove how predictable he was. He closed the door behind her, trying not to inhale the light, crisp scent she wore. Tried not to notice that it was different from the musky scent she wore 6 years ago, different from the flowery scent she'd worn in high school. Cole set his water bottle down gently, out of reach, and sat down behind his desk. He stared at her, waiting for her to tell him why she'd come down and disrupted his operation. It would be good, he had no doubt, Maggie wouldn't seek him out for anything less. She said, "Remember that deal you asked me for 6 years ago?" He cocked his head. "The one where you turned me down?" She nodded her head. He looked up at the ceiling and remembered a man so desperate he'd begged a Caldwell for help. He said, "What about it?" Her face remained cool and calm, but he heard her take in a deep breath. She said, "I'm interested in that deal now." He smiled, a slow grin that worked its way from slightly amused to full-out entertained. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You want to marry me." "Not particularly, but I need some time." He tapped the desk, his smile fading. "How bad is it?" "Bad." She moved her hands palm out, indicating him and his office. "I wouldn't be here otherwise." He knew how that went. A woman had to be pretty damn desperate to come to a Montgomery for help. He swiveled his chair to look out his window, out into the parking lot full of muddy trucks and busy men. She said, "I don't want your money, but I need your name." She laughed bitterly, and he couldn't stop the breath that rushed out. Margaret Caldwell, one of the scions of Dallas, needed him. A no-good Montgomery from the wrong side of the tracks. He felt a cold sneer take over his face, and he knew what he would look like. His bastard of a father had sneered whenever he got the upper hand over someone. Anyone. Cole wiped his face clean and breathed, and continued to watch muddy trucks and muddy men, too busy to care what image they were presenting. Maggie said, "I need the time your name will give me." He swiveled his chair back around to find her eyes closed, her hands folded tight in her lap. He watched until her eyes opened. The color of her eyes changed from cool green to brilliant turquoise, depending on her mood. Right now, green was winning, and it pissed him off. She'd come in here in that skirt and those shoes with clear green eyes. He said, "You know what I want in exchange?" She looked taken aback, as if surprised that she was still what he wanted. Or maybe she was surprised that a grown man would still be making deals with his Johnson in mind. She shook her head, her expression torn between amused and insulted. "No." "The no deal." She rose. "Good." "You have an interesting way of negotiating." "I'm not negotiating. I'm appeasing my sister." "I thought I was your last option. I can't imagine you would come beg if you had any other way out." "You aren't my last option, just the quickest one, and I don't remember begging." Cole raised an eyebrow. "And just what are your other options? Street walking is harder than it looks." One corner of her mouth quirked up. "Not if you get the right clients." He plopped one booted foot onto his knee, hopefully hiding a certain portion of his body and its growing interest in their conversation. He could all too clearly see her cool, calm, and in charge. He said, "Let me get this straight. You'd rather sleep with anybody who's got 2 nickels to rub together than sleep with me?" "I'd rather sleep with anything than sleep with you. I don't really care if it has thumbs to rub those nickels together." He muttered, "Tell me how you really feel, Empress." Her eyes flashed, blue edging into the green, and he nearly crowed with delight. That old Spitfire was still in there, ready to take his head off. He waited with bated breath to hear her say it. Just one little "don't call me that," and he would agree to any of her terms. Keep her creditors at bay, play the game with her one more time. He'd even let her keep her dignity, although he might not tell her that just yet. He wouldn't mind watching her sweat just a little. He waited, and he waited. They stared at each other, the years too thick between them. Maggie clutched her bag in one hand and turned toward the door. He said, "That was it? You drive 4 hours to get here, wait an hour to see me, then spend 5 minutes trying to talk me into it?" She looked back at him. "There's nothing I'm willing to give you that would make it worth your while. But now I can tell Ginny that you won't help and we can move on to the next possibility. If your body's not for sale, I might be tempted by land." She shook her head. "No. Again." He spread his hands wide. "If you're going to lose it anyway." "Even if I would give it to you, it wouldn't help. It's all mortgaged." "All of it?" Her eyes shuddered, and he took a deep breath. "Even the ranch house?" "All of it." She said it coldly, as if losing the ranch house wouldn't rip out her soul, but he knew better. Knew what home and family meant to her. "Maggie." She stood there silently, her back straight, her legs braced as if waiting for an attack from him. He said, "For Christ's sake, sit back down." "Are you going to help us? For nothing in return?" "Well..." She opened the door, stopping when she saw a group of roughnecks pretending to wait for a paycheck so they could check her out. She turned around with a genuine smile on her face. "Thanks, Cole. Predictable was just what I needed. I don't think I could have taken one more surprise from you." He frowned at her, and she said, "I hope the vultures make you pay twice what the ranch house is worth." He opened his mouth, and she walked out, shutting the door before he could say anything. What would he have said? That he didn't want the house? He'd wanted that house since he was 14 years old, since he was old enough to know that he might live in a house bigger than his old apartment building, might have more land, more money than he'd ever dreamed existed, but he didn't have a family that laughed and played and loved each other. He didn't have friends to make the huge house less empty or to stand next to him in a fight. He would roam his father's acres, none too careful about making sure it actually was his father's acres, with binoculars glued to his face, watching his new neighbors, watching what life was like for them, and especially watching the Caldwells, watching Maggie and her sister live in their big, warm house, watching their father play and laugh and tease with them. A man all of Texas feared, who let his daughters put a rope around him and lead him around the yard like a pony. Watching their mother fussing and grooming and preparing them for life. They'd hated her fussing, and he couldn't help but hate them for having what he so wanted and not realizing their great fortune. They'd had everything in life, while he'd had nothing. No one. Cole swiveled his chair back around to the window, watching Maggie leave a wake of slack-jawed men behind her, watched her get into her little coupe, her skirt riding up again, his eyes zeroing in on those straps around her ankles, and thought he'd been just as stupid as those girls. He'd had someone, once. He'd had someone who stood unflinchingly next to him when his fists were bloody and bruised. He'd had someone who fussed over him, who tried to knock some sense into him and prepare him for life in shark-infested waters. And he'd never realized what he'd had until he'd thrown it away. 20 years ago. Cole had been too busy looking through his binoculars to hear her footsteps. When she nudged him with her shoe, he jumped and shrieked, spinning on his toes and raising his fists. Maggie looked at his raised fists, as if she'd never seen one pointed her direction before, and said, "My daddy shoots trespassers." Cole puffed out his chest. "This is my land. This is Montgomery land." "It's Caldwell land." He sneered. "Better check your map, baby." Even at 10 years old, Maggie knew how to raise an eyebrow just so. It was nearly as fearsome as a pair of fists. "My daddy says any man calls me baby, I should kick him in the balls." Cole protected himself reflexively. "My daddy says your daddy is a bad loser, Empress." He would just file that no baby rule away for future thought. He wasn't willing to test it again on Maggie. Maggie took a step forward and shoved him. "I told you, don't call me that!" Cole raised his hands to shove Maggie back, then remembered. You don't shove a girl. You don't hit a girl. You don't call a girl baby. There wasn't all these rules in his before life, and it took effort to take a step back. He said, "My daddy says someone shoves you, they better expect a shove back." His father had never said anything like it. If Cole had to guess, his father would say if someone looked like they were going to shove you, you better shove first. And Cole had never in his life called Rich Montgomery daddy. But Maggie had a daddy. It only seemed fair that she should think he had one too. Maggie sniffed. "I guess we're even then." "How you figure?" "I should have kicked you, and you should have shoved me." Cole thought about that for a few minutes, then decided Maggie probably knew what she was talking about. Maggie was pretty big on fair. He finally nodded. "Even." "Daddy saw the reflection off your binoculars. You gotta remember to keep the sun behind you." Cole's stomach dropped. He didn't mind running into Maggie when he might or might not be on Montgomery land, but he sure as hell did not want to run into her father. He nodded again, and before he could even think of anything to say, she said, "Ginny says Martha says Gail says she heard her brother talking about a fight Friday after school." Michael and Jonah. They'd set it up with him like they were scheduling a piano lesson. He'd never get used to the warnings. How stupid do you have to be to tell your prey when you're going to attack? Maggie narrowed her eyes. Cole had known she wouldn't like it. He said, "I've told you, 2 against is fine. I can take 2 sissy boys who've never been in a real fight before." "It's not fair," she said, and Cole rolled his eyes. 2 of them equals 1 of me. It's fair." "What about 3? "Depends on the 3. Cole puffed out his chest, but it was wasted on her. She said, "How will I know if 3 is too many?" Cole had hated the first time Maggie had come to his rescue, especially since it had only been 2 boys swinging at him like they were swinging blindfolded at a piñata. But since then, he'd realized there was an endless wave of them and only one of him. Sometimes a man had to take help where he could get it, and he knew exactly what his father would say about that. But some days, most days, Cole liked Maggie better than his father, and she made a lot of sense when he was nursing a black eye, fat lip, and sore ribs. Cole said, "Maybe we need a signal or something, but it can't be too obvious." "Like you curled up in a ball on the ground?" He narrowed his eyes. She was never going to let him forget that. He said, "Something before that would probably be okay." Maggie smiled, her creepy eyes changing colors. They gave her away when he was fighting. She liked watching him fight. Her eyes stayed that creepy greeny blue for a long time after one of his fights. It didn't matter if he won or lost, and while he liked it better when he won, losing wasn't so bad either. When he lost, Maggie stepped between him and his enemies. It was hard to feel like a loser when your enemy was the one cowering from a girl with soft hands who rinsed blood away like his housekeeper washed the fine china. A girl with soft hands who held an ice pack to his face like she was holding a day-old kitten. A girl with soft hands and swirling eyes who should be his greatest enemy and instead was his only friend. A girl with soft hands and a sharp voice that told him he was an idiot, whether he won or lost. Cole had never had a mother, but he thought Maggie would one day make a pretty good one. Cole thought soft hands and a sharp voice was just what a mother was supposed to be like. Chapter 3. Cole sat in the shade watching Maggie swimming back and forth, back and forth. She looked as if the weight of the world rested on her 2 skinny shoulders. She swam as if all her devils were chasing her. He'd been out here for over an hour, waiting for her to get home. The housekeeper had taken one look at him and crossed herself. She'd repeated, "No, no, no, no," and he'd held up a hand to forestall a complete meltdown. "I'll wait by the pool. Tell Maggie I'm here." The housekeeper had shrieked, "Madre de Dios, she's not here." "I'll wait." He'd half believed Maggie had been inside the whole time, making him wait just a little bit longer than he'd made her wait. But one glance at her barely hanging in there faded black Speedo, and he'd known Maggie didn't have a clue he was here. As soon as he'd been able to get away from work, he'd taken off after her, thinking he'd catch up to her somewhere on I-20. He'd seen her push her fist into her belly before she'd slammed her car door shut, and remembered his own ulcer. Seen her drive out of his parking lot in a Hyundai. A Hyundai. It was stylish enough that maybe she could pretend she was driving it because she liked it, but he knew better. Margaret Caldwell wouldn't know what a Hyundai was unless she had to. He'd remembered the stomach-eating acid of his own bankruptcy, wide-awake nights, the crushing failure. He wouldn't wish it on his worst enemy. Which was why he was here. He'd give her the time she needed, distract her with a good fight now and again, and redeem himself. She'd had her revenge on him, though she'd clearly not forgiven him. He wasn't sure she ever would. He wasn't sure if he wanted her to. But he needed to forgive himself, forgive the stupid shit that he'd been, make up for hurting the one person who'd made life bearable. Cole sat and watched Maggie swim until her stroke slowed, until her arms lost their controlled precision. He stood and walked to the edge of the pool. She jerked, her head whipping out of the water. She stared at him for a moment, her eyes wide, then shouted, "Cole!" She hit the water with her fist, spraying water onto his pants, and he grinned. "I didn't mean to scare you." She hit the water again, spraying more water, and he shook his head, reaching for his buckle. "If you're going to get me all wet, I might as well jump in and cool off." She watched him slide his zipper down with narrowed eyes. "How long have you been here?" He glanced at his watch, then took it off. "About an hour and a half, with not even an offer of a drink." He pulled his shirt over his head, not missing her gaze sliding down his chest. She said, "I'm surprised Rosa didn't offer you the business end of a shotgun." He kicked off his shoes and socks, hooking his thumbs into his jeans. He looked at the house, noticing a crooked blind suddenly straighten. "She's not the same housekeeper who walked in on us, is she?" "The same." "Well, that makes a little more sense. I thought she seemed unreasonably unwelcoming." He pushed his jeans down quickly and jumped into the water, the cold soaking into his white briefs. Say what you would about breezy boxers, Cole liked the classics. When he surfaced, Maggie was heading for the stairs. He swam after her, grabbing her ankle, the smooth skin sliding against his palm, and pulled her under. He kept a loose grip on her ankle, those damn shoes still swimming in his head, and towed her away from the stairs. She kicked against his wrist with her free foot, and he grabbed that one as well. He couldn't help his grin at the thought that he'd gotten his hands on her ankles without going to his knees after all. She twisted under the water, spinning and ripping her ankles out of his hands. She burst to the surface, slapping a wave of water into his face when his head followed hers. He coughed as another wave caught him in the face and he turned away. "Truce, Maggie." He peeked at her and caught another faceful of water, but not before he saw her mouth fighting a smile. He didn't look at her again, just kept his face turned away and tried to see where she was out of the corner of his eye. "Better?" She laughed. "A little." "Can I turn around now?" "You can turn around." He started to turn, then stopped. "And you're not going to try and drown me, right?" "I haven't decided yet." Cole folded his arms. "I want both your hands on the ledge where I can see them." "I want you out of my pool and your pants back on." "I could do that, but then I won't tell you why I'm here." I know why you're here." He turned toward her and said, "I doubt you'd be trying to drown me if—" and got a face full of water. He turned his back to her and pointed. "Hands on the ledge." She slowly floated to the edge of the pool, her smile wide enough to see out of the corner of his eye. She grabbed the ledge behind her head, still facing him, letting her body float to the surface. He turned towards her again, distracted by the sight of those long, long legs floating arm's length away, and missed the glint in her eye. She started kicking fiercely, sending a tidal wave of water over his head. He bowed his head, hunching against the onslaught, and hoped she'd stop soon. He needed to remember the water was her home, not his, and like most legendary waterfolk, she'd drown him for sport. Her kicking legs finally slowed, and then stopped, and he took a long, deep breath. "Done now?" She smiled wide, her eyes a shade darker than the pool water. She laughed at him, and he watched the shadows in her eyes fade. She leaned her head back and looked up at the sky. "I might be done now." "You make helping you very difficult." "I'm not selling the house, so you can take your help elsewhere." He grunted, floating towards her. "And you know I want it, and I know they will pry it from your cold, dead hands." She stopped smiling completely. "They'll pry it from my hands before then." "They probably will, but I won't." She looked at him. "I can't give you anything, Cole." "There's one thing you can give me." She grimaced. "I already made that deal once. I'm not doing it again." "Not even to save your house?" "No," Cole said. "Then good thing that's not what I want." She looked at him, trying not to look at her legs, and said, "Uh-huh." His teeth flashed. "Okay, it's not all I want." She raised her eyebrows in question, clearly believing there was nothing else she had to give him. He floated in close, grabbing the ledge above her head and bending down to whisper in her ear. "I want forgiveness, Maggie. Can you give me that?" She blinked and her breath puffed against his face. "What do you want forgiveness for, Cole? For screwing me or for screwing our deal?" "I'll never be sorry for making that deal with you. We both knew what we were doing." "I didn't know you never meant to go through with your end." "I meant to. I was going to work out a new payment schedule with his father, give him more time, and then—" Cole's graduation present from his father had been a portfolio of loans, all the debts of one family piled together, given to him by his father so he could experience the rush of destroying those who would destroy you. And then Maggie had come, willing to agree to anything to save that family. Cole hadn't needed much persuading to take her up on the offer. He got Maggie naked and in his bed, and a chance to stick it to his father. Maggie said, "And then?" "That little shit came with his father and sat there with that smirk on his face, and all I could see was how you would sleep with me because you loved him that much. That pompous little shit, with sun shining out his ass." Cole took a shaky breath, remembering how it felt to have Maggie, how it felt to have her only because she loved him. He wasn't worth it. You couldn't see he just wasn't worth it. He put his hand over hers, looking into her eyes. "I'll never be sorry for sleeping with you, but I will be eternally sorry for taking your trust and flushing it down the toilet." He willed her to see the truth, that there was nothing in life that he regretted, except for that. Maggie stared unblinking into his eyes, floated silently next to him, and finally looked away. She said, "How do you know I haven't already forgiven you?" He snorted. "Then say it. Say I forgive you, Cole, and I would love to accept your help. And then I will go find a hat to eat." Her lips curved. "It would almost be worth it to see that." "I've learned how to sweeten a deal since we last negotiated." She chuckled, unhooking her hands from the ledge and floating away from him. He chased slowly after her, refusing to give her space. He said, "But before you say anything, know that I'm also going to need a please to go with that forgiveness." She narrowed her eyes, shaking her head. He smiled, a shark smile. "I've also learned how to get what I really want when I know I'm going to win." "I don't think you've learned when you're winning a negotiation." He didn't stop smiling. "Oh, I've learned it." He watched her temper rising in her eyes, watched her fight the knowledge that she couldn't let this opportunity get away. He'd get her forgiveness, get her in his bed again, and hell, maybe even move into the ranch house with her. Well, he was a bastard. It wouldn't be any help to let her forget that. Then he remembered her penchant for trying to drown him and yielded slightly. "But we can split my payment, half now, half later. Please now, forgiveness at the end. Deal?" She dove under the water, swimming swiftly to one end of the pool and then back to him. Her head broke the surface, and she took a deep breath. "Bastard." He nodded, but didn't back down. "Say it, Maggie, and I'll do it." "You say it, and I'll do it." He started to back away, then laughed. He'd said please once before. So had she. They could keep things even. He could give her that. He took her hand. "We'll say it together. No tricks." He looked down at the hand he was holding and said, "We'll say it together and help each other out. And then forget about those other times. We'll start over." "You really think we can?" He looked back up into turquoise eyes. "I'm willing to try." She blinked and swallowed. He counted to 3 softly, and they whispered together, "Please." Cole inhaled deeply, pulling her closer. He said, "Let's never do that again." Maggie's lips stopped their pinching, and she let him tow her towards him. He said, "Besides, the only place I ever want to hear a Caldwell beg again is in the bedroom." "You're really pushing it." "I can't help it. It's in my genes." Her legs tangled with his, and his heart thumped in his chest. She said, "Don't remind me of your genes." "A man can't help where he comes from." Maggie looked unconvinced, and he didn't want to spend any more minutes defending his parentage. He was done feeling inferior about the mud he'd crawled out of. He planted his lips on hers, his eyes wide open, wide enough to see that she wanted him, just not enough. Never enough. She murmured, "I'm not going to sleep with you." "You're going to. It just won't be part of our deal." This time he wanted her in his bed, begging, because she wanted him, not because she sold herself too low. A diabolical gleam entered her eyes, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, her breasts prodding him in the chin, and put her mouth next to his ear. She whispered, "If that's why you're doing this, it's only fair to let you know I won't be inviting you into my bed again. Ever." He dropped his chin until his lips touched her skin. He kissed the silky skin on her chest and said, "It's not why I'm helping you. It's just a side benefit." He slid his hands down her thighs and pulled her legs around his waist. "And who said anything about a bed? This pool works just fine." Maggie's teeth bit gently into the fleshy part of Cole's ear, and his fingers curled involuntarily into her thighs. "Christ, Maggie, you know I can't wait to get under you again." Her teeth bit a little harder, and her low laugh zinged right down his spine. She pulled back from him, looking behind him. She said, "You're going to be waiting a lot longer." A golden voice behind him said, "Hey, sis, who you entertaining?" Cole's body tightened. He turned around, Maggie's legs still around his waist, his fingers still digging into her thighs, but now not with lust. Tanner pulled a lounge chair toward the pool, sipping from a tumbler and choking when he looked up and saw just who Maggie was wrapped around. Tanner stopped dead and stared. His hand shook, the ice clinking and his drink sloshing. Maggie turned to unhook her legs, and Cole crushed her tighter to him. Maggie murmured, "Down, boy. He's not smirking now." No, he wasn't. Cole had wiped that smirk off his face 12 years ago. Cole looked away from the sunny-assed shit and into Maggie's suddenly clear green eyes, looked to see if there was any love left in there for the man who'd married her sister. When she didn't even bother glancing at Tanner, Cole loosened his grip on her thighs, let her unwrap her legs. Tanner finally choked out, "What is he doing here?" Maggie looked at Tanner, flicked her eyes to the glass he was holding, then looked back at Cole. She stared at him, all but saying out loud that she didn't think he would really go through with it, that he'd really help her for just a promise of forgiveness. Cole smiled at her and said, "Why, I'm marrying the Empress here. Congratulate us, Tanner. You're the first to know." Tanner Beaumont sat in the dark, watched the moonlight reflect off the pool, and drank. He'd emptied the first bottle, was well into the second, and had at some point stopped bothering with a glass at all. Cole Montgomery, here, and engaged to Maggie. If Tanner had had any proof that his luck was finally turning, this disproved it. If Tanner had any hope of seeing respect in society's eyes again, this ended it. Cole hated him, had hated him since they were both 17. Cole had destroyed Tanner's family just to get even with him. Cole would destroy this family as well. They were already hanging by a thread. Cole must have smelled the blood in the water and come to finish them off. In one fell swoop, he would end both the Beaumonts and the Caldwells for good. Tanner smelled Ginny before he saw her, just a slight hint of magnolia to warn him to wipe his eyes, to slide that first bottle under his chair. She slid her arm around his neck, leaned against his back, and pressed her cheek against his. She murmured, "He's gone." "For good?" She shook her head. "He's our only hope. You see that, right?" It was like a fist to the stomach, and he stood shakily. She said, "I know what he did to your family. I know that you can't ever forgive him, but we need him. He's the biggest man in Texas right now, and all of our creditors will do whatever it takes to stay on his good side." He turned to her. "We don't need him, Ginny. We have other options. I have ideas. Plans." She smiled, total trust in her eyes. "I know you do, and this will give us time for one of your ideas to start working." A tear slid down his cheek, and she wiped it gently away. He hated crying in front of her, hated that even with his tears to prove it, she couldn't see what a loser he'd turned out to be. Maggie saw. Maggie knew. But never Ginny. She still looked at him the same way she'd looked at him years ago. Still loved him. Still thought he was everything she wanted. Still thought he would give her everything she deserved. She was the only one who still believed it. Maggie watched Cole's taillights disappear down the drive. He'd crowed to Tanner that they were engaged, and Maggie thought maybe she knew why he was going along with this charade. For forgiveness? To tie his name to the Caldwells, more like. She hadn't seen it coming. He could still surprise her, it seemed, and she didn't like it one bit. Ginny had invited him to dinner, and Cole had stayed, flirting and telling stories of his oil wells that would make anyone think twice about eating their steak rare. Oil was dangerous business. Dangerous and profitable. Tanner had stayed outside, drinking. Rosa had taken one look at Cole sitting at the table and had let out a stream of uncomplimentary Spanish. And when Maggie had told her they were engaged, Rosa had grabbed for the cross hanging around her neck. She'd stared at Maggie with her mouth hanging wide open and whispered, "Tu padre." If her father had been more than a heartbeat, if he'd been lucid enough to comprehend, it would have killed him, sent him straight on to the hereafter. And she could have only told him that Cole had taught her yet another lesson. Don't offer a deal to the devil, because even if you knew he wouldn't take you up on it, he would. Cole had merely sat there grinning, as if he'd known exactly what Rosa had said, what Maggie was thinking. Maggie was getting tired of Cole's lessons. 12 years ago, she'd learned that if a contract wasn't enforceable, it wasn't worth anything, and to always make sure that what you were trying to save was worth it. Maggie turned away from Cole's fading taillights and stared at her home. Were wood and bricks worth fighting for? Now that she had a real chance at saving it, was it worth it? She loved Dallas, loved the hustle and bustle, the chaos, missed her apartment in the city, missed living alone. She and Ginny and Tanner had rented out or sold all their properties and had come back to the ranch house to live, to share expenses, to cut costs. They'd come back because Daddy was here, slowly dying, and they couldn't bear to move him. They'd come back because this was home. This was Maggie's home, and she wasn't ready to give it up yet. Maybe after her father died. Maybe after they'd buried him next to her mother, she could sell, move to the city for good, leave her sister to clean up the mess that was her husband. But she couldn't do it yet. Not just yet. Most likely, Cole would make her rue the day she'd asked him to help her, but right now, he was all she had. And if he was going to make her rue, by God, she'd make it worth it. Chapter 4. Maggie arrived at Cole's just as the sun peaked above the horizon. His truck was parked in front of the detached 3-car garage, and she breathed a sigh of relief that she didn't have to drive out to Midland again. She knew he only came home on the weekends, and was surprised he bothered at all. It made as much sense as Maggie coming home to the ranch house every night from the city, but most people were none too rational about home. She rang the doorbell, not sorry at all about waking him so early. When he didn't answer, she rang again, and again, then banged on the door. "Cole?" She made her way to the back, turning doorknobs, trying to lift windows, yelling his name. The place was locked up tight, and if his truck hadn't been there, she'd have said it was deserted. She headed back to the front door, perplexed and cranky, and saw Cole leaning against her car. He was shirtless, his shorts hanging low on his hips, his arms folded, his black hair wild and mussed. She stopped at the sight of him. Yesterday, when he'd jumped in her pool in his briefs, she'd thought that life sometimes was just not fair. She remembered his 18-year-old body, remembered wide shoulders and long limbs. He'd always had muscles, always had that lean fighter build. But now he looked like a man. The lanky boy was all gone, and he'd grown into his height. He was beautiful, hard and beautiful. Cole looked at her with blue eyes the color of sapphires and said, "It's 5:00, Maggie." She put her nose in the air and held up her briefcase. "We have business. I didn't want to chase you to Midland again." He closed his eyes, rubbing his palms up and down his face. He muttered, "You'd better be naked under that skirt." Maggie didn't bother to reply. He looked at the briefcase in one hand and her car keys in the other. "No coffee either?" He pushed himself off her car and turned away, walking towards the back of the garage. He grumbled, "Only I would get myself engaged to a woman that would wake a man up at the fucking crack of dawn without coffee or sex." Maggie followed him, trying so hard not to stare at his back or at his slipping shorts that she was halfway up the outside stairs before she realized where he was going. "You live in the guest house?" "Yeah." When he didn't say anything else, she stopped. "Why?" He made it to the top, opening the door for her. He blinked when he saw her halfway down the stairs. He sneered, Are you worried I won't be able to help you with your debts after all?" Maggie was well acquainted with Cole's sneers. He only did it when he was feeling self-conscious. She tilted her head. "If I'm going to pin all my hopes on you and this engagement, I need to know that you can deliver." Cole stomped back down the stairs, stopping on the step above her. He towered over her and said, "I live in the apartment because the house is a 10,000 square foot gilded monstrosity and I fucking hate it." His eyes flashed cold fire at her, and she said calmly, "You could sell it." Maggie started up the stairs again, forcing him back on his step. He held his ground, wrapping his arm around her waist, holding her tight so she wouldn't wobble on the step. "I could. I don't want to." "Why not?" "Because it reminds me that I couldn't sell it when I needed to. And now that I don't need to, it reminds me that all that glitters is just a noose around my neck, slowly strangling me." She laughed. "That's probably a good reason to get rid of it, Cole." He looked into her eyes, even with his own, and said softly, "You're wearing those shoes again." She was pressed tight against him. She could tell he was happy to see her this morning. She wouldn't take it personally. It was morning, he was Cole, and she'd practically dared him to try to get her naked again. And she was wearing those shoes again. She said, "I prefer to be eye to eye with you." That was true. She also liked keeping him off balance, and she'd noticed that he'd spent 4 of the 5 minutes she'd been in his office yesterday staring at her ankles. Cole smiled slightly and pushed her up the stairs ahead of him. He said, "Then let me enjoy the view, and I might forgive you for the no coffee." She let him enjoy the view, putting a little extra sway into her hips, knowing the small slit in the back of her skirt would make him forget all about coffee, make him forget just about everything. When she reached the top, she turned, finding him still halfway down the stairs. She smiled at him, knowing exactly what she did to him, knowing her eyes told him exactly when she'd let him do all the things he was thinking of doing to her. Exactly never. When he let out a physically impossible suggestion under his breath, she chuckled and let herself into the guest house and found Cole's home. The apartment took up the entire second story of the 3-car garage. A large open space with cream walls and hardwood floors housed the kitchen and living area. No dining area, only a large counter with 2 bar stools. She shook her head at the large flat screen hanging on the wall in front of a plush recliner, at the entertainment system stocked full of games and movies. Boys and their toys. Cole hadn't followed her in yet, and Maggie peeked into the bedroom. A large king-size bed, the sheet hanging off the end took up most of the space. Maggie could smell Cole's scent in the air, something warm and male, with a hint of Irish Spring underneath. She remembered. Cole liked the classics. Maggie wandered back into the kitchen, searching for coffee. A cold tease she might be, but she could start coffee for the man. When the coffee was done and Cole still hadn't followed her inside, she filled 2 mugs and headed back outside. He sat on the stair she'd left him on, his back to her. She carefully made her way down the stairs, handing him a mug and sitting next to him. His fridge had been bare, although there had been a Costco-sized pack of bacon in his freezer, and Maggie had made do with sugar in her coffee. Cole got his black. They sat in silence for a few minutes. Cole took a sip of his coffee, grimacing. Maggie said, "No cream, no milk, no nothing." He eyed her coffee. "Yours too?" Maggie took a sip. "Sugar?" He put his mug down and reached for hers. She let go without a fight, a hot coffee spill not on her top 10 list of things to do today. He took a sip, grimacing even more at the syrupy sweetness. He took another large gulp, handing it back to her with a shake of his head. "Yup, that'll do it." Cole leaned back, Resting his elbows on the step behind him, he said, "I thought we were starting over." Maggie didn't look at him, just watched the sky turn from pink to blue. "I thought we were too. Wasn't that what you were doing in the pool yesterday, telling me I was going to sleep with you?" He sighed. "You're right, I started it. Let's start over again. Again." He sat up, turning on the step to face her. "Cole Montgomery." "Margaret Caldwell." He raised an eyebrow. "Those Caldwells?" She raised an eyebrow back. "That Montgomery?" He took her mug back from her. "This is going to be harder than I thought." He took a sip, watching her over the rim. He put the mug down, holding his hand out to shake hers. Maggie shook her head but grasped his hand, pumping firmly. He held onto her hand and stared into her eyes. "I'm Cole. You have beautiful eyes." She laughed. "I don't think this is going to work." He looked down at her hand in his, running his thumb along her nails. He sighed deeply. "I guess I don't really want to forget all the other times. I don't want to start over. It wasn't all bad, Maggie." No, it wasn't. But funny how the bad times were the easiest to remember. Funny how the good times were good, but the bad times were really bad. She said, "What's your best memory?" He looked up. "Of us?" She nodded, and he said, "Last time we met out on the land, right after graduation. I flashed my binoculars and you left your party to come meet me." He looked out where his land bordered hers. "You tried to talk me into going back to the party with you, and when I wouldn't, you stayed. We watched the sunset, the stars rise. When it got chilly, I put my arms around you and I kissed you for the first time. And you said Cole like you wanted to, like I had a chance." She stared at him. "You didn't even have to think about it." "Nope. It's not easy to forget the last good time." He turned back to her, and Maggie stared into his eyes, thinking she'd forgotten what it was like to be with Cole, forgot how he lived wide open and unafraid. He said, "But if you ask me for the second best memory, we're going to be here a while." She relaxed. She'd also forgotten how he kept you balancing on that ledge, back and forth, not letting you fall unless he wanted you to. Cole said, "What's your favorite memory?" "Favorite or best?" She smiled when he narrowed his eyes. He'd forgotten that she liked to poke him. Maggie guessed there still weren't a lot of people in Cole's life who liked to poke him. She said, "Yours was pretty good. I'll say that one too." "No, I want yours." Maggie's best memory was that short window they'd slept together, before the whole thing had exploded on them. She hadn't cared that she'd bargained for it. They'd been heading that direction anyway. They would lay in bed and talk and then tangle the sheets. She would sneak out of her house late at night, and he would be waiting for her. After their first time, he was so gentle with her, and she did everything, anything to get him to break, to lose control. Cole wild and out of control was nearly a religious experience. But she wasn't going to tell him that. He might live wide open and unafraid. She didn't. She said, "When they jumped you." He chuckled, shaking his head. "I give you a wonderful moment and you give me that? Cold, Maggie." "We were 17. "Oh, I remember it." "You couldn't even talk when I found you." He patted her hand and put it in her lap. He said, "I can see why you would like that." He leaned back on his elbows, and she smiled at his profile. She said, "You didn't even open your eyes, just sighed like you'd been waiting for me. Then you passed out." He glanced at her. "I still dispute that." "Since I'm the one who sat there cradling your head for 10 minutes, I think I'll believe my version." She'd sat there for 10 minutes and cried. She hadn't been there to save him, to step in front of him, to fend off his enemies. "Maggie, it is too early to relive getting the shit kicked out of me by 5 kids. Is there a point to your story?" "There were 6 kids." Cole took a deep breath, carefully not looking at her. She watched him not look at her and said, "The 6th kid who just watched, safe from a distance, who never paid for the punches he orchestrated." "I hate fucking Tanner," she said softly. "He hates you back." Cole smiled. His lips parted, leaving white teeth gleaming in the early light. His eyes hardened, saying all too clearly that Cole would love to meet Tanner Beaumont alone in a dark alley. Just name the time. Maggie made a mental note to make sure Cole never ran into Tanner alone at the house, then pushed down, down deep that little part of her that thrilled at his smile. She'd seen him fight, more times than she could remember. She'd seen the abandon that he fought with. No thought for any future pain, no one home to care about the damage, only fists flying and blood spurting. Only the driving need to win, to hit harder than his opponent, to falter less than his enemy. He hadn't changed as he'd gotten older. He'd only gotten smarter, learned where to hit, how to inflict the most pain. And if you went down on the first punch, well, no shame in that. It took a village to take down Cole Montgomery. A stupid, suicidal village. And when he lost control, that's how sex was with him too. No thought for the future, only the pleasure now. God knew why Maggie was saying no to him, except it was a breathless, terrifying, on the edge of a cliff way to live. She'd escaped once, and she knew it was much, much easier to stay off that cliff in the first place than it was to convince yourself that you wanted off, or to recover after the fall. Cole said, "He told you?" "Tanner gets chatty when he's had too much to drink, and my point to this story is that after Tanner told me about being the general, about watching his troops do his dirty work, I couldn't figure out why you never told anyone. You didn't tell me." "Maybe I just thought no one would believe me." "Is that why?" Cole turned to her, wide open and unafraid. "No." "You didn't tell me. You never said his name to anyone because I liked him." "I didn't want you to have to choose between us." Maggie shook her head. "No, you didn't want to take away my choice. You knew I'd choose you." "You'd choose me only because he'd broken the rules. He hadn't been fair." "You are what you do." "And let me tell you, there's nothing that scares me more than that thought." Maggie said, "Want to hear my caveat?" "Oh, Christ, there's more to it?" "You aren't what you've done. You are what you do now." Cole looked into her eyes and said softly, "That almost smacks of forgiveness, Maggie." "I've learned we can't all be perfect right out of the gate, but we can choose differently next time." She looked away from his questioning eyes. "I don't want to be forever defined by my past mistakes." "Bankruptcy really does a number on you, doesn't it?" When she looked back at him, his eyes were on the fist she was pressing into her stomach. She pulled her hand away. Cole said, "I'll give this to Tanner. At least he didn't schedule my beating like a pussy." She blew out a shaky breath. She waited until he looked up, and then smiled at him for pulling her back from the ledge again. He said, "So, my favorite memory is our first kiss, and your favorite memory is me lying on your lap unconscious." She laughed. "Maybe we can make a new best memory." Cole shook his head, his eyes wide. "I'm just hearing forgiveness all over the place." "It could be that I'm just buttering you up before you see all the paperwork." He groaned and closed his eyes. "Paperwork. I'm gonna need breakfast first." "Let me guess. Bacon?" "I make a mean plate of it." He opened his eyes. There's nothing like laying in bed naked and sweaty, nibbling on bacon. Why did that sound so right? Forget chocolate in bed. Bacon was the new aphrodisiac. Or wait, chocolate-covered bacon. She said, "Is this how we're going to play it?" "It's a good game." She nodded. "It's fun when you know you're going to win. It's the thought that you just might lose that gets you all pissy. Plus, it's 5 o'clock in the morning." She pointed to their mugs. "I made coffee." "So you did. I guess 1 out of 2 ain't bad." She leaned into him. "Oh, Cole, 1 out of 2 is all you're ever going to get." He bent his head towards her. "I seem to remember getting you to number 2 more times than was strictly necessary for our deal." She smiled up into his eyes. "You're going to lose this time, Cole." He smiled and whispered, "Do your worst, Empress." He held a hand out to steady her as she rose. She didn't bother waiting for him to get up before heading for the top of the stairs. The hem of her skirt was even with his eyes as she passed him, and he groaned. Maggie put even more sway into her hips, running her hand up the stair rail suggestively. She looked at him over her shoulder when she got to the top, still telling him never with her eyes. This time he laughed. He closed his eyes, shook his head, and said, "I'm a stupid shit," and then followed her inside. Maggie sat curled in Cole's recliner, her eyes closed, her feet tucked underneath her. Cole was pathetically grateful he couldn't see her feet anymore. He didn't know what was worse, those shoes designed to bring a man to his knees, or Maggie and her bare feet. Her long, beautiful feet, her nails painted a shimmery peach that sparkled with every step, every bounce of her foot. The sight left him confused, wondering when he'd turned into a footman. He washed bacon grease off their plates and thought about making another pot of coffee, but decided Maggie didn't need it. They'd spent the last few hours sifting through more paperwork than any man should ever have to go through to get a woman naked. Good thing that wasn't why he was doing this. Maggie had spent the last few hours taking deep, gulping breaths and pushing her fist into her stomach. Bacon could cure a great many ills, and he'd stuffed as many as he could into her mouth. But there were limits. Always limits. Looked like bacon was no match for a bankruptcy ulcer. He left her to rest, hoping she really would fall asleep for a few minutes instead of just lying there pretending, and went to shower. And if he left the bedroom door wide open as he undressed, well, he didn't mind the thought of Maggie peeking. He left the bathroom door open as an invitation. He wasn't too surprised when she didn't join him. By the time he was dressed again, Maggie's shoes were back on and she was gathering papers. He grabbed his keys and wallet, stuffing them into his pocket, and walked out to say, "Are we going to talk about the elephant in the room?" "Which elephant?" He sat on a stool, grabbing a random stack of papers and tapping the signatures. "Half of these are signed by Tanner." She looked up at him, her eyes clear green again, her emotions back under control. "He was an agent of my company. He had authority. These are my debts, no matter who signed for them." She rifled through the papers, finally finding another signature and holding it up to him. "See, it's not all Tanner." "Half are Tanner's." He nodded at the paper she was holding. "If Thomas Scribbly Pants there had signed for half of these, you would have fired him." "I did." "And yet Tanner gets a free pass. Is he out there racking up more debt for you right now?" "I didn't fire Thomas Scribbly Pants. I fired Tanner." Cole stopped and stared. He hadn't seen that coming. She'd actually fired Tanner? He enjoyed the thought of Maggie telling Tanner to pack his bags for a long while, then said, "Good." She huffed a laugh. "No, it wasn't good, but I had to." "Tell me how you did it.
Did you pull down his pants and spank him in front of the whole company?"
Her lips twitched. You would have liked to have seen that, wouldn't you, voyeur?
"I would pay money to see Tanner Beaumont being spanked."
Although not by Maggie. He never wanted to see that. She turned to face him. "He's my brother-in-law. He's family. I wanted him to succeed." She shook her head. "I gave him too much rope."
"Enough to strangle both himself and you."
"It hurt everyone when I had to cut him loose."
Cole tried not to smile too wide. "Just tell me it hurt Tanner the most."
He could see it in her eyes that she'd never give Cole the satisfaction by admitting it. She only said, "Were all your debts signed by yours truly?" He'd inherited half his debts from his dear old dad. He hadn't gotten the chance to fire his father. Too bad. The thought of it alone made him want to laugh with glee. Cole guessed Maggie hadn't felt the same about Tanner. When he shook his head, Maggie said, "Tanner was a big problem, but he was still only part of the problem. I didn't handle any of it well. It's my fault the company is drowning in debt." She gave him a crooked smile. "And I'm the one paying for it." He gave a crooked smile back.
"Yes, you will."
"I'd only pay if I thought this would work. I don't want to be the Caldwell who crumbles."
"Oh, yeah. Much better to leave it to the next generation."
She didn't laugh. "Do you think I should let it crumble? Just give up?"
"I know you like to be number one in everything, but I must claim winner of the debt competition. My debts were worse. You can come back from this."
She waved toward the papers. "It took a miracle to save you. I might be in second place, but it will still take a miracle to save me."
"I'd give you a miracle if I could."
She fussed with the papers, trying to put them neatly in a stack. She didn't look at him when she said softly, "You already did, Cole. A chance at all is a miracle. Just thank you." He sniffed and wiped an imaginary tear from his eye.
"That was beautiful, Maggie. Let me enjoy that for a moment."
She smacked his arm, and he grinned at her. He said,
"But payment is not required until we're done with this mess."
"I said thank you, not I forgive you."
"It was how you said it. But I will need the actual words when we're done here."
She sighed. "When do you think we'll be done here?"
"With a miracle? It took me less than a year."
"I don't think we can count on that happening again. We might be engaged for a while." He shrugged.
"I'm not in any rush. I figure the longer we have to stick together, the better my chances are at getting you naked again."
She raised an eyebrow, and he said,
"You only have to say yes one time for me to win this game."
"What if I said yes one time, and then no again?"
"I would love to see you try."
He leaned in close.
"Love to see you try."
Her lips pinched together, trying to keep from laughing at him. She said, "Have you really thought this through? If we're engaged and you can't get me on my back, your social life is going to take a hit."
If. I'm willing to roll the dice."
He could have said his social life couldn't take any kind of hit. It was already dead in the water. He worked 80 hours during the week, slept in a trailer steps from his office, and came home on the weekends to rest, to take a break from sweaty, cursing men. Maggie put the papers into her briefcase. "Don't say I didn't warn you." Cole only smiled. He said,
"What about your social life?"
She gave a humorless laugh. "I'm trying to fend off bankruptcy. I don't have time for a social life."
Good. He wouldn't say it out loud. He wouldn't say it. It didn't need to be said. But, good. Don't start having one. Not while we're engaged.
"You mean engaged?" He grabbed her fingers, stopping the air quotes she was making.
"No, I mean engaged. This will be real for everyone else. It'll be real for us too."
She yanked her hands back, but all that did was pull him closer.
"I mean it, Maggie. You need a date to a function, I go. You need a scratch itch, I scratch it. No one else."
She said softly, "You know I wouldn't do that to you." He did know that. He let go of her fingers. She said, "And I won't need any scratch itched, but thanks for the offer."
"It's on the table."
"You've made that pretty clear. I only wonder what would happen if I actually took you up on it." He dipped his head, put his hand on her stool, not touching her, but close. So close.
"You think I'm bluffing here? Think I wouldn't take you right now? Here? Any way I could?"
She leaned back and he followed.
"Think I wouldn't reach around you and rip that slit all the way up? Put you up on this counter, my hands around your ankles, and spread those long legs?"
She didn't try to get away from him again. Wouldn't back down from him. From anyone. She leaned forward and whispered, "You forgot about the shoes."
"I didn't forget the shoes."
"Those shoes would have a starring role." He said,
"We gonna do that, Maggie?"
It took her a second. He watched the pulse pound in her neck, inhaled the warm, rising scent of her. She finally said, "I was only wondering what you would do."
"Now you know."
She murmured, "Yeah." He waited, gave her one last chance to change her mind, then took a small step away from her.
"If we're not going to do that, let's go visit some creditors then."
She didn't even blink. "You don't need to come. I can handle them."
"What's the point of having me if you're not going to use me?"
He smiled, and she bristled. "Should I sit there quietly while you work out repayment plans with my creditors?"
"Could you? I can't even imagine it."
He was lost in thought, trying to imagine Maggie sitting next to him quietly, letting him run the show. He finally shook his head.
"No, I thought I'd come and sit there threateningly, to show how happy I'd be if the people who owe me money, the people who handle my lots of money, would work it out with my fiancé, and how unhappy I'd be if they didn't."
"Don't say it like that, my fiancé." He wrapped his hand around the back of her neck. He whispered, "My fiancé. Mine." She whispered back, "Your fiancé, yours, is going to bite you." When she saw the gleam in his eye, she added, "And it's not going to be the kind of bite you like."
"I'd like any bite you cared to bestow upon me."
"Would you?" He nearly said yes, God help him, but then he pictured meeting her creditors missing a finger or part of his ear, and backtracked.
"Maybe later, after you take a few bites out of your creditors and aren't so hungry anymore."
A tigress only made a good pet when she was nice and fed. Cole squeezed Maggie's neck slightly, imagining what she'd do to him if he called her pet out loud, then let go. She smiled, a smile that would make any man with a lick of sense grab his balls and cower in fear. Cole obviously had no sense whatsoever because his balls were jumping up and down shouting, "Me next, me next." He never had any sense when it came to Margaret Caldwell.
"Come on, Maggie. You can't go without me. I want to watch."
She headed for the door, and he followed. She said, "You can come, if you sit there quietly." He'd sit there quietly and watch her make those bankers bend over. And say thank you after. The Caldwell name and a Montgomery's money? They didn't stand a chance. She headed for her car, and he snorted.
"We're not going in a Hyundai. I wouldn't even fit."
"You'd be surprised."
"No, I'm driving, and we're going in the truck."
She turned to look at his truck, her fists on her hips, and laughed. "Because that's better?"
"Then you're going to sit in the middle, right next to me."
Maggie Caldwell in the bitch seat, her legs open wide, the stick shift nestled between them. God, he wished he had a stick shift. She said, "Get in the car, Cole." He shook his head. "The truck." "Then I guess we're taking both." He held his fist up in front of her face. She looked at it. "What, are we 14? If we can't come to a decision logically and rationally, then we'll do it this way. If you win, I'm not sitting in the middle." "Yeah, I don't think I could handle it any better than you could." Maggie sighed, shook her head at him, and held up her fist. He smiled at her because he knew. She always picked scissors. Chapter 5. Virginia Caldwell sat in the plush armchair she dragged into her father's room right after he got sick and read the society pages to him. It wasn't his favorite, but he'd never minded listening to gossip. She'd work her way to the business section, give him something meaty to mull over at the end, because she knew he was still in there, trapped in this room, in his dying body, but still here. She could only think that he was still alive because he willed it. He was still in there, wanting to be alive. Ginny read a baby announcement, then paused. Daddy had always liked to think about things, to savor that moment that came right after new information. He hadn't really cared if it was good information or bad. He'd liked the pause, to feel everything in that moment, because it would never come again. Unfortunately, it also forced her to pause, and she didn't want to think about baby announcements. She looked out the window, at her husband still sitting by the pool. She wanted to go out to him, sit in his lap, wrap her arms around him, and wipe all his hurts away. But she couldn't. If she went out to him, he'd jump up and try to get away from her, not want to hold her, not want to look at her, because he saw a failure when he looked in the mirror and thought that was what she saw too. She didn't know how to help him. She wasn't sure she could. She looked down at the paper again and read a marriage announcement. She gave Daddy time to think about the impending union of the daughter of an old golfing buddy of his, then said, "You're not going to like this next announcement. Remember your blood pressure, okay?" His machine beeped at her. "Maggie asked Cole Montgomery to help us." And her father might be comatose, but Ginny decided not to tell him she'd been the one to suggest it. "He agreed, so they're engaged." She listened to his machine beeping, trying hard to tell if it had sped up any. If anything could make Sam Caldwell take up his bed and walk, it would be the thought of one of his daughters marrying a Montgomery. But his eyes didn't open, and his machine continued its endless, steady march. Ginny couldn't help Maggie. Not again. She'd sided with Maggie against her husband once, and she wouldn't do it again. If she could go back, she would let their family business fail, let them all fall, because it would have been better to fall with her husband than to watch him fall by himself. She would give anything to be with him in that dark place. But the only thing that could rival seeing her husband so depressed was seeing her sister edging to that same cliff. They had both looked so hopeless, so lost, alone. Ginny had thought that asking Cole for help might just give their business a chance, if he would agree to help them. That she had never been sure about. Cole was unpredictable, except for his ruthlessness, and 2 members of her little family had already crossed him. But mentioning Cole had given Maggie an enemy to engage with, to focus on, to spar with. Maybe an enemy wasn't the best solution to the alone problem, but Ginny knew her sister. Maggie needed someone who would push at her, irritate her, not coddle her. Cole would never coddle her sister. In the days since Ginny had mentioned his name, Maggie had become revitalized. Not only had Cole given her hope, his name had snapped her out of her funk. She might still fail, but if Cole was watching her, she'd do it with her head held high. And now, Ginny only had to worry about her husband again. Because if Maggie and Cole saved the business, Tanner would be the only failure. Ginny wasn't sure he would survive that. She looked out the window again. Tanner wasn't alone. He just wanted to be. Oh, Daddy, what do you do when someone you love hates who he is? She paused, waiting, but her father never answered. Chapter 6. Maggie looked over at Cole, glaring out the window of her Hyundai, his arms crossed. She said, "You're pouting." He looked at her. "You cheated." "You cheated. I just didn't let you win this time."
"You always pick scissors."
"Really, Cole? I always pick scissors?" She laughed, shaking her head. "Boys are so easy, especially when they're underestimating a girl."
"You're telling me you did it on purpose the whole time? I don't believe you."
It had started on accident, but she'd found it useful when she was a child. She said, "You let me win most of the time, and it was interesting to see when you really wanted it."
"I figured if you won most of the time, you'd keep picking scissors."
She smiled. "You figured right." The traffic into Dallas was busy, and when Maggie got downtown, she didn't even bother looking for a parking space, just went straight to a garage. Oh, how she missed her dedicated spot at her old building. But that had been gone a while ago. They'd had to find cheaper rent on the outskirts of town, away from the central business district. She wasn't sure if advertising their financial troubles had been the best idea, but it had been necessary. To save a sinking ship, you had to plug holes and start bailing, cut costs and increase revenue. Cole sat firmly in the cut costs category. Bankruptcy really was a last resort for everyone involved, and if Cole Montgomery made her creditors think they could get more for her debt by sticking with her than the pennies they'd get after she declared bankruptcy, they'd work with her on the repayment terms. If she could cut her debt payments enough, she might stop going into more debt with every passing month. Maggie thought Cole might even sit in the increase revenue category if he could be persuaded to take on a partner out in Midland. One step at a time. Maggie could only focus on one impossible mission at a time. Plus, she was pretty sure she knew what he would want in exchange for a partnership. And if she ever ended up in Cole's bed again, it wouldn't be because of a deal. Which meant she wasn't getting back in his bed. Cole unfolded himself out of her little car, and she said, "See, it's bigger than it looks."
"I very nearly fit, but my truck is more comfortable."
He stretched and eyed her.
"And it has bench seats."
"Oh, why didn't you say so? We could have stopped for a little afternoon delight if we'd only had bench seats." He matched her long stride easily, taking her free hand and pulling it through his arm. His muscles were hard against her fingers, his skin hot through his shirt. She stopped and turned toward him. Their bodies were close, and she could smell his Irish Spring. Too many memories. Like he'd said, not all of them bad, but they were all distracting. She took a deep breath, not trying to pull her hand away. He was a predator, snapping at her heels, trying to make her run. And if she knew one thing, it was that you didn't run from a predator. You pushed back. You made him run. And if it was anyone but Cole, she would have closed that distance between them, pressed her body into his, rubbed her hand up and down his arm, lowered her voice, and erased every thought in his head but the one she put there. She wasn't above using everything she had to win. She just hated when it backfired, because she still had the image of him lifting her onto his counter, his hands on her ankles. He'd painted a picture, damn it, and she couldn't get it out of her head. She looked down at her arm entwined with his and said, "I don't need an escort."
"I'm not escorting you, I'm accompanying you."
"You don't need to be touching me to be accompanying me." He was the one that closed the distance between them. He was the one who pressed his body against hers, who lowered his voice.
He said, "I'm just playing the part, Maggie, and if this was real, I'd be touching you." She whispered, "You're going to push this as far as you can, aren't you?" "Yup." "You're really starting to irritate me." Cole said, "I know. I like you irritated." "You think I won't take it out on you?" "I'm hoping you will." A laugh escaped, her belly pulsing against his, and then she narrowed her eyes. "Are you distracting me?" He put his lips on hers, making her stomach wobble, her breath hitch. She kept her eyes open, her lips shut. He pulled back and smiled. "Is it working?" She did step back then, but she kept her arm linked through his. "I don't need your help, Cole. You're only here to look pretty." He chuckled and covered her hand. "I'm only here for the show, and I want to see a tigress hunting her dinner, not a lamb afraid of the slaughter." She stopped again. "Do I look like a lamb?" "I can see 'if' etched between your eyes. There was no 'if' when you came to see me, and I'll be damned if this yahoo gets an 'if.' There was no 'if' with you, because I didn't want you to go along with my plan." He started walking again, dragging her along with him. "And you don't want this yahoo to go along with your plan either." She walked beside him in silence, her heels clicking loudly in the garage. She finally conceded defeat. "I'm not following you." "It'll come to you." She turned her head to glare at him. He didn't look at her, but he did smile. If she wasn't a lady, she would tell him where he could shove it. But she was a lady, which meant she could think it all she wanted. She just wouldn't say it. Cole lost the smile before they entered the gleaming glass building. He strode in with her on his arm, his jeans clean and neat, but still jeans. His boots minus the mud, but still boots. His expression said that they would accommodate him, not the other way around. It had been a long time since she'd felt like that. A long time since she'd strode into any building knowing she owned it. Did she have an 'if' etched between her eyes? With Cole, she'd been fearless. But he was Cole, and a Montgomery. You didn't 'if' a Montgomery. They'd play you along just for the fun of it. She wouldn't 'if' Cole. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction. They rode the elevator up in silence. As the doors opened, he turned to her, his blue eyes clear, cold, calculated. She knew no one would see the humor. No one ever had. He waited for her to exit, waited for her to lead. She handed her card to the woman manning the front desk and said, "Margaret Caldwell and Cole Montgomery. Gary Irvine will see us." She looked at Cole beside her, quiet, unsmiling, fearsome, ruthless. In that moment, it clicked. He was the tiger, and she was the one who held the thin leash. She didn't want this yahoo to give in now. She wanted him to make arrangements with her months ago. Now she wanted Cole to eat him. She turned back to the secretary, and she smiled. They hadn't bothered to sit, just waited to be escorted back. The secretary had made one short call and then taken them down the hall where they were met by Gary's personal administrator and escorted straight into his office. Maggie had said, "I brought my fiancé. I hope you don't mind," with a smile that said all too clearly she hoped he did. Cole had practically heard the silent, "oh shit," from across the room. He knew Maggie on her game would be entertaining. He knew linking their names would strike terror into the heart of Dallas. And he knew the second they left that Gary here would be calling everyone he knew to pass on the news. The Montgomerys and Caldwells had teamed up, and they were out for blood. Christ almighty, this was going to be fun. Cole stayed silent, letting Maggie have her way. She crossed her legs, her skirt sliding up,
and Cole thought he was going to have to buy the woman some longer skirts. He didn't mind her using those kind of tricks on him, but God help him, he couldn't sit here watching her do it to someone else without wanting to break something. Gary's eyes flicked down and then over at Cole. Gary paled just a bit and sat back in his chair, his eyes widening. Cole decided that as long as the man kept his eyes north of Maggie's neck, they wouldn't have any problems. Maggie smiled as if she knew exactly what was going on, and Cole knew this was what happened when you gave a woman the reins. She led all the men around by the balls. Gary cleared his throat. Congratulations. I hadn't heard the happy news. What can I do for the two of you? I wanted to personally let you know that circumstances have... Maggie turned to look at Cole, her lips still curved in a man-eating smile. Changed. And damn if the brain in Cole's pants didn't sit up and take notice. He couldn't help it. He smiled back at her. He looked back at Gary and stopped smiling. Maggie said, It's no secret that Caldwell Holdings is in trouble, but I think, as does Cole, that with a little time, a little leniency, we can save it, and that it would be better for all of us if bankruptcy could be avoided. Gary nodded slowly, looking between the two of them. I see. Yes, of course we have always hoped things would turn around for you. Of course. There was a long, pregnant pause. Maggie sat there smiling. Cole sat there not smiling. Gary finally said, I think we may be able to work something out. Give me a few days to see what I can do for you. Maggie nodded, no if in her eyes. I'm looking for new payment terms. Fair and equitable to the both of us, of course, but a substantial reduction in cash outlay. Cole stared at Gary, his gaze clearly saying that fair and equitable were not the terms Cole was looking for. Maggie had always been big on fair. Cole hadn't. Gary nodded, looking again between the two of them, clearly wondering just how much Cole was willing to pay to tie himself to the Caldwells, wondering if he would personally guarantee Caldwell Holdings' debt. Wasn't going to happen. Gary, here, was going to offer a new contract with a longer term along with an interest rate reduction, and what he'd get in return was keeping Cole's accounts. Cole rose slowly. We'll be back next week to work out the specific terms, but I will tell you this. Whatever you're thinking of right now, it's not good enough. When he entered the elevator, Maggie raised her eyebrows at him. He said, He didn't say thank you. It pissed me off. She squeezed his arm and leaned into him. She sighed. That was fun. I'd forgotten it could be. He smiled at her. And now you must be hungry. She shook her head. I'm full. Bacon and banker. He laughed and turned towards her. Don't tell me that after all that bacon and banker, a nice tangy salad isn't exactly what you want right now. She pulled away from him. It does sound surprisingly delicious. During the week, I eat shit out of a microwave. I make up for it on the weekend. It's Friday. Thanks to you, this weekend started a little early. He eyed her briefcase, with its Texas-sized stack of papers inside. Thanks. She laughed. He said, And I need to refill before we go see the next one. She did too. Every time he got his hands on her, he felt her bones. She felt frail, and it punched him in the gut. Whether it was stress or just the need of every woman today to be as thin as she could, Cole didn't know. All he knew was he didn't like it. He could tell his mission for the next few weeks was going to be fattening Maggie up. He took a step towards her, edging her into the corner of the elevator. He said, And then we'll need to stop and buy you a new skirt. This one doesn't fit. She put a hand on his chest, pushing. She said, It fits just fine.
Then how come every time you sit down it rides up?
That's what skirts do. And you can see maybe an inch more skin. I'm not flashing the room. He took another step forward, trapping her hand between them. He said,
Pants. We'll get you some pants.
It's a leg, Cole. I don't know why you're getting worked up about it. He put his hand on her hip, running his hand down to the bottom of her skirt, and slowly began pulling it up.
It's not a leg. It's a tease and a hint and a whiff.
She whispered, Is it distracting? It wasn't distracting. It was lust-inducing, rage-inducing. He didn't know whether he'd wanted to punch Gary and pull her skirt down, or shout at the guy to get out and pull her skirt all the way up. He said,
Yes, it's distracting.
And she smiled. Good thing, then, that all you have to do is sit there and look menacing. You said you wanted to play the part. I'm just helping set the mood. He muttered,
You're setting some kind of mood.
The elevator dinged and the door slid open. Cole stayed where he was a long moment, then sighed. He smoothed her skirt back down and pulled her hand back through his arm. He turned to find a handful of people waiting to get in the elevator. They just stood there and let the elevator doors slide shut again. Maggie chuckled. See? Menacing.
How is it, Maggie, that I can scare everyone but you?
She squeezed his arm. Oh, Cole, it's never going to happen. I grew up with the scariest man in Texas wrapped around my finger. He turned to look at her, menace oozing from every pore.
Just remember you don't have this one wrapped around your finger.
She laughed and said, Where were you thinking of going for salad? Chapter 7. Tanner Beaumont's membership to the country club had lapsed last month. He had to wait for the man he was meeting to arrive before they let him in. He smiled and lounged in his chair, but inside it roiled. He'd tried to time it just right, but the man he was meeting was late. Late to meet Tanner Beaumont. That roiled even louder, drowning out the chatter of the room. It shouldn't hurt. If he was honest with himself, Tanner hadn't had a membership for the last 11 years. His wife had. And no one would have cared if they were late meeting Tanner Beaumont for the last 11 years if it hadn't been for Ginny. He'd married Ginny the summer she'd graduated, tying himself to the Caldwell fortune. Sam Caldwell hadn't been thrilled to marry his youngest daughter off at 18, saying she was too young. But Ginny had loved Tanner, wanted him. The Caldwell girls always got what they wanted, even if it was bad for them. Jackson Harwood walked in, his phone to his ear. When he saw Tanner, he made a beeline straight to him. Jackson glared at Tanner and said into the phone,
I want to know every account, every penny for both of them. Send it to me.
He hung up, and Tanner leisurely stood and nodded to him.
Jackson? Tanner? I hear Margaret got herself engaged to Montgomery.
Tanner breathed in, then nodded.
I could have used a heads up.
Tanner realized he should have worked that news himself, should have made himself an intermediary. He'd just been hoping it had been a hallucination brought on by cheap scotch. Tanner said,
It was sudden.
Jackson stared at him a long moment, then jerked his hand, inviting Tanner inside the club with him. Jackson went straight to the bar and ordered 2 Glenmorangie, neat. A little warning bell went off in the back of Tanner's brain. He watched the bartender pour liquid into 2 glasses. He stared at his drink, already tasting it, already wanting it, knowing if he reached for it, it would be gone the second his fingers touched it, knowing if he reached for it, he would reach for another and another. Jackson tossed his back.
I'm not saying I was enjoying having Margaret Caldwell over a barrel. He grinned. But I was enjoying it.
Tanner took a deep breath, still looking at the drink. Jackson ordered another and downed it.
She's a cold bitch, and her father was a bastard. I figured it would take a miracle for her to dig out, and it wouldn't hurt any to have some fun with her. Make her beg for once."
Tanner stuffed his hands into his pockets.
"Did she? Beg?"
Jackson huffed.
"As close as a Caldwell gets." "Which means no."
Jackson turned toward him, leaning against the bar.
"She's a cold bitch, even to you, her brother-in-law. Family, but not really. Isn't that right, Tanner?"
Tanner remembered Maggie sitting him down, firing him. It had hurt. It had stung. And he wouldn't argue with anyone about her being a cold bitch. She wouldn't argue with anyone about that. But it had nothing to do with him not being family. Tanner said,
"She's a fair cold bitch. When she does dig Caldwell Holdings out of the red, she won't hold it against you."
A look of fear entered Jackson's eyes, and Tanner said,
"What did you do?"
Jackson shook his head.
"Nothing that she wouldn't understand. Made credit hard to come by. Interest rates a little high, repayment terms unfavorable. Just made things a little tougher for her than they could be."
Tanner nodded. That was business. Dog eat dog. The big dog getting the best scraps and pissing on the little dogs. And Maggie would understand it was part of the game. If she ever was in a position to return the favor, she would. Tanner nearly smiled when he said,
"But now there's Montgomery." "Fucking Montgomery. How did that happen, Tanner?"
Tanner would have sworn Maggie hadn't seen Cole in years, but he shrugged and said,
"You know how they were."
Maggie had always been Cole's staunch defender. No one could understand it then. No one could see why she always sided with a snarling, sneering kid who liked to talk with his fists. The son of a man who destroyed families, legacies, right and left. Maggie had always said it wasn't his fault who his father was, but Tanner knew from personal experience that the apple hadn't fallen far from that tree. Jackson said,
"Montgomery won't be happy with just getting even."
Tanner smiled. He even laughed a little, because Jackson was staring at Tanner as if he was looking at his own future. Tanner might have the distinction of being Cole's first annihilation, but he wouldn't be the last. Cole only needed an excuse, and Maggie had just handed him a truckload. Tanner said,
"He'll stump you."
He patted Jackson's shoulder.
"You could try and preempt it, give her a call, offer her some better terms before Montgomery tells you to do it."
Jackson nodded. Tanner said,
"Should I tell her you're willing to beg?"
Jackson swore and rubbed his face.
"Think it'll help? You can tell them whatever you want if it'll keep me off Montgomery's shit list." "You think he'll listen to me? You're going to be family, right? Barbecues and whatnot? Get in there, Tanner."
Tanner blinked. He looked around the room, at the handful of men in the room straining to hear their conversation. He had about as much hope of getting either Cole Montgomery or Margaret Caldwell to listen to him as the bartender did. But he did happen to live with the woman. Her sister loved him beyond all reason. He'd spent the last years surviving as the brother-in-law of Margaret Caldwell, and now he'd be related to Cole Montgomery. He knew about working connections, when connections were the only thing you had left, even if those connections were spotty, imaginary. He didn't know if fate had just thrown a bouquet of roses into his lap, or if it was a cactus. All he knew was there was something sitting in his lap full of thorns, and he needed to move carefully. Tanner said, "I do have a project I'm working on. Could use some capital at decent terms." Jackson nodded.
"I'd love to hear about it."
The man Tanner had been waiting for rushed in, looking around frantically. He saw Tanner and relief crossed his face.
"Sorry I'm late. I had a visit from your sister-in-law."
Gary Irvine ordered a stiff drink and shuddered.
"Engaged to Cole Montgomery. The devil must not have been available."
Jackson leaned toward him.
"Is she looking for blood?" "Montgomery is. Sat there the whole time looking like he wanted to rip my head off and eat it,"
he muttered.
Do yourself a favor. Don't look at her legs.
Jackson said,
Come on. What do they want? Better terms? A reduction in payments?
Tanner said,
Margaret will fix cash flow first. She's been cutting expenses.
The men looked at him and nodded. Tanner said,
And then she'll be looking for new revenues. She won't let Cole stomp on you if she can use you.
Gary said,
Think she can stop him?
Tanner thought back to finding the two of them in the pool, the rage in Cole's eyes when Tanner had interrupted them. Hard to tell if it was the interruption or if it was the who was interrupting them. Maggie had told Tanner once that she had Cole in their corner, and look what had happened with that. Tanner wasn't at all sure Maggie could keep Cole on a leash. He shrugged.
It's your best bet.
Someone came and tapped Tanner on the shoulder.
Buy you a drink, Tanner?
He looked down at lovely amber liquid. He pushed it towards Gary and ordered a tonic water. Chapter 8. Maggie sat back, stuffed. Bacon for breakfast, a huge salad for lunch, and now Cole was ordering dessert with a look in his eye that said she'd be eating it, whether he had to spoon it down her throat or not. He looked like he was looking forward to it. She turned her phone back on, surprised to see 5 messages waiting for her. She listened, her smile growing wider and wider with each message. She turned her phone back off, thinking she'd just let everyone wait a little longer. She said, I'm not sure we actually need to see anyone else today.
No more bankers? I only got to scare one.
She patted his hand. We'll still need to work out terms, but it seems as if the news is spreading.
We need to see at least one more. Hammer it home.
She laughed at his eagerness, and when the waitress placed a large brownie sundae between them, it turned into a groan. Cole grabbed a spoon, dipping into the ice cream, the brownie, and taking a large bite. He scooped a slightly smaller bite and brought it to her lips. His other hand reached under the table and grabbed her knee, his fingers sliding under the hem of her skirt. He murmured,
Open up.
She opened her mouth, slowly sucking the ice cream off the spoon. She murmured, Oh, Cole, you're the one who's going to have to stand up when I'm done having my way with this ice cream. He scooped another bite, eating off the same spoon. He said,
Yep, should have thought this through.
He dipped the spoon back in and held it to her lips again. She put her hand on his thigh and squeezed hard. She whispered, If I eat one more bite, I will vomit. He whispered back,
Sounds sexy. I'll make you a deal, Empress. One last bite, one more banker to really get this weekend started, then we go back to my place and take a nap.
She laughed, and he slipped the spoon between her lips. She swallowed, seriously worried it might come back up. She finally said, One more banker, and then you can go home and take a nap, old man.
I said we.
I will be returning phone calls. He dipped the spoon in again and held it to her lips. She leaned back and shook her head. He stared at her a long moment before eating it himself. He said,
If we're not going to take a nap, what else are we going to do?
She said again, I will be returning phone calls.
You're the one who interrupted my work week. You're going to have to keep me entertained.
She shook her head. I don't think so.
We'll go to dinner tonight.
She groaned. No more food.
Then we'll go dancing.
She sighed. Cole. He sat back, a satisfied look on his face.
You want a nap too, admit it.
A nap sounded wonderful. She just wasn't going to take one with him. She said, I'm going to drop you back off at home so you can take a nap, and then I will go do more work. I have even more to do now that the tide is turning.
But now you have someone to help, so really, you have less to do and you can enjoy yourself on a Friday night. We'll go back to work tomorrow. I wasn't expecting you to help me. I'm a full-service fiancé." He wiggled his eyebrows at her, and it took everything she had not to laugh. He said, "Come on, Maggie. What else am I going to do? We're engaged. I can't go out on a Friday night without my fiancé. I need something to do, something to take my mind off that mountain of paperwork we will be going through again." "What about your video games?" He looked interested. "We can do that. I have a first-person shooter I think you'd really like. Blood, guts, bullets. I don't want to oversell it, but there are bankers." "You think I'd like something like that?" "I think you'd love it." She couldn't help but smile at him. "I had no idea you were a gamer." "Recreational only. It's relaxing and fun. Drilling for oil is not always fun." She couldn't picture him sitting still long enough to play a video game. "Do you really get to shoot bankers?" He tapped his fingers on the table. "I'm torn here, because on the one hand I can see you'd come play with me if you could pop a cap in some bankers. So that's a no." "I could have just lied to you." "Why didn't you?" "I don't like lying to you, Maggie." He'd never lied to her, ever. Not told her everything, sure, but he'd never lied. Even when he'd gone back on their deal, he hadn't lied about it. If you asked Cole a straight question, you got a straight answer. And she knew that when he'd said he'd meant to go easy on the Beaumonts, it was true. He hadn't made their deal intending to renege. If she'd known how much Cole and Tanner had hated each other, she might have done things differently. But she hadn't known until years later that Tanner had planned Cole's beating, had watched it, had stood by silently when everyone else involved had been expelled, including Cole. It had hurt to have the blinders ripped from her eyes. It had hurt to have Tanner do it himself, drunk and unrepentant still. It hurt when the person you loved showed themselves to be someone else entirely, especially when that someone was married to your sister. Cole put his hand on hers, and she lifted her eyes from her plate. He said, "I don't like lying, Maggie. The truth is usually ugly enough." A little piece of her heart cracked. She knew why he didn't like to lie. Richard Montgomery had lied to everyone, had gone back on handshakes, spent millions in court to break down a contract he'd signed, laughed in the face of anyone who believed in anything he said or did. Maggie had no idea how many lies he'd told his son, but it looked like it had been enough. She said, "It's too bad there aren't bankers." He nodded. "I don't know why it hasn't been done yet, but there are zombies." "Of course there are zombies." "Aliens?" She wobbled her head. "I can find something for you to shoot up." "Oil drillers?" He grinned. "You want to come over and play with my controller, don't you?" She didn't know what it said about her, but she did. It sounded fun, and she hadn't had fun in a long, long time. He signaled for the check. "How about this? We go play with one more creditor so he can call up his buddies and do our dirty work for us, and I drive us back to my place while you return those calls you keep yapping about, and then we immerse ourselves in blood and guts so we can be relaxed tomorrow when we get back to work." She thought about it while he signed. When he looked back up at her, she said, "I just want to make one thing clear." He sighed. "Fine, no nap." "Yes, no nap. But I was going to say I will not be eating any more bacon." He smiled and slid his hand under her elbow to help her up. "I'll have something delivered for dinner." "I'm not eating again until Monday." She wasn't sure she actually could. "I'd agree with you, but then I'd be lying." "You'll have to tie me down to get anything else past these lips." He looked up and whispered, "Thank you, Lord." This time, she laughed. They'd seen one more of Maggie's creditors,
Though this one hadn't been surprised by the visit, he'd already gotten approval to consolidate the loans and extend the time frame. Cole had been happy to point out that he'd forgotten a rate reduction. Afterward, Cole had driven them home while Maggie listened to even more messages, returning most of them before 5 o'clock rolled around. And then he'd grabbed her phone, happily turned it off, and handed her a controller. They started with spies. Maybe they weren't quite as satisfying as bankers, but the game was a classic. Cole sat in his large recliner and pulled Maggie into his lap. She elbowed him in the gut, trying to climb back out, but he held tight. He said with a wheeze, "I only have one chair." "I'll use a bar stool." "Trust me, this'll be more comfortable. Once I teach you the controls, you can have it all to yourself, if you want." She said, "Is this how you learn to play? Sitting in some man's lap?" "Well, now you just made it creepy." He scooted back, snuggling her between his legs, and pointing to each button and telling her what it did. She said, "How do I know what to shoot at?" "Shoot at everything." And then they got lost in the game, Cole wrapping his hands around hers and pushing the buttons when she was too slow, her fighting him to keep control. She ripped her hands out of his and said, "Stop that! I'm playing." He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulled her close. "You want to be in control all the time." "I do." "Me too. Makes friends hard to come by." She cocked her head, still shooting on screen. "Do you want friends?" "Nope. I got all the friends I need." He put his lips on her cheek, whispered into her ear, "Now that she's come back to me." "Are we friends, Cole?" "We've always been, Maggie. It's just hard people are hard to live with sometimes." They'd been friends first, from that very first moment. His father had bought the property next to the ranch house as soon as he could afford it, to rub it in Sam Caldwell's face, to be a constant irritation. But Cole and Maggie had taken one look at each other, and their souls had clicked. It wasn't love. It was a connection. It was knowing that they were the same kind of people, the same kind of cold, hard steel that was unable, unwilling, to bend to make life easier for others. She, because she was out of the league of every man on the planet. The daughter of a magnate, too smart to not be a threat, her beauty just a tad too far this side of creepy. By the time he'd met her, she was taller than most of the teachers at the school, taller than him, taller than everyone. She'd come into her height early, and she'd refused to hide it. No stooping, no slouching. If the other girls were wearing heels, she'd be wearing heels. Any other school, any other father, and she would have been tormented endlessly. But the sons and daughters of Dallas merely got out of her way. And when she heard the whispering, she responded with a look that said, "Deal with it." And he, because he was unwelcome in both the world he'd been born into and the one he'd ended up in. His father had bankrupted a quarter of the school, and it hadn't started with them. Cole had spent his first 10 years in a slum, knew Spanish just as well as English, and had had plenty of opportunity to build up calluses on his knuckles in his before life. At his new school, with his father, the sons and daughters of Dallas stepped in his way, and when he heard the taunts and jeers, his fists came up, along with a look that said, "I'll make you deal with it." Maggie and Cole had looked at each other, seen the "deal with it" in each other's eyes, and known they weren't alone anymore. Cole had forgotten the last few years what it felt like not to be alone. When Maggie sitting in his lap became more distracting than the game, Cole pushed her out so he could order dinner. She groaned, "I can't eat another bite, really." "I'm so looking forward to tying you up." She glared at him, then turned back to the game and shot everything in sight. He smiled when she gave him a pointed look, and he said, "It helps some, don't it?" She curled back into his chair, her feet going underneath her skirt inching up, her blouse loose. He looked his fill while he dialed, looked at the hair she'd pulled back into a ponytail, and remembered that long-limbed, gangly teenage girl. Wondered where they'd be now if things had been different, if he'd been able to keep his temper. He'd had her in his bed, had her as his friend, his only friend, the only friend he'd ever thought he'd need. Would they have stayed friends, or would he have done something eventually to make them turn on each other? Because what he'd said was true. They were hard people. Odds were they would have butted heads someday. Would they have stayed lovers, or would she have ended that once the Beaumonts were back on their feet? He wasn't sure how he would have handled that. To have Maggie still, just not Oliver. When dinner was delivered, she ate. He didn't even have to threaten her again, and when she only finished half of it, he simply finished it for her. He climbed back in the chair, holding his breath while she debated with herself about climbing back into his lap. She said, "Don't make too much out of this." "I know. It's only because I have one chair." When she was settled, he handed her the controller and said, "But I will definitely be making too much out of this." They played for another hour, Maggie fighting him for the controls less and less, until finally she laid her head back on his shoulder and watched. He paused the game. "You going to sleep here? We can share the bed." She shook her head, yawning. "Then you'd better go home before you fall asleep." She turned her head towards his cheek and said softly, "You were right. This was better than paperwork." And that's so hard to do. Only really good friends can make video games more fun than paperwork. She smiled, and he thought about turning his head to meet her, to touch her lips with his. She was warm and relaxed, here in his lap. Instead, he said, "We were really good friends once, Maggie. I'd like that again." "You should have made it part of our deal." "No, I want to earn it." She sighed. "You didn't earn it the first time. It just was." "Maybe that's why I shit on it, because I didn't have to earn it." She sat up, crawled out of the chair, and went to her shoes. She pulled them on, looking down and saying, "If it had been anyone but Tanner, would you have broken our deal?" "If it had been anyone but Tanner, would you have made that deal in the first place?" He knew she wouldn't have. He said, "You were, He stopped, not so much because of the glint in her eye, but because of his rising blood pressure. She'd been a virgin, 18 years old, Margaret Caldwell, and still a virgin, and she'd bargained it away to a Montgomery like it meant nothing, hadn't even mentioned it. He could be forgiven for thinking they'd just have a little bit of fun, but it hadn't been, for either of them. Not sure either of them had forgiven him for that, either. He hadn't known, God damn it. He looked down at her blood on him and had stared, uncomprehending, and then when he'd figured out what it meant, he'd puked. Puked his guts out while the woman he'd just roughly deflowered patted his back and murmured God knew what. If Tanner fucking Beaumont had been within sight, Cole would have killed him. Would have killed him for being the catalyst to that moment. Cole took deep, cleansing breaths, counted to 10, pictured himself standing at the bottom of a large mountain and pounding it down to dust. Nothing helped. The rage still ate at him. He knew it always would. The tips and tricks weren't meant to dissipate the anger. It was simply meant to occupy himself until the urge to lash out passed, until he was strong enough to chain the beast back up. He'd spent years trying to excise the beast until, defeated, he realized he was the beast. The beast was him. He would spend his life chaining that part of himself back up. When he looked at Maggie again, she was watching him. And she laughed, surprising him, making him jump. She shook her head, chuckling, the humor clear on her face. She said, "We couldn't have screwed that whole thing up more if we'd been trying." His anger dissipated in the face of her laughter, and he followed her out the door. She was still smiling when she looked up into the night sky, at the stars sparkling brightly. He said, "What do you think would have happened if I'd honored my end of the deal?" "Most likely my father would have found out about us and strung you up to the nearest tree, by the balls." "Moving on to the second most likely?" Her teeth flashed in the moonlight. "Your father would have found out." He stood there quietly, imagining the horrifying scenario. He said, "There was just no escaping me swinging by the balls, was there?" She headed down the stairs, her laughter trailing behind her. He followed her to her car, and when she opened the door, he said, "It would have hurt less, Maggie. I hope you know that." "I don't know that. My father and your father both wanting the same thing? Do you think they would have helped each other, each grabbed a leg?" Cole shuddered. He said, "Anyone in Dallas will tell you, the only thing worse than the Montgomerys and Caldwells fighting is the Montgomerys and Caldwells teaming up." When she smiled her cold smile, he said, "What would you have done after they stopped trying to unman me?" She cocked her head, looked beyond him. She finally said, "I would have cut you down. We already know I like you best when you're lying unconscious in my lap." "Would you have cried?" "Most likely. I was pretty attached to your balls at that point." He smiled because he remembered it fondly. "And then? Would it have worked? Made us back off each other?" "I don't think we know how to back off. We would have just run off together, left Texas for California, maybe." He looked up at the stars and pictured them in California. He finally nodded. "I'd accept California." "We'd start fresh, no father's shadow to break free from, to climb out from under. I would have been Margaret Caldwell instead of one of those Caldwells, and you'd have been Cole Montgomery instead of the son of that Montgomery." It sounded so nice, he didn't know why he hadn't done that anyway. He said, "We would have got married. You'd have been Margaret Montgomery." She put her nose in the air and said imperiously, "I would have never been a Montgomery, even if I'd married you." "Caldwell Montgomery?" "Never." He imagined them in California, starting fresh, just the two of them. "You think we would have really gone?" "Yes. There would have been nothing left to stay for." "Because Tanner had chosen your sister?" She said the ugly truth. "Yes, and because my father would have disowned me." He felt the punch in his gut. "You think you would have stayed with me, even then?" She said softly, "I would never have left you, Cole. Only way off that cliff was to be pushed." She climbed into her car, shutting the door with a thunk, cutting the past off with a thunk. He wasn't sure he believed her, but he'd been right. Swinging by the balls would have hurt far, far less. He watched her taillights until she turned a corner, the trees and bushes blocking his view, stood there, and pictured where they'd be now if he'd only chosen differently. Chapter 9. Maggie shouldn't have sat in Cole's lap, either time, but he'd put those strong arms around her, and Maggie had felt safe, warm and safe and protected, and yes, wanted. It had been a long time since she'd felt any of those emotions. Oh, there had been other men since Cole, but those had been, as he'd so delicately put it, a scratch that needed itching. Not since she'd lain in Cole's arms 12 years ago had she felt that she was with someone who wouldn't falter. Whatever came, he could deal with it. Whatever she brought, he could deal with it. High maintenance? She'd heard herself described as such a time or two, and she couldn't argue with it. She liked Cole's word better. Hard. A hard woman? No, hard wasn't much better than high maintenance, even if both words described her accurately. Maggie pulled into her driveway, noting an unfamiliar Mercedes. She turned off the ignition and sat in the dark. All she wanted was to take a shower and go to bed. She was so full, so relaxed. Her stomach didn't hurt, a miracle all its own, and she wanted to lay in bed and remember what it felt like to have Cole wrapped around her, because she wouldn't do it again. She only had so much self-control. He'd make one invitation too many and she'd say yes, and where would that leave them? Right now she was thinking it would leave them pretty happy, and she couldn't quite remember why that was bad. Come on, Maggie. Remember what happened when you mixed up your friend with your enemy? It was hard to remember with Cole, partly because she didn't want to believe he was her enemy. She hadn't wanted to believe it 12 years ago, either. She would just have to walk that fine line. Forgive, but not forget. Use him to help her, just keep those arms away from her. Keep that hard chest, those long fingers, away from her. And not sit in his lap. She glared at the Mercedes keeping her from a cold shower, trying to connect it to a face, a name. If she knew who was inside, she could go in prepared. As it was, she was debating whether to go in relaxed and unkempt or to tuck in her blouse and tidy herself up. She finally decided she didn't care enough to make the effort, and her untucked blouse would hide the fact that she'd eaten more today than she had in the last week. She took out her ponytail, fluffed her hair, and looked at herself in the mirror. She looked soft and relaxed, not hard at all, and Maggie smiled humorlessly. Caution. Objects in mirror are harder than they appear. Once inside, she found Ginny and Tanner entertaining Jackson Harwood. They all stopped talking at her entrance, eyeing her. Ginny blinked a few times, then smiled. Tanner blanked his face, and Maggie realized he was sober. Jackson was not. He said, "I guess that answers that." Maggie sat, crossing her ankles and for once wishing her skirt was longer. I didn't realize there was any question. "You and Cole haven't been seen together in years, and then boom, you're engaged?" She nodded. "I guess it does seem unlikely. Especially considering what he did to Tanner here." Maggie looked at Tanner, at his clear, if hooded eyes. She said, "It hasn't been easy on him." Jackson leaned forward. "But maybe it's not so surprising considering what you did to him." She didn't look at Tanner again. "Birds of a feather." "A pair of vultures, you mean?" "I could say the same of you." Jackson snorted, though not because he disagreed with her. "And just how much is it going to cost Cole to buy himself a respectable name? Maybe he doesn't know that quality has suffered the last couple years, and Caldwell isn't worth what it once was." Maggie would cut off her right hand before she showed Jackson how that hurt. Cole was right. The truth was pretty ugly. Jackson looked down at her legs, at her shoes. "Or maybe it's not your name he's buying." Maggie imagined kicking him in the teeth. "Whatever it is you think Cole is buying, know this. He prefers to get others to pay." When he looked back up, she smiled at him. She said, "People like you." "Seems like I'll have to pay whatever he wants since I don't have a pair of thighs he can slide between." "You do. I'm just not sure he'd take you up on the offer." That seemed to quiet him for a minute, and Maggie pictured Jackson Harwood sitting in Cole's lap playing video games. She'd always wondered if perhaps her sense of humor was a little off-kilter, because the thought made her chuckle a little. Jackson leaned forward, an ugly look on his face. "If he did, it would be because he was trying to warm back up." Maggie settled back in her chair, Jackson's refrain on her coldness in bed familiar ground. "Jackson, you are drunk. I'm not sure you're even going to remember this conversation. I'll have to remind you of it, Sometime when Cole is around to hear."
Jackson's face turned red, and he flung his arms out. "He's going to crush me anyway."
"True, but now he'll crush you with his fists as well."
"What do you want, Margaret? I don't want to end up like Tanner here."
Maggie looked at Tanner and wanted to crush Jackson herself. Tanner shook his head at her. His eyes still shuddered. Ginny went to stand behind him, her hands on his shoulders. Maggie said, "First, an apology." Jackson closed his eyes, put his head in his hands. He whispered,
"I'm sorry."
Maggie's eyes widened, and she was glad Jackson wasn't looking at her to see it. He must be afraid indeed if he would capitulate that quickly. Made Maggie wonder what else she could get him to do. She was not above being petty, but there was a better way of making him pay. Maggie said, "And I want my rate down to 2% and a 1-year moratorium." Jackson blanched, opening his eyes to stare horrified at her.
"You know I can't do that."
She smiled, remembering Cole saying she didn't want anyone to agree to her terms. Here, at least, he was right. She stayed silent, letting Jackson Harwood come to his own conclusion about whether he wanted to take his chances with Cole Montgomery. It didn't take him long to decide. He said,
"And you'll keep Montgomery off me?"
She nodded, wishing she could say otherwise. He sighed deeply, then nodded in return.
"Deal. I'll have the papers ready first thing Monday morning."
"Excellent. Now get out of my house." He stood shakily.
"If you weren't such a bitch, if Montgomery wasn't every bit his father's son, this would have gone differently."
She huffed out a laugh. "That's probably true, Jackson. It also would have gone differently if you weren't such a pig." Tanner stood, stepping between them and grabbing Jackson's arm, leading him to the door. Ginny said, "We called a car for him." Maggie nodded, and when the door closed behind the men, Ginny said, "Ugh, why do we deal with him? Business is war. Sometimes you have to work with those you'd rather be shooting. My only consolation is he probably feels the same about us." Maggie pushed away the ugliness, tried a little laugh. He does now. Ginny's eyes wandered to Maggie's untucked blouse, up to her loose hair. "You seem pretty okay with throwing Cole's weight around." "I use the tools at my disposal." "Mm-hmm. If that were true, you would have told Jackson that heat wasn't a problem with Cole." She could have, but she liked to think she'd matured in the last decade. And she knew Jackson hadn't forgotten the first time she'd compared him unfavorably. Not entirely her fault, since he'd been telling anyone who would listen how frigid she was in bed. Jackson Harwood had not been one of her brighter ideas, but when a girl wanted to erase the feel of someone's arms, replace the image of a certain someone leaning over her in the dark, she was not always as picky as she should be. Maggie resisted the urge to shift in her seat. "It's not what it looks like." "Really? Because you look happy." "I thought I looked tired." Ginny nodded. "Tired and relaxed and happy. Did you spend the whole day together?" Maggie remembered that the day had started at 5. "Yes." She smiled. "And it looks like it was pretty productive if it got Jackson Harwood here and drunk." "He hooked on to Tanner at the club and wouldn't shake loose. I texted you." Maggie dug through her purse, finding her phone, remembering Cole had turned it off. "Sorry, I would have told you to get rid of him." "Because you were busy?" "Playing video games." Ginny laughed. "Cole plays video games? You play video games?" "It seems as unlikely as Cole and I getting engaged, but it's true nonetheless." "Your secret is safe with me." Maggie smiled, wondering if anyone would believe they'd spent the evening shooting spies. She said, "Thanks, but it won't happen again." "Why not?" "It was a nice break, but I have too much to do to spend an evening wasting it with video games." Ginny waved towards the door. "It wasn't wasted, remember?" Tanner came back in, heading straight for the liquor. He filled a tumbler half full and downed it. Then he refilled it and turned around. He said, "I spent the whole day at the club. Jackson was the worst of them, but everyone is running scared." Maggie smiled, imagining the club filled with hand-wringing men. There were a few of them who, if she was the vindictive kind, should be worried. But she'd always thought success was the best revenge. Unless your name was Jackson Harwood. "Thank you, Tanner." His soberness seemed even more noteworthy now. He'd spent the day at the club and he hadn't had a drink? Spent the day at the club listening to men bitch and complain about her and Cole? Well, maybe he'd had his own reward after all. He said, "They don't know what to make of you two, except that this can't be good. They want to know what you want, what will make you happy now that you've hooked yourself a big fish." Maggie pursed her lips, unhappy that she hadn't been enough on her own terms. First, she'd been her father's daughter, and now she was Cole's woman. Not successful, except when she was standing behind a man's name. She said, "What did you tell them?" "That you want to save Caldwell, and Cole wants to smash." She nodded. "That was good thinking." Tanner took another sip, looking down into the glass. "Didn't take a real genius to come up with that. I'm not even sure I was the one who did." Ginny said, "And they might not think Cole is the only one who wants to smash after they hear the deal you made with Jackson tonight. That kind of deal is reserved for him only. I couldn't help myself." Although a 1-year moratorium would really help. Her debt was strangling her, and she might be loosening the noose a bit, but survival was nowhere near guaranteed. She was almost sorry there was only one Jackson Harwood she could browbeat. Tanner said, "It won't take much to convince everyone that Jackson gets his own special deal. I might even be able to spin it as you being willing to work with anyone if you're willing to work with him." Maggie stared at Tanner, wondering if it was fair to use him, wondering what was in it for him. He saw her look and said, "They'll listen to me. They think I hate Cole and that I'm on their side." Cole wasn't the only one Tanner had reason to hate. Maggie said, "Are they wrong?" If she could come up with any solution other than firing him, she would have. You don't fire family. She still felt like she'd thrown him overboard, the first casualty of their sinking ship. He downed the rest of his drink, sighing softly. "Oh, I hate Cole, and I would return the favor and destroy him if I could." Ginny went to him, sliding her arms around his waist. She said with conviction, "You wouldn't. Not if it meant hurting us, too." He looked down at her and whispered, "Never." And no matter what Cole had done, no matter what Maggie had done, she knew that was true. Tanner would never do anything to hurt her sister. Never do anything to hurt Caldwell Holdings on purpose. The company belonged to Ginny just as much as Maggie, even if both of them forgot it occasionally. Tanner put his drink down, wrapping his arms around his wife, and Maggie pretended not to see the shimmer of tears in Ginny's eyes. They said love was blind. Maggie's had been. She'd loved, blind to Tanner's faults. But somewhere in the years since Ginny had married Tanner, Maggie had realized that real love, lasting love, wasn't blind. It was wide-eyed and accepting. It was give and take. It weighed the good against the bad. It saw all the dark recesses and didn't wither. Lasting love was about balance, and Ginny and Tanner balanced each other. Maggie rose, leaving them alone and heading for a shower. no longer needing a cold one, thanks to Jackson Harwood. And she again imagined kicking him in the teeth, and for good measure, Cole smashing in his face. A 1-year moratorium might not feel as good, but hopefully it would hurt more in the end. A 2% interest rate would be the gift that kept on giving. And if she wished she could let Cole loose, watch him destroy the man, oh well. She could always picture the look on Jackson's face when he realized that was what she wanted to do, that he really was going to have to pay to keep that from happening. She smiled and thought she just might need a cold shower after all. Tanner refilled his glass again, taking it to the chair and sighing when he sat down. Ginny followed to sit in his lap, and when he snuggled into her, when he didn't push her away, she almost cried. He said, "I've got a few meetings lined up to discuss projects in exchange for putting in a good word with Maggie and Cole." She pulled her head off his shoulder and he grinned at her. He said, "I don't know why they think Cole will listen to me, but I will not look a gift horse in the mouth, and I know Maggie will be fair anyway." "Except if you piss her off like Jackson." "He has a talent. It takes a lot for Maggie to lose her temper." "He deserved it." Tanner nodded. If she'd heard him at the club, she would have called Cole up herself and told him to have at it. "And you didn't stand up for her?" "Why would I? She doesn't need me to protect her. She does just fine by herself." Ginny frowned at him, and he ran his hand down his hair. He said softly, "And everyone thinks I hate her just as much as Cole." He should hate Ginny just as much as well. She'd known that Maggie was going to fire him, had known that the debt would have kept piling up if they didn't, and had been afraid that they would lose everything. She put her head back down and squeezed him, holding him to her, the guilt eating her. Tanner said, "I don't hate her. She's stepped on my pride, that's all." Ginny squeezed him harder. "That's all?" He squeezed her back. "I'll survive. That might be my special talent, to use whatever I have to survive." She was quiet at that, remembering how unhappy her father had been when they'd married, how he'd thought Tanner was just marrying her for money, for connections. But Daddy had been wrong. Tanner hadn't married her for any reason except he loved her. He'd married her then because he'd needed her money and connections. And what good would it have done to wait, when he'd needed her then? They would have married eventually anyway. Ginny would have followed him to the ends of the earth. But she preferred to stay in Texas. Ginny said, "I'd like to come with you when you go discuss your projects." "You would?" She nodded, looking back up. "I'd like to know what you're looking at, thinking of. Maybe we can be partners, bounce ideas off each other, maybe start something together, just us." "Doesn't Maggie need you?" "She has Cole now." Tanner was quiet, took another long sip, and finally said, "You think she does?" "What do you mean?" "Cole is not trustworthy. She should know that, and I don't know why she's trusting him." "They were good friends for a long time." Tanner gave her a disbelieving look, and she said, "Maybe he feels bad about that." "And maybe he's just looking for a way to do the same to her, as he did to my family." "I don't think he is. Why would he help save Caldwell if all he wanted to do was destroy it?" "Because he's Cole Montgomery. How many times did his father make a contract only to turn around and break it, to use it to destroy? It's in his blood." Ginny said, "We can't judge him by his father." "No, we can judge him by what he did." "And what he hasn't done again since?" Tanner said, "He hasn't been in a position to do it again since. He was working his way out of his own bankruptcy, too busy with his wells. But now he has the time and the means, and the opportunity." She didn't have an answer to that, and Tanner said, "He hates me, Ginny. He'll destroy anything that is connected to me." It was a long time ago, Tanner.
You think either one of us has forgotten?
Tanner hadn't. Common sense would say Cole hadn't either. Ginny said, "And what if Cole does destroy Caldwell? It would have been lost without him anyway. If he wants to destroy it after saving it, is anything really lost?"
You think it won't matter to Maggie? To have hope again and then lose it? Lose it to someone who was supposed to be helping her?
Ginny knew it would destroy her sister. Maggie had been friends with Cole for years, had been sleeping with Cole when he'd bankrupted Tanner's family. But that had been the end. Maggie hadn't seen him again. She'd become harder, more closed, less trusting, more alone. Maggie had been betrayed once. To trust again and then be betrayed again? Who could survive that? Ginny remembered how Maggie had looked tonight. Happy. Soft. She said, "She has Cole right now. Whether or not he's trustworthy, we'll just have to see. I'd still like to be a part of what you're doing. Still like to make something of us together." Tanner needed her. No maybe about it. If her sister needed her later, so be it. But right now, Maggie was okay. Tanner stood, carefully pushing her off his lap. He walked to the drinks and stared down. He said softly, "I'm sorry, Ginny. Sorry that I can't give you anything you want." Ginny closed her eyes. Oh, how it hurt. They didn't talk about it, but it lay there between them. A gaping black void they thought would be filled with children, filled with a future, and now there was nothing. They'd tried and they'd tried, and now there was no money to try anything else. Ginny followed him, hugging his back. She laid her head against him and listened to his heart. She said, "I have what I want. I wouldn't choose anyone else for a dozen children." He laughed bitterly. "No children, no money, no job. You'd do better on your own." "If that was really true, I would have left you already."
"You stay because of loyalty."
"No, I stay because I love you. I stay because I like you. I stay because you're mine." She crawled under his arm to look him in the eye. "I didn't marry you because of the children you'd give me. I just assumed that would follow. I didn't marry you for the fortune you want to make back. I married you because I love you. I married you because I like you." He shook his head.
"There is nothing to like about a failure."
"Tanner, you can't help success. It's luck. Whether something works out or not depends on outside factors. How many men came out the same time as our grandfathers, did the same things with no results? They were in the right place at the right time. Their wealth was built on luck. You can't judge yourself a failure if success is based on luck. You can only judge yourself against how hard you work. You have to be happy with that, no matter what the results are."
"The results are we will be living in a cockroach-infested apartment with rags on our back."
"I'd be happy living in that cockroach-infested apartment as long as it was with you. Because I know you will be working to get us out. Because you see what isn't but what could be. Because you have hope in the future. That's worth liking. That's worth loving."
"Even if we never get out?"
"Yes." He pushed her hair back from her face and said,
"I'm not willing to leave it to luck."
"No, you have to work for it, too. You just can't base your self-worth on whether you're successful or not, whether we're successful or not. I'd like to be a part of it. Let's make something together, Tanner. Just the two of us."
"And when Cole does what he does? When Maggie needs you?"
When she didn't say anything, he shook his head, stepping away from her.
"You chose me over your dad when we got married. I think that's why he let us get married, honestly. But not Maggie. Never Maggie."
"I'm sorry."
"Don't be sorry, Ginny. Loyalty isn't a fault. I just don't want you to ever have to choose again."
She said, I'd choose you.
He sighed as if he didn't believe her, and she said again,
I'd choose you, Tanner. Next time, I'd choose you.
There won't be a next time.
Ginny was half afraid he was right. Chapter 10. Maggie was awoken a few hours later by a light tapping at her window. Halfway through shaving a haircut, she flung the sheet off, glancing at the clock and cursing when she saw it read 4:30. She padded to the window, raising the blinds to glare at Cole. He grinned and held up 2 cups of coffee. When she opened the window, he said,
I brought sex too, if you hurry.
What do you want?
To get even, obviously, and to make you think twice about waking me up so early without any kind of incentive.
She looked at the cup in his hand. Point taken. Next time I wake you up, I'll be sure to bring something scalding hot I can throw at you. Or wait, just give me that one.
Cole shook his head. Cranky. You'll feel better after you say it. She narrowed her eyes and he said, I know you're thinking it. Just say it.
No.
Stop being a lady. It's only me.
She waved toward her clock and said it. It's 4:30.
He chuckled, a deep, low sound in the dark that made her stomach wobble, made her think of other activities that happened in the dark. He said, Feel better?
No, I'm still awake.
Awake's good. We've got paperwork to do.
She started to close the window. Come back in 4 hours.
Nope. We've got a date with a sunrise, a blanket, and a watering hole.
She raised her eyebrows at him, and he said,
Just trying to keep the good times rolling. Yesterday went better than I could have hoped.
Taking me out to the watering hole is not going to do the trick.
When was the last time you were out there?
Oh, about 16 years ago. He grinned at her.
You could have got it back, if you'll remember.
She pursed her lips. I remember.
Good thing one of us is willing to forgive and forget.
Perhaps you should remember that the person who is willing to forgive and forget is not me. She started to shut the window again, and he said,
I'll just go ring the doorbell a few times.
You know I don't take well to threats.
It's all I've got.
She crossed her arms. Find something else.
I already offered sex.
He held up a cup.
And coffee.
I don't know why you think that would work. He sipped.
Wishful thinking? But I did get some creamer for the coffee. Caramel macchiato.
Maggie glanced at the cup he was holding, and he said,
I probably should have led with that.
She cleared her throat. I'm not eating again until Monday.
It's not eating, it's coffee. But I suppose that means you don't want the donuts I've got in the truck.
Her stomach woke up at the mention of donuts. What was it about overeating? She could go months without caring for food, but one day of stuffing her face, and her willpower wobbled at the mention of donuts. She said, You should have led with the donuts. He took another sip, smacking his lips.
I honestly thought I was going to have to hold you down to get you to eat them.
You were looking forward to it, weren't you?
Little bit.
She thought about donuts, thought about washing it down with sweet, rich coffee, and said, I don't want to do paperwork at 4:30 in the morning.
Believe me, that makes 2 of us. But I have a point to make.
She cocked her head. If I go with you, we'll call it even?
Even. I don't want you coming over tomorrow at 4 for paperwork.
She nodded, shutting the window, ignoring his suggestion to leave those shorts on. A few minutes later, she hopped into the cab of his truck dressed in jeans and running shoes. Cole handed her a coffee, and she took a long sip, the brew rich and bitter and sweet on her tongue, and she noted the donut box sitting on the seat between them. Cole flipped open the box, picking one out and taking a big bite before turning on the ignition. Maggie made herself wait until they turned onto the main road before she picked out a maple bar, just to give her flagging willpower a little punishment. Cole laughed at her and reached for another. They ate and drank in companionable silence, the dark confines of the truck cozy. She wouldn't ever say it out loud, but Cole was right. The truck was more comfortable than her car. He drained his coffee, sighing. He smiled over at her, and she raised her eyebrows in question. He said, "I like watching you eat." "Just how long have you been without a girlfriend, Cole?" He chuckled, pulling onto an overgrown dirt track. "Long enough." They bounced along until they pulled up to a pool of water, the sky just beginning to lighten. Maggie got out, plopping her hands onto her hips, turning in a circle, taking in the watering hole, the trampled muddy edges, the liberal smattering of cow patties. She said, "It looks the same, maybe smaller." He looked at her expression and nodded. "Why is it that the things you love as a kid are a little disgusting as an adult?" Maggie laughed. "It really is disgusting. I used to love wading around the edges. Now I'm wondering why I didn't catch some horrible disease." Cole put down the gate on the truck and jumped up. He unrolled 2 camping mats, putting a cardboard box between them. Maggie sighed at the proof that they really were going to do paperwork so early in the morning, then squared her shoulders and handed her briefcase up to Cole before climbing up the wheel. He said, "Why didn't we ever come out here when we were sneaking around? Lots of privacy out here." "Maybe because I would have stopped sneaking around with you if you'd reminded me about it." "Teenage boys do have a sixth sense about that sort of thing." Maggie sat down cross-legged, opening her briefcase and snorting. "I doubt men ever outgrow that sixth sense." She pulled out a printed spreadsheet. Squinting at it in the early morning light, she said, "This isn't going to work. I, at least, didn't wake you up uselessly." She looked up to find him watching her. He said, "We can snuggle under the blanket until the sun comes up." "No." She wiggled around on the mat. "I might take a little cat nap, though." Cole handed her a blanket, then sat down, safe on the other side of the box. Maggie lay down, throwing the blanket over her even though the morning was warm enough without it. She said, "I've gotten new terms with nearly a third of my creditors. I think by the end of next week, it'll be almost all of them." "Already?" She grinned. "Apparently, the thought of you and me scares some people." Cole smiled. "I'm glad you're enjoying yourself." "Oh, I am. Jackson Harwood was waiting for me when I got home last night, and believe me, that's a change." "I believe it. He was gouging you." She shrugged. "Beggars can't be choosers. I knew they were terrible terms, but I needed cash." "I hope you didn't let him off the hook too easy." "No, but he brings out the worst in me." "I thought I brought out the worst in you." She laughed. "Sometimes, but you don't call me a frigid whore, or words to that effect." There was silence where Cole sat, and Maggie closed her eyes, and imagined one more time Cole smashing his fist into Jackson's face. Cole said, "He said what?" Maggie opened her eyes. "I made him pay for it. I'm only sorry you weren't there to see it. I know you would have liked to watch." "You can't have done anything to make him pay for that." She rolled onto her elbow, not trying to hide her smile. 2% and a 1-year moratorium." Cole blinked. "Whatever happened to fair and equitable?" "I didn't want him to agree." He smiled and lay down on his side, facing her. "I'm still going to smash his face in." Maggie sighed. "No, you're not. He apologized. That was part of the deal." He shrugged. "Still going to." "You think anyone is going to work with me if you go around making my word worthless?" "You think I'm going to let you work with a man like that?" "I've been doing it for years. I don't see why adding you into the equation makes any difference. Cole flopped onto his back.
He's a shit, and he deserves a fist in the face.
She said, yes and yes. He was also pretty drunk.
Is that an excuse?
No, just a comment. Cole said,
You shouldn't have told me.
I know. He also called me a bitch. He thought about it for a minute, then said,
Nope, can't beat him up for that. It's the truth.
She laughed. But you can for calling me a frigid whore? He nodded.
Yep, 'cause they're both lies.
She watched the thin clouds roll slowly across the sky, looked at the horizon getting brighter and brighter. She had been frigid, with Jackson, but she thought that sex would always be like how it had been with Cole, hot and fun and mind-erasing. She'd been unprepared for it not to be. She'd also been unprepared for it to be circulated as gossip. Cole said softly, You sure I can't plant my fist in his face? She turned her head to see him watching her. I'm okay. I've been dealing with Jackson Harwood for a long time, and his 1-year moratorium nearly gives me a positive cash flow.
And that makes it okay?
To me it does. I wish there were a few more of him, actually.
Guess I'll have to be happy with that.
Guess so. The sun broke over the horizon, and Maggie closed her eyes against the blinding light, felt the rays warm upon her face, thought about keeping her eyes closed and taking a little nap, and then didn't think anymore. When she woke up, the sun was higher in the sky, and Cole was breathing heavily next to her. She watched him, looked her fill, traced his dark eyelashes, his slightly crooked nose from one fight too many, and thought it was nice to have a friend again, an enemy who sometimes felt like a friend. She had family, her sister, but no friends, never had had any, except Cole. He opened his eyes and smiled at her. She smiled back, and felt one more angry, hurtful memory become just a memory. If she wasn't careful, she'd be forgiving him in no time. He sat up, stretching, and she said, Finally got my nap. They worked for hours, until they were sweaty and sticky, until the papers were limp with the humidity. And at the end, Maggie had a list of creditors she still needed to contact, and a near surety that in a month or two she would stop spending more money than she was making. It felt good. It felt hopeful. They rolled up the camping mats, and Cole said,
You're not gonna come over at 4 o'clock tomorrow, right?
I'm not going to come over at all. He narrowed his eyes.
I'll be out at Midland again Monday. I won't be here if you need me.
She nodded. I can take it from here. And as Ginny says, I'm pretty okay with swinging your weight around even when you're not there.
Hot.
She chuckled. You're easy.
Pretty easy. What about you?
He jumped down, holding a hand up to her. She ignored it to sit on the tailgate. I'm not easy at all.
What if it was just one little kiss? This place needs a memory. A good memory.
He looked around.
'Cause frankly, I don't want to ever come out here again.
Maggie looked too, and decided she was finally willing to let this watering hole go. Her father had spent years grumbling about losing it, but now she realized it hadn't been the watering hole. It had been the defeat. Cole stepped between her swinging legs and said,
I've been thinking about California.
California? Then she remembered that's where she'd said they would have gone, if things had been different. He said,
I'm glad we didn't go. This is where we belong.
You're just glad you didn't end up swinging by the balls.
Yep, and I'm glad we could come out to the watering hole together.
Maggie said, They don't have watering holes in California?
Not this one.
He cupped her face in his hands, then just looked at her. He said,
I had a good time yesterday.
It was productive.
It was good. Today, too.
When she didn't disagree with him, he whispered,
We always have a good time together, don't we, Maggie?
She whispered back, Almost always. He leaned down slowly, his blue eyes so bright she couldn't look anywhere else. She wrapped her hands around his wrists, not sure if she wanted to push him away or hurry him up. He put his lips on hers, still watching her, taking his sweet time, tasting her lips, in no rush to move things along. Maybe not even wanting to move things along, just happy to have her close, their breaths mingling. When she finally closed her eyes, finally leaned into him, he sighed and wrapped his arms around her, his lips soft and relaxed against hers, his arms warm, holding her loosely. It was a slow kiss, sweet and warm, a kiss that made her wish they were different people, made her wish they had a different history, a different future. He pulled back and looked at her, then said,
That's a good memory.
She smiled. Now can we get out of here?
Tired of Ode to Cow Patty?
She'd forgotten all about it. But she nodded, and he stepped back. Maggie hopped down, forcing her legs to walk, forcing herself to turn away from him, wishing Cole wasn't hot and fun and mind-erasing. Because it hadn't been the sex, it had been him. It had been them together. When they hopped into the truck, Cole blasted the air conditioner, and Maggie nearly groaned with relief. He said,
Once you're back in the black, we'll have to figure out what to do with that extra cash.
I'm taking suggestions.
I've got a watering hole I could sell you.
She snorted. Forget it. I don't want it back. He smiled, putting the truck into gear.
Good. Now, where are we going for lunch?
Chapter 11. Monday morning, Cole left later than usual. He parked outside an exclusive gated community with a clear view of the expensive cars coming out, and waited. He leaned against his truck, crossing one booted foot over the other and hooking his thumbs in his belt. He nodded a few times to drivers exiting, getting jerky nods back, and tried not to smile when he saw relief in their eyes as he let them pass. He watched cars leave until it was Jackson Harwood on the other side, and then he pushed himself off his truck and meandered over as the gate swung open. When Jackson saw Cole, he froze. Cole walked up to the car and knocked on the window. He could see Jackson debating whether to roll the window down or not, but the man finally decided to take his medicine. Cole said,
Margaret says I'm not allowed to put my fist through your face, no matter how much I may want to.
Jackson gulped. Cole continued,
She'd be unhappy if she knew I was talking to you at all. I don't know about you, but I try to keep her happy. I'll be the first to tell you she holds a grudge.
Jackson looked at him then.
A grudge? You ruined an entire family,
Cole said.
Women just don't understand that business is business, I guess. Is that what you were doing, charging her exorbitant rates? Just doing business?
Jackson relaxed against his seat.
She was desperate. I charged accordingly.
Cole watched another car pull up behind Jackson.
And she returned the favor, didn't she? Because now you're desperate to keep me from buying up all your debt. You've got enough for me to work with, don't you, Jackson? Margaret said if I gave her that measly 2% and a moratorium, she would keep you chained up.
Cole smiled at him.
Did she? Can't help but love the woman, can you?
Jackson turned his head slowly, clearly wondering if Cole was serious. Cole squinted up to the sky.
Here's the problem with your deal, Jackson. She'd been good friends with Tanner. She liked him. And she made me suffer for my sins. But you, she doesn't like. She might be mad for a time or two that I made her word worthless, but she'll get over it. My guess is she'll get over it mighty fast."
When he looked back down at Jackson, Cole could see him digesting that ugly truth. Jackson finally said,
"So now what?" "So now you send over the paperwork to Margaret this morning, and you get Parnell and Gould to do the same. You three gave her the worst rates, the worst terms. You had a good time sticking it to her. Now you can have a good time moaning to each other while you play golf."
"They'll never do it." Cole shrugged.
"Well now, I might not smash their faces in since they didn't insult my fiancée to her face."
He paused, enjoying watching Jackson shrink in his seat.
"But I will certainly move my money. I will certainly start buying up the debts of you three at a premium."
The fear came back into Jackson's eyes, and he said,
"I can't promise anything."
Cole nodded and patted the top of the car.
"Me neither, Jackson."
And he walked back to his truck. Chapter 12. Cole's day was busier than usual, the natural result of 2 workdays lost, but he couldn't feel even a twinge of regret about it. And when Maggie called, he couldn't help his smile as he shut his door.
"Missed me, Empress? I thought you could go a day at least."
Sunday night he'd shown up unannounced to coerce her into dinner, finally taking her into Burgers. He was getting the distinct impression Maggie was fond of junk food, the junkier the better, though she looked like she indulged just about never. He was not above using that to his advantage, and while she'd eaten with him happily, had held his hand in public without comment, he hadn't kissed her again. He dropped her home, said God knew what, and left without pulling her close. He was regretting that right now. Should have kissed the damn woman. She said, "What did you do?" He cocked his head.
"Got to narrow it down. Give me a clue?"
"Charles Parnell. Says he'll send the paperwork right over. 2% and a moratorium."
"Must have talked with his buddy, Jackson. I paid him a little visit before heading out this morning."
There was a long pause, and he said,
"I didn't touch him."
"Then why is Parnell giving me the same deal? Handing it to me on a platter?"
"Because they're friends. Because they conspired to give you shit terms. And because now you can stop worrying about the drain and start making money."
Maggie said, "There is a difference between me swinging your weight around and you throwing it around on my behalf."
"I know you think there is."
"You going to fix all my problems for me, Cole? I'll just go lay out by the pool and relax while you take care of everything?" Cole said,
"I would if you'd let me, but you want to keep all the fun to yourself."
"The fun? Yes, picking up my pride and wiping away the dirt is fun. I'd appreciate it if you'd let me do it."
"Pride, Maggie?"
"Yes, Cole. Since I realized how bad things were, my pride's been laying crumpled on the floor. I made a deal with Jackson Harwood. You think a high interest rate and terrible repayment terms was all he wanted?" Cole's hand clenched into a fist.
"Please don't tell me that I have to drive back today and beat the shit out of him."
"He just wanted to lord it over me, make me pay for an unfavorable comparison I made about him. But my pride has had enough. I don't want revenge. I do want everyone to know that I'm done simpering. Done." Cole remembered the "if" in her eyes, remembered how she looked as if she was asking. He sat down slowly, drumming his fingers on the desk. He said,
"I'm not going to apologize for Harwood or Parnell."
He paused.
"Or Gould."
He heard her blow out a breath, and he said,
"But I won't do it again. And I should have at least let you watch me scare the piss out of him."
He could hear the anger fading from her voice when she asked, "You didn't touch him at all?" He smiled.
"I knew you wouldn't really care if I kicked his ass, but the threat of violence seemed to be enough. Pretty sure he had to change his pants afterward."
Maggie sighed. I guess that'll have to do. I would have liked to watch.
Just what is it between you and Harwood? I thought I was the only one you kept an unwarranted grudge against.
He kept telling everyone I was frigid. I let it be known it was hard to get into the mood when the equipment was smaller than I was used to.
Cole's lips pulled back in a grimace. When was this?
Years ago. After us.
You?
He hadn't thought she'd been celibate for the last 12 years. Maybe he'd been happy to not know for sure. So she'd slept with other men. Hell, he'd given himself plenty of opportunities to forget her long legs, forget her warm body wrapped around him. But
him?
She chuckled weakly. Believe me, I've asked myself the same question. He shook his head.
I really wish you hadn't told me.
She laughed again, a little bit stronger. I'm sure there are a few women you wouldn't want me to know about. Not that I need names.
No?
No. He grinned.
There might be one or two, but you wouldn't know them, so it wouldn't be the same.
I'm sure I can imagine the type.
Big hair, big...
I'm hanging up. He kicked his legs up onto his desk.
Wait, what else are you doing today?
Signing papers, returning calls. What are you doing?
Trying to catch up. Lots of paperwork.
He could hear the smile in her voice. Sounds fun. I know how much you love paperwork.
Company helps.
Are you suggesting I drive out there and help you get your work done? He surprisingly wanted to say yes.
Would you?
I guess it would be fair. Tit for tat. He shook his head.
I can't have you come out here again. You disturb my men, and I don't like them looking at your ankles. Don't like knowing what they're thinking.
You only know what they're thinking because you're thinking it too.
I don't have a problem with me thinking it.
He could hear her shaking her head, practically see her puckering her lips to keep from smiling. She said, I really am hanging up now.
Just one more thing, Maggie. Whose equipment were you comparing Harwood's to?
Goodbye, Cole. The phone clicked in his ear, and he hung it up with a smile on his face. His smile faded a little at the thought of Maggie and Jackson Harwood. Maggie frigid? He couldn't blame her, really. A cat in heat would be frigid with Harwood. But Christ, the man was just asking for Cole's fist in his belly. Cole shook his head and twisted his chair around to look out the window. He propped his boots up on the sill, laced his hands behind his head, and told himself in no uncertain terms that he wouldn't lay a finger on Harwood. Sure, the man deserved it. Sure, it had been a long time since Cole had had the pleasure of being in a fight. Cole would just have to console himself with the thought that with Harwood, it wouldn't be a real fight. One tap, and the man would go down. Of that, Cole had no doubt. He swiveled back around, wishing Maggie really would drive out to help with his paperwork, wearing her short skirt that liked to ride up, wearing those man-eater shoes that made him want to go down. He sighed, knowing he wouldn't see her again until the weekend, knowing it was going to be a long, long week. Chapter 13. On Friday, Tanner stripped his tie off, grabbed the first bottle he came to, and went out to the pool. He'd spent the week meeting with bankers, listening to complaints and fears about Maggie and Cole. If Tanner had known how often he would have to hear about Cole Montgomery, he might have rethought going into the fray. And so far, it had turned out to be worth squat. Everyone was happy to tell him how to talk them up to Cole and Maggie, to offer investment opportunities they'd heard of to them, but not to Tanner. Even Jackson Harwood got a sour face when he showed up. Not Tanner's fault that Harwood was an asshole. Not his fault that Jackson ended up giving Maggie a 1-year moratorium. Tanner kicked off his shoes, dragged a chair into the shade, and tipped the bottle up. He grimaced when he tasted it. What he wouldn't give for a Blanton's, a Booker's, anything but this swill. But swill was all he could afford, and he really couldn't even afford that. What was a man without money, without connections, without a job, a man who couldn't give his wife any children? He closed his eyes against the ache in his chest. He was a failure in the most basic sense of the word. He'd failed himself. He'd failed the person he loved most in the world. She should leave him, find someone else, anyone else. But she wouldn't. Ginny would never leave him. Never. He should leave her, give her a chance to find happiness with someone else. He just couldn't. Couldn't give up the only thing he had left in his life. Couldn't give up the only reason he opened his eyes in the morning. Tanner wasn't even sure she'd let him leave. She was sweet and loving, but she had a stubborn streak a mile wide. Those Caldwell girls always got what they wanted. God help her, she wanted him. He didn't know why. All he knew was he needed to make something work. Needed to give her just one thing that made her loving him worth it. To pay back what she'd given him. Her love, her trust, her faith in him. Tanner sighed and picked up the bottle one more time, because he knew what he needed to do, and he didn't think he could do it. An hour outside of Dallas, Cole called up Maggie and offered dinner. Dinner? When will you be in?
Give me an hour and a half. I left early, but I'm hitting traffic.
He glanced at the stack of manila folders he'd dropped in a box before he left.
I brought some work home with me. You can help.
Maggie said, "That's cruel, but fair." He smiled.
Just trying to keep things even.
He took the time to shower before heading to Maggie's, but the housekeeper was still the one to open the door, to stare at him while fingering her cross. Still the one to tell him to wait by the pool. Cole couldn't help but smile at the woman, and then he nodded and walked around to the back, too excited to get Maggie in his hands again to really care about the slight. They'd spent the week calling each other, Maggie keeping him updated on the new terms she was signing, Cole just calling to hear her voice, the stupidest reason making him reach for the phone. When Cole rounded the back of the house, he found Tanner slumped in a chair. Cole stopped, briefly wondering if the housekeeper had done this on purpose, then grabbed the nearest chair and dragged it over. Tanner opened one eye to peer at Cole. He moaned, pushing himself up a little, and said,
"I'm not ready yet."
Cole sat.
"Okay. Monday. I'll do it Monday."
Cole laced his fingers, rested them on his belly, and stretched out his legs. He said,
"Tanner, I have no idea what you're talking about."
Tanner grabbed the bottle resting at his feet, tipping it to his lips, shaking it when nothing came out. He dropped the bottle back to the ground, sliding back down in his seat. He said,
"Just give me one more weekend."
Cole watched and wondered if his father had ever seen the results of his destruction, because it wasn't pretty. There was no telling if Tanner would have ended like this anyway. No telling if this was Cole's doing, if this mess of a man should be laid at Cole's feet. Cole liked to think a man had a choice, that a man could be more than just what happened to him, but he wasn't so sure. When push came to shove, Cole had been what he'd been raised to be. When push came to shove, maybe Tanner here was just being what he was raised to be. Cole looked away finally, leaving Tanner his one last weekend. They sat in silence until Maggie walked out the back door. She glanced between the two of them, at the bottle on the ground. Cole rose, taking a long look at her short, summery dress. He looked down at her white sandals.
"New shoes?"
"New to you."
"I like the other ones."
She smiled then. "I know." Cole smiled back and grabbed her hand. He glanced at Tanner, nodding. Tanner lifted a finger in return, watching them with suddenly clear eyes. When they turned the corner of the house, Maggie said, "What was that?"
"I don't know. What's up with him?"
Maggie stilled, her hand going limp in his. What do you mean?
I mean, he's got an empty bottle at his feet. Looks like he'll be heading for another as soon as he can, and telling me he needs one more weekend.
Maggie glanced behind her, even though Tanner was out of sight. I don't know what the weekend's about.
And the bottle?
She turned forward. It's Friday. My guess is it's been a bad week.
He ever had a good week?
Maggie raised an eyebrow at him. You mean since you bankrupted his family?
Don't try and make me feel sorry for him, Maggie.
Of course not, Cole. How could I? He stopped, dropping her hand.
I've already said I'm sorry for what I did.
She cocked her head. You said it to me?
Yeah?
Not to Tanner. Yeah. He liked Maggie before he hurt her. Tanner wasn't the same at all. The thought of apologizing to Tanner left a bad taste in Cole's mouth, and he turned to stare toward the back of the house. He said,
If I went back there and said the words, would it change anything about what happened?
Maggie was silent. Cole turned around to find her looking unfocused at the back of the house herself. She said, Maybe not. I was sorry before I fired him. After, it didn't change anything. Cole took a step toward her, lifting her hand.
As much as I'd like to, I don't think you can compare what you did with what I did. You were trying to save your company.
And you were trying to do... He admitted,
I wasn't trying to do anything. I was just reacting. You can't tell me that's not worse.
Are you trying to one-up me again?
Trying? Baby, you'll never be as bad as me.
Maggie said, Call me baby again, please.
Now you're begging?
When she smiled that little smile that made the hairs stand up on the back of his neck, he murmured,
Maybe later, when I'm in a position to like getting kicked in the balls.
Maggie started walking toward her car, and Cole tugged her toward his truck. She let him and said, Is there such a position?
I'm willing to find out.
Cole yanked open the truck door, and Maggie said, What did you say to him? Cole hooked a thumb over his shoulder.
Back there?
When she nodded, he said,
We just sat.
Without talking? Cole shrugged, helping her inside.
We're men. We can do that.
When Maggie was settled, he leaned in. Her lips curved in invitation, and he leaned closer. He whispered,
I'm not going to kiss you.
She tilted her head and whispered back, You're not? Because you're sending that signal.
Oh, I want to. I'm just not going to do it.
Because?
Because it's been a long week. I'm hungry. And if I start kissing you right now, we're never going to get dinner.
She leaned into him. You'd like to think so.
But I want you to know that after dinner will be a different story.
So, you're just warning me? Cole nuzzled her ear, inhaling deeply.
Preparing you.
He felt her shoulders shake with silent laughter, felt her fingernail jab into his chest to push him away. Maggie was smiling when he pulled back from her. She said, Don't worry, I'll be prepared. He shut the door, careful that the skirt of her dress was inside, and walked around the back of the truck to adjust himself before climbing in. He started the engine and said,
I hope you're hungry.
Are you going to stuff me with food again?
Yep. Slow-cooked brisket, ribs, chicken if you must, and pecan cobbler.
She groaned. It's a good thing you aren't here during the week. I'd have to buy all new clothes. He looked down at the loose flowing dress and said,
It'd take a while to fill that one out.
I'm really getting the impression you know nothing about women's clothing. This is how it's supposed to fit.
All loose like that?
She laughed. Yes.
Like a good stiff breeze is going to flip the skirt up?
Oh, yes. He shook his head.
I had no idea clothing could be so diabolical.
You've been working with your roughnecks for too long. He could not argue with that. There was a certain something lacking in a room full of men. Maybe it was mystery. With women, there was always this feeling that there was more going on in a conversation than what was just being said. Or maybe it was just this woman. He showed her the contents of his workbox before throwing it into the back seat. She shook her head at him, and he leaned in close, putting his hand on her thigh. He said quietly into her ear,
"Was that predictable?"
She ran her hand down his forearm, stopping his hand from wandering any higher, and said in a throaty whisper, "So predictable." He grinned and pulled back.
"Guess I'll just have to try a little harder."
And chuckled when she said, "I would really prefer it if you didn't." Chapter 14. Maggie drove to Cole's in the morning, at a decent hour. Cole had driven her home late last night, stuffed full of brisket and ribs. And cobbler. God, the cobbler. The man was evil, pure evil. And then he'd surprised her by not even trying to get her to his place, not even trying to come inside. He'd helped her down from the truck, had pulled her close, and kissed her like they were 18 again. Wild and crazy, and Maggie had had to make sure her clothes were still on when they were done. And then he'd said,
"Night, Empress,"
hopped in his truck, and flicked his finger at her to go inside. Evil. Pure evil. The man just did not like being called predictable. Cole was waiting for her at the top of his stairs when she rounded the garage. He said,
"I was wondering where you were. Been expecting you since 4.
"No thanks. I can see that as a losing game." He watched her walk up the stairs, then wordlessly handed her a cup of coffee nearly white with cream. He smiled at her and started to lean in, and she brought the coffee cup up between them, taking a long, slow sip. He said,
Cranky this morning? Have a rough night last night?"
She showed him her teeth. "Slept like a baby. You?"
"I was a little hungry."
"I guess you didn't get enough cobbler last night." Cole said,
"No, I didn't."
"I got plenty. More than I wanted, actually."
"Liar. No one ever gets enough cobbler."
Maybe. She got more than she should want, anyway. Cole followed her inside, and Maggie saw a new recliner sitting next to his large blue one. "What's this?"
"I got a second chair."
He went and pulled out a game, holding it up.
"It's a 2-player. We can see who's better."
"I'm not going to win, am I?"
"No way in hell."
Maggie said, "There's gotta be a game you haven't played before."
"You need a little more practice, and then we'll find one."
He dug out another game.
"This is a co-op game. How about that?"
"We play on the same team?" He nodded, and she said, "Do you think the game is shaking in its boots?"
"If it knows what's good for it, it is."
He put the game in, and Maggie looked at the box sitting on his counter. "What about your paperwork?" He said,
"It's too early for paperwork."
And she laughed at him. "How do you run an empire?"
"I don't. It runs me. I have to steal moments when I can."
She kicked off her flip-flops and climbed into the chair, sitting cross-legged in the wide seat. Cole looked down at her legs and muttered, "Jeans." She smiled at him, and he flopped into his chair.
"How long are you going to punish me for last night?"
She looked down at her jeans. "Is this a punishment?"
"There's no skin anywhere. Jeans and a t-shirt? Yeah, that's a punishment."
"You complained about my skirt riding up, complained about my skirt flying up."
"I wouldn't complain if we were alone when those things happened. Now we're alone and there's no skin."
"And you're complaining." He pointed at her legs.
"You do this on purpose."
"Yes, Cole, I plan my wardrobe around you."
You plan your wardrobe around turning every man into a blathering idiot.
It's worked for you, apparently. He muttered,
Apparently.
Then he eyed her, sitting in her chair.
Want me to climb over there? Show you how to play this game?
I think I've got it.
This is just turning into one great morning. Can't wait to start that paperwork.
They played for a few hours. Cole had lunch delivered, and then Maggie started taking papers out of the box, interested to see what he was bringing home. First thing she pulled out was an invitation to the club gala. You're a member of the club? Cole shrugged, rinsing their plates.
Every once in a while, some yahoo tries to make me feel uncomfortable by meeting at the club.
And you make them lick your boots? He shot a grin over his shoulder.
I wear my dirtiest boots, smear a little more mud on the truck, and run up their tab.
She laughed. Are you going tomorrow?
No need.
I have need. He turned around, wiping his hands on the dish towel hanging over his shoulder.
You want to go?
She nodded, and he said,
Boy, this weekend. I was so excited to come home, maybe get to see you naked, relax after a long week.
I would probably wear something fairly skimpy to this. She waved the invitation in the air. He turned back around.
Great.
I could go with Tanner. He'd like that. I think he misses the club the most.
It's my invitation. Maybe I should go with Tanner.
Maggie tried to picture it, the two men sitting together not talking the whole time. She said, I'll call him for you. And Cole shook his head. Maggie could see the smile hovering on his lips. She walked into the kitchen, leaning against the fridge. She watched him drying dishes, putting them into cupboards. She could see he'd gotten more than just a chair. New dishes in the cupboard, food in the pantry, cream in the fridge. Cole said,
I'll go with you on one condition.
Maggie took a deep breath, then waved her hand. Let's hear it.
Wear something below the knee.
You're leaving me a lot of room there. He nodded.
I know, just below the knee.
You've really got a thing about knees. Cole said,
I've really got a thing about above the knees. It's called being a man.
Maggie guessed her smile said everything she needed to about that. Maggie walked back to the box, setting the invitation down beside it. I'm sure I'll be able to find something.
By tomorrow?
When she nodded, Cole said,
Need my credit card?
A pulse of anger hit her vision blurring, her heart speeding up. The insult of it swamped her, as if she could be bought, as if she was a child who needed daddy's credit card, as if she needed a sugar daddy. She bit out, no. She was a grown woman in financial straits, but a grown woman nonetheless. She would provide for herself, buy her own damn clothes.
Maggie?
She looked up at Cole, and he took a step back.
Whoa, what happened there?
Maggie looked down again, fisted her hands, and took a deep, deep breath. She said, You hit a button.
By offering you my credit card?
She nodded sharply. It's always there, Cole. Always a question in the back of everyone's eyes, wondering why I'm working so hard when I could just lay back and be taken care of. Because a woman like me doesn't have to work. Surely some man would pay for the pleasure of having me at his beck and call. Depends on the man, whether it would be marriage or not, but it would still be me being bought. Cole said,
I'm sorry.
At his quiet acceptance, she almost cried. At his understanding that that was how the world worked, she wanted to rest her head on the counter and never lift it back up. She asked softly, Would you? He walked around the counter.
Pay to have you at my beck and call? In a heartbeat.
She looked at him, and he said,
I, like a great many number of men, would have you any way I could get you. and would expect to pay in a number of painful ways, money being only one of them. When her lips thinned, he said, "But just to set the record straight, I wasn't trying to buy you for the price of a dress." Her heart stopped its mad rush. "It does sound silly when you say it like that." "Not silly, especially when you've sold yourself to me once already." "I didn't sell myself to you. We traded favors." "There's a difference?" Maggie said, "There was no money involved." "There's just something about money, isn't there?" "There is indeed something about money, which is why I don't want yours." He nodded slowly as he hopped onto a stool. "This won't work without a little bit of trust, Maggie. The benefit of the doubt that I'm not plotting ways to get you into my debt." "It's not going to work. I'm using you, remember?" "You could use me a little more." She leaned against the counter, put her chin in her palm. "You mean sex, now?" "I always mean sex." She smiled slightly. "Could I buy you?" He raised his eyebrows, and she said, "How much would it cost?" "It doesn't work in reverse. I'd do it for free. As we already established, I'd pay for the pleasure." She shook her head at him, and he said, "I could mean money too. I have it, you need it." "Then I would owe you." "You already owe me." She took her chin out of her palm, climbed onto one of the bar stools. "No, you owe me. This is making us even." "And money would tip the scales again?" "Money would make it something different. Turn it into something not between friends." He took her hand, looking down into it as he said, "Friends?" When he looked back up, she nodded slowly. He smiled. "Not frenemies?" She smiled back. "Probably still frenemies." He shook his head. "No. I wish you all good things, Maggie. I wish you all the money you need to buy all the men you want." He surprised a laugh out of her, and she shook her head. "That's no fortune, since I don't want to buy any men." He nodded in agreement. "It's always been lopsided, Empress. We want you. You wouldn't stoop to wipe us off your shoe. And that question in our eyes isn't us wondering why you don't let some man buy you. We know why. We're not worthy. There's no man that would ever have enough to be worthy of you." "Then what's that look I see in every man's eyes?" "It's just us looking at what we can't have. Just us wanting. Just us hoping." She took her hand out of his. "It looks to me like you're all just waiting for me to get desperate." "Oh, there's that too. Definitely that." Her chin rose. "I never will." He sighed. "Yeah, but hope springs eternal." She rifled through the box. "You could make it harder for me. At least try to get me closer to desperate." "Like Harwood?" She nearly laughed. That's not what he was doing. He wanted revenge, not a repeat of a very poor performance. He snorted. "Right." She looked at him. It was a very poor performance. "Firstly, I don't want to hear about it. Secondly, no one will ever believe it, especially someone who can remember your performance." She didn't argue with him. She didn't really want to think about her and Jackson either. She looked through the box some more and said, "I've got 2 more contracts to go through on Monday, and then I'll be done." "Did everyone come in with better terms?" "Yes. Do you have accounts with everyone?" "Most. I'm guessing the few that I don't want them." She smiled. "Lucky for me. And for the first time in a long time, income exceeds expenses." "Now we just need to start making you some more cash. Those moratoriums are only for a year." Maggie didn't point out the we. She said, "If only I knew someone running a profitable business light on partners." "What are you bringing to the table, Caldwell?" "Diversification. You're heavy on oil, Cole." He snorted. That's an understatement. And it's called specialization. What happened to Midland in the 80s when the price of oil crashed? He nodded, rubbing his mouth. Bye-bye, Empire. Not if you spread it around a little. I'm not looking to get any bigger or wider. I'm busy enough as it is. Which is why you need a partner. He sat back, his expression calculating. I may have a few projects I'd be willing to spin off. Trade off. Only if what you're trading is established and won't take any of my time. Maggie tapped her fingers on the counter. Real estate? I don't care, because I won't be doing anything with it. So what you're saying is I give you something safer than oil, you give me something with higher returns, and I do all the work. He grinned. Yup. And we split profits 60-40. And even 50. 70-30. He laughed. You're going the wrong way. I'm not going any lower than 60-40. Not if I'm doing all the work. She sat quietly, letting him think about it. He finally nodded. Bring me something you're willing to trade, and I'll look at it. She said, What about your debt? Do you even have any? I have debt. I'll just be able to pay it all off when the shit hits the fan. She narrowed her eyes at him. You're waiting for the price of oil to drop. He wobbled his head. Not waiting, exactly, but it'll be my clue to retire. Take a break. She thought about really getting into oil and said, Are you giving me a ticking time bomb? High risk and high reward, but I'm not seeing any hint of a turnaround yet. There's still plenty of money to be made. Where's the danger zone? In the 80s? Anything above 82, I'm profitable. I could probably keep pumping until it went below 80, squeeze some costs. Maggie tried to remember what the price of crude was, but didn't have a clue. Born and bred in Texas she might be, but oil had never been on her horizon. What's it at right now? 105? She smiled at him, and he smiled back. A 25-point profit was worth the risk. She agreed with him that oil would drop again. Up, down, up, down. That's how it went. Anyone who forgot that ended up knee-deep in debt, with bankruptcy breathing down their neck. She wouldn't forget. She never wanted to go near that monster again. She said, And when the price drops below 80, what then? Unless Uncle Sam goes belly up, I'll be all right. Take my money, buy a little cottage on the coast, put my feet up and drink some beers. Maybe get a young wife who likes to wear bikinis. Maggie sucked in a breath. Don't tell me you have money sitting in treasuries earning 2%. He shrugged, and she said, Shit. He laughed at the expression on her face. He leaned forward. You know I love it when you talk dirty. I couldn't help myself. Treasuries? A 5-year-old with a lemonade stand could make better than 2%. It's peace of mind. What about the young wife? You're losing money, Cole. Pay off your debt. I find it helpful to have plentiful contacts. Lots of people I owe money to who don't want to see me having trouble paying them back. It's not a lot in treasuries, just enough. I'm not losing money on my debt. Still, you're not touching my debt, Maggie. She sat back. She wanted her debt gone. Gone. And it might be coloring her assessment slightly. She would trust that he knew what he was doing. Anyone who'd been as close to bankruptcy as they'd been would have a healthy fear of it, and she could understand that his #1 goal would be to keep his debt in check. If having treasuries was part of his debt plan, okay, she'd leave it be. She said, Why don't you get rid of the house? I don't want to. You could buy something in Midland, go home at night instead of sleeping in a trailer. He said again, I don't want to, Maggie. And why are we focusing on my money? You're the one we need to work on. You're right. She threw the papers back in the box. It wasn't paperwork, it was busy work. Work for an admin to do. He hadn't brought her anything juicy to look at.
She said, "I'll come out to Midland on Tuesday, and we'll negotiate."
You going to stay in my trailer with me?
"I'll stay in a hotel."
I've got room underneath me.
Maggie said, "Maybe I'll just head on back home after I throw your body into a shallow grave." He shook his head.
No, too long of a drive.
It was a long drive. She didn't particularly want to do it again. She especially didn't want to do it twice in one day. She said unenthusiastically, "I guess we can just conference."
That would be the most practical.
She didn't say it. Didn't need to, since he was sitting there with the same expression on his face as she was. Practical was boring. Practical was a long week like the one they'd just had, calling him for any little reason and then drooling a little when she finally saw him. Well, a woman dying of thirst would drool over any old bucket of water. But it did make her a little stupid, made it a little harder to keep his lips a safe distance from hers. Cole said,
"If you're not going to do my paperwork, what else are we going to do?"
She glanced at the recliners, then back at him. She said, "I need to make you pay for the young wife crack."
Maggie, why else would I have made it?
When Maggie got home, Ginny was walking out of Daddy's bedroom, carrying the newspaper. "You're home late. Did you play more video games?" Maggie narrowed her eyes. "What do you think playing video games means?" Ginny smiled, following her to the living room. "Definitely something dirty." Maggie flopped onto the couch. "It doesn't. But you wish it did." Maggie didn't say anything to that, because what would she say? She wanted what she shouldn't. She wanted what she couldn't. Ginny said, "You like him." Maggie shook her head. "No, yes, I don't know." Ginny laughed. Maggie picked her head up. "I like him. He's fun. He's safe. I can be myself around him. I've always been able to be myself around him, and I don't have to worry about it because he gives back as good as he gets." Ginny smiled. Maggie said, "And I don't like him." "Because?" "Because—" She couldn't remember right then. She'd spent the day with him, the whole day again, and hadn't wanted to leave. She'd let him kiss her again, let him whisper dirty things into her ear, and hadn't wanted him to stop. When she'd gotten into her car, he'd been looking down at her through the window, watching, waiting, and she'd been incredibly glad he hadn't followed her down the stairs, glad he hadn't pushed one more time. She wasn't sure she would have said no again. 12 years was a long time. She'd done things in her life that she wished she could undo, that she would give anything to not have done, and it didn't make any difference. She couldn't go back and change it. She couldn't do anything now to make up for it. It just was, and would be forever. To not like Cole because of something he'd done years ago that he couldn't undo just seemed wrong now, especially when she liked everything else about him. She laid her head back down. "I don't know. I don't want to like Cole." "Because you think he'd do it again?"
"I don't know if he'd do it again."
Ginny said, "You should ask him." "I don't think he knows if he'd do it again." Ginny said, "You've forgiven him." Maggie closed her eyes. She had forgiven him. She didn't know when, why. She remembered it clearly, but the feeling was gone. The betrayal, the hurt. Maggie said quietly, "Tanner hasn't forgiven him. Tanner needs to." Maggie sat up and simply looked at her sister. Ginny said, "It's destroying him, and he needs to let it go."
"It happened, get over it?"
"Sometimes you just have to. Sometimes it's all you can do."
"Are you talking about me or Tanner?"
"I would have been talking about you a few weeks ago, but now you've forgiven him. You just haven't stopped punishing him or yourself yet." Maggie said, "Fool me once." Ginny said, "To err is human." Maggie nodded. "Hard to say if I'm being smart or holding a grudge." She said softly, "Hard to say if I'm denying myself or protecting myself." Ginny pointed to Maggie's pants. "Are you denying yourself? Your jeans are unbuttoned." Maggie groaned, remembering Cole's wicked fingers down her pants. She closed her eyes and muttered, "I'm torturing myself." "Why?" "Because I said I wouldn't sleep with him. Because I have nothing left but my pride, and I won't give it to him." Ginny said, "Proud people breed sad sorrows for themselves." "Yes, Emily, we do. But I don't think pride is what he wants from you, and it's not all you have left." Maggie raised her eyebrows, and Ginny said, "You have hope. He's given you hope." "He's given me a chance. It's still not worth my pride." "Then I will leave you with one more quote before I track my husband down and have loud, wild sex with him." "Are you this cruel to everyone or just me?" Ginny pet Maggie's hair softly, and Maggie closed her eyes, remembered how her mother had pet her hair just like this. Ginny said, "Only you. That's what sisters are for." "Then give me your quote and go find your husband." "I would always rather be happy than dignified." Maggie opened her eyes and smiled at her sister. "I know you would, Charlotte. I'm just not sure the opposite of dignified is happy." Ginny said, "Do you think the Bronte sisters were cruel to each other?" "Of course. That's what sisters are for." Ginny tapped Maggie's head and stood. "Night, sister dear. I hope we don't keep you up." Maggie laughed softly, knowing it wouldn't be them keeping her awake tonight. Chapter 15. Cole arrived at Maggie's later the next night, dressed in a tuxedo, black tie, and shoes so shiny he could have shaved looking into them. He tried to come by earlier, but Maggie had called him an unflattering name, insulted his mental faculties, and told him if she saw his face before tonight, she'd use it as a nail file. He guessed she was having a hard time finding something to wear on such short notice. Women and their clothes. And then there was Maggie and her clothes. She who used every item as either a bludgeon or a lure. He knocked on the door, and when the housekeeper answered, he jerked his thumb back at the cars. "When she's ready." The short, round woman shut the door in his face. Cole chuckled, wandering back to Maggie's little car and leaning against it. He stared at the long, one-story house that looked like someone's well-loved home, then looked toward the direction of his house, a tall, three-story monstrosity that looked like exactly what it was, a dare, an eyesore, a showpiece, not a home. Maggie was right. He should sell, buy something in Midland, be practical. But he lived as close to where he really wanted to be as he could get, without moving into the ranch house. The door opened and Maggie walked out. She wore a black halter pantsuit, her long arms bare, a large chunky bracelet on one wrist. Her pants were so loose and wide they looked almost like a skirt, her high heels guaranteeing she would be taller than nearly every man there. Maggie stopped, running her eyes down him, then back up to stare wide-eyed into his. Her eyes swirled to blue, and Cole's breath got stuck in his chest. He wanted nothing more than for her to walk to him, wrap herself around him, and forget about tonight. Forget about everything but him. He pushed himself off the car and walked towards her. She blinked, tipping her chin up, and Cole nodded approvingly at her outfit. "Well, that's—" Maggie turned around, showing him there was no back, the material skimming the sides of her breasts, the collar going around her neck like a choker, her hair up in a loose knot so everyone could see, the pants scooping below the dip in her back. He choked.
I left you too much room, I see.
She turned around. I did warn you.
You did. Anything going to fall out?
Maggie smiled. It's secure. Cole looked at the flimsy material.
Are you sure?
It's taped.
To what?
My skin. He started to reach for her.
Let me see.
She waved him off. You'll just have to trust me.
Any nip slip, and I will probably have a coronary.
She laughed. He said,
And any man touches your back down there, I'll be digging his grave.
You do caveman very well.
He grunted. Mine, mine, mine.
She smiled wider. And any man touches my back down there, I'll be digging his grave. He leaned in, breathed her in, said softly, That's exactly what this outfit says. Touch me. At your peril. Maybe you do speak women's clothing after all. He slid his arm around her waist, ran his hand lightly down her back and whispered, Are you wearing those shoes? She stepped closer, and it was not lost on him that he was still standing after daring to touch her back. His hand slid lower and she said huskily, You have a fetish. He fingered the collar around her neck with his other hand.
I think you're right.
He reluctantly let her go, opening the driver's door for her, and Maggie said, No muddy truck.
Not tonight.
Cole waved at her clothes.
Not for this.
She sat, and he watched her outfit for any gaping. She said, See anything?
No.
It's pretty secure.
It doesn't look it.
That's the whole point. She watched him walk around the front of the car, waited for him to get in before starting the car. Maggie said, You dressed up.
I know how to.
I just wasn't expecting it.
You thought I'd go in jeans and boots?
She said, This is nice, too. He got the distinct impression she would have preferred jeans and boots. Cole said,
Don't worry, I'm still wearing the same thing underneath.
She shook her head, reversing the car. I don't want to know.
I'll leave it to your imagination.
He looked down at her legs.
If you'll return the favor.
She glanced at him. If you like, but it's entirely likely I'm wearing the same thing underneath as you. Cole's breath caught again for a long moment, and then he let it out slowly. I hate how you always win that game. She laughed, smiling at him, and he said, You look beautiful. She was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen, so beautiful it almost hurt. She turned her head away. And you clean up better than I expected. I thought the mud had seeped in too deep to really ever get out. Like a fist to the gut, it knocked the air out of him. After a long, silent minute, she put her hand on his knee and said softly, I was teasing you about your oil. He took a deep breath, turning to face her in the small car. He nodded curtly at her, and she squeezed his knee. She said, I was actually looking forward to driving up in a mud-covered truck. I like watching you make everyone tiptoe around. He blew out his breath slowly. He finally said, Next time. Hit a button, did I? When he grunted, she patted his knee. Remember that whole benefit of the doubt thing? I didn't do it on purpose.
I believe you. I'm just wondering why we always end up even.
She laughed, taking her hand off his knee. Because we're hard people, Cole. When they got to the club, the lights were blazing. The men in their tuxedos, the women in everything from short and tight to long and flowing. Maggie towered over all of them, figuratively and literally. The men stared, and the women ignored. And Cole knew she hadn't been kidding about not having friends. He'd only ever had one himself, and he took her hand, sliding it through his arm. She leaned into him and whispered, I'm not going to be able to use my outfit if you keep me draped all over you.
We, Maggie. Tonight it's we.
She scanned the room, finally noting the interest in the two of them together, and turned toward him. Oh. He smiled into her eyes, and her shoulders relaxed. The hostess came toward them, holding her hands out to Cole. Cole Montgomery, we've never seen you at a function before. He took her hands and didn't say what he wanted to. Didn't say he'd rather be buck naked, trying to outrun 1,000 angry bulls than to be dressed up and swimming with these sharks. The woman glanced at Maggie. Margaret, it's been too long. Paula? Cole dropped Paula's hands, reaching for Maggie's again. Paula gave a tinkly laugh and said, And here we'd thought we'd gotten rid of you for good. You're like a cat, always landing on your feet. Better than landing on my back, don't you think? Paula's nostrils flared, and Maggie said, And here comes your husband now. Cole froze, sure he wasn't hearing that right. He looked at the anger on Paula's face, the stupid one on her husband's. Cole motioned for a server, then grabbed a flute of champagne for Maggie, then himself. The husband cried, Margaret, my darling, I'm so happy you could come, and you brought Cole Montgomery. Those rumors must be true then. Engaged, are you? The man lifted Maggie's free hand, bending to kiss it, and Cole bit out, Yes. Paula looked down at the hand her husband was slobbering over and said, No ring? Cole said, You know, Margaret, it has to be just right, which means we haven't agreed on one yet. Maggie pulled her hand away from the lecher, moments before Cole ripped his lips off, saying, You haven't met Cole, have you, Simon? All the rumors about him are true, I'm afraid. She said to Cole, And I don't know why we have to agree about the ring, since I'll be the one wearing it.
It's my ring on your finger.
Paula said, Not to mention your money. Cole said,
For a little while longer, at least.
Paula's eyes widened to saucers, and she squeaked, No prenup?
A prenup? Why would I need one? I'm never letting her go.
Maggie's eyes sparkled, and her mouth puckered. Cole was fairly sure she was trying not to laugh when she said, Cole, really? Paula squeaked something, turning from them and racing off. Cole watched her scurry away, drinking his champagne. He grimaced at the sweetness and muttered,
Christ, I need a beer.
Simon took a step closer to Maggie.
I'm sure I can find one for you, old boy. Margaret will bring it to you.
Maggie and Cole said at the same time, No. She turned Cole away forcibly and said over her shoulder, Go ask someone about those rumors, Simon, before you do something stupid. She walked Cole away and said, Simon and Paula Blackwood. Paula found herself a man with money and brought him back to Dallas about 5 years ago. As you can see, he's flourished.
I've never heard of them.
He plays golf and drinks and chases skirts. It's no surprise you haven't met him. Paula is the daughter of Red Griffith. At his blank look, she said, Of Griffith Ave? Old Dallas money, before your father got a hold of it. He looked over his shoulder, trying to find the woman.
Then why was she glaring daggers at you?
I have a standing invitation with her husband.
Excuse me?
You heard me? Cole told his fingers not to break the champagne stem in two. It wasn't the man's neck.
No wonder his wife looks like she wants to skewer you with a serving fork.
Oh, we're good friends, she said as she took a sip, and he snorted into his champagne glass, coughing. Maggie took a step closer, rubbing his back until he could breathe again. He turned to glare at the man, staring long enough for the stupid look on Simon Blackwood's face to turn into a questioning one, long enough for it to turn into fear.
Your standing invitation just exploded.
She didn't bother to turn around. What a shame. She patted his hand. Try not to take it personally, Cole. Simon has a standing invitation with anyone willing to wear a skirt. He narrowed his eyes.
What does that mean?
It means you could be next, if you're willing to wear the skirt. Cole looked again to find Simon still watching him, the fear mixed now with something else, and Maggie whispered into his ear, You are rather impressive, enough to make anyone wonder if they'd be willing to wear the skirt. Cole glared at the man until he finally turned away, melting into the crowd. Cole turned back to Maggie and she said, It's an ugly feeling, isn't it?
Yes. Aren't you tired of these people yet, Maggie?
She cocked her head, looking genuinely perplexed. Aren't people like this everywhere? And I didn't come to mingle with the likes of him. She nodded in another direction, saying, I came to mingle with the likes of him. Cole looked where she was nodding and said, Not Harwood. He has connections, Cole. Money goes through him, people talk to him, deals go through him.
Not Harwood.
Jackson Harwood began making his way to them, and Cole turned to Maggie.
I'm telling you right now, Maggie, not Harwood. I won't survive it. He won't survive it.
Jackson sidled up, nodding to Cole and saying,
So, what do you think? Interested?
At their blank looks, he said,
Didn't Tanner tell you?
Cole said,
We've been busy.
Maggie squeezed his arm. Monday, remember? We're meeting with Tanner on Monday. Cole looked at her, then back at Harwood. He couldn't help his grimace.
You think Monday is about Harwood here?
Jackson said,
I'd be happy to meet with you. Just name the time.
Cole said,
8 o'clock. In Midland. In the morning? In Midland? I only do business in Midland. Just ask Margaret here.
Maggie gave him an arch look and said, I won't be in Midland, Jackson. Why don't we meet for lunch? I'll bring Tanner. Cole took a long, long sip of champagne, draining it and looking around for a replacement. Something just a little bit stronger. Jackson shook his head.
Tanner was just the delivery person. I'll be happy to meet with you alone, Margaret, though perhaps a little later than 8.
He smiled at her, and Cole thought he heard a popping sound. The popping sound veins made when blood boiled right out of them. Maggie turned her head to look at Cole as if she'd heard it too. Maggie looked into Cole's eyes and said, Let me talk with Tanner tomorrow, Jackson. If I like what he says, we'll get a hold of you. When Jackson opened his mouth to argue, she turned to him and said softly, No Tanner, no deal. Cole said,
Or better yet, no deal. Ever.
Jackson threw his drink back.
I've done everything you wanted.
Cole gave Maggie a long look, then walked away. He couldn't stand there and listen to her and Harwood. He knew she hated the man, and yet she was willing to work with him again and again. He couldn't stand it, couldn't stand Dallas. Maggie followed him moments later, taking his hand, leading him out to the dance floor. She stepped in close, moving slowly to the music. After a few minutes of silence, the feel of her body calming him like words couldn't, she said, Better? He exhaled loudly.
I've remembered why I hate this place, why I return to the dust and the swearing and the sweating every Monday.
You return every Monday because it pays you an obscene amount of money, enough for you to be able to choose. Choose who, how, when. I don't have that choice.
Yes, you do, and you choose to sell yourself.
You mean because I'll work with my greatest nemesis to stay afloat? He pulled back to look at her.
Please tell me that you and me is different than you and him.
Is it? She stepped closer again. It's only different, Cole, because against my better judgment, I like you. Against my better judgment, I'll work with him. If I refused to work with everyone I didn't like, I'd be taking a permanent vacation.
What if I keep you so busy you don't have time for Harwood?
She pulled back from him again, and he could see the glint in her eye. She said, "Are you talking about sex again?"
No, but only because I don't want you to knee me in front of all these sharks.
You are putting on a good show for them. I'd hate to ruin it.
Everyone wants to see if this is a love match or a power match. I'm just letting them see it's both.
He tugged her closer, brought her hand to his heart. He said softly,
"We forgot about a ring."
"Yes, quick thinking on your part. Am I so hard to please?"
Oh, Maggie, look up high maintenance in the dictionary, and your picture will have the caption Queen of underneath it.
She chuckled. "And no prenup? Where did that come from?" He shrugged.
"Just popped out. She seemed to delight in pointing out it wasn't your money."
"That would delight her, yes."
"Why does she hate you for her husband's wandering eye?"
"Paula can't hate her husband. Her prenup is ironclad." He whispered,
"There is something about money."
"Yes, there is."
"Luckily, we won't have one. A prenup. That way money won't come between us."
Maggie shook her head. "If everyone thinks I'm getting your money, why would they want to work with me?"
"Money goes to he who already has it. Or she. Don't worry. This will only make them want to work with you more."
"You might be right. You're notoriously tight-fisted. Maybe they'll think I can loosen the purse strings a bit." He spun them quickly, bringing her in tighter.
"Maybe you can, starting with a ring."
"Cole,
you know you need one."
"Fine, just go get one." He ignored the exasperation in her voice.
"I know you. It has to be just right. Brassy enough to go with your ballbuster outfits, big enough to counteract your come-hither outfits."
"My come-hither outfits?"
"Like that little skirt that looks respectable, but rides up just enough to promise that you aren't."
She took a step into him, leaving no space between them, pressing her cheek against his so he could feel her smile. "I'm respectable. The skirt says, 'Don't you wish I wasn't?'"
"Yes, I wish you weren't, but that's not what the skirt says."
He could feel her breath blow across his ear as she laughed quietly. He smiled, seeing a few faces turned in their direction, seeing hands come up to cover whispers, and he said,
"I'll come back early on Friday, take you to pick out a ring."
He could feel the tension in her back, and he rubbed it soothingly.
"It's not a down payment on your soul, Maggie."
"Just my body?"
"Maybe traditionally, but I think you should treat it like a contract."
She pushed against him until there was space between them again. He said,
"That while my ring is on your finger, you're mine. While my ring is on your finger, I'm yours. You can't argue with that, can you?"
"Is that why people make deals with the devil? Because it sounds reasonable?"
"You already made the deal. This is the trappings."
She said, "I am starting to feel a little trapped, yes."
"I know you're going to flash my ring around no matter what you say. You'll work it, make everyone think what you want them to."
"Like that I've got you wrapped around my finger?"
"Everyone knows it already. How else would you get me to marry you without a prenup?"
She laughed. "I'll let them know someday that all it takes is a fake engagement." The music stopped, and in the pause before the next song, they stayed together, smiling. She finally said, "Ready to go back in?" He took a deep breath.
"It's what we came for."
"It is. And just think, anybody will be better than Jackson."
"That is true, except maybe Blackwood."
"You don't need to worry about Simon. He wouldn't know what work was if it bit him." Chapter 16. Ginny was in the kitchen, putting the last of dinner away. Tanner had followed her, sitting at the counter to watch her, picking at the leftovers. Rosa was getting older and slower, and they couldn't afford to hire extra help for her. Ginny had taken to helping with the dishes, since helping with the food was out of the question. You were welcome to come in and watch Rosa while she was cooking, but you did not get in her way. Tanner grabbed the last bite and said, "I'm driving out to Midland tomorrow." "What's out in Midland?" "Jackson Harwood wants to get Cole in on a deal he's doing. I said I'd bring it to him, try and get him to sign." Ginny tried to keep her eyebrows from running up into her hairline, turning around slowly to give herself time to get over the shock. She thought of Tanner meeting with Cole and said, "I want to go with you." Tanner shook his head, and she banged the saran wrap on the counter. "We're going to be a team, remember? We're going to do it together, Tanner." "We will." "Tomorrow." "I can't, Ginny. Tomorrow I will go see Cole Montgomery, and I will do whatever I have to so I can get in his good graces. Whatever he wants so I can be part of this deal. I can't do it if you're there. I can't stand to have you watch that." She stared at her husband, saying nothing, willing him to change his mind. He whispered, "Please, Ginny, I have to do this without you." "And then, next time, I'll go?" "Yes. After I get Cole to sign, we'll meet with Harwood together." She grimaced. "Why does it have to be with him?" "It'll be worth it." "Will you listen to me if I think it won't?" He rose, pulling a glass from the cupboard, turning to look at her. "Yes." She nodded. She wasn't sure how that would go, how he'd react if she disagreed with him, if he'd believe her. They'd never done this before. It was exciting and new. After 11 years of marriage, exciting and new was, well, exciting and new. But this she was sure of. The two of them together would be better than the two of them apart. Tanner pulled a bottle of Coke from the fridge, pouring it over ice. He didn't add his normal shot of rum, and she walked around the island to kiss his cheek. "Can I have one?" He nodded, getting another glass down for her. He poured, holding it out to her, and when she tried to take it, he whispered, "You never say anything about my drinking." She looked up. "I don't know what to say." "You could say you hate it." "I could." "You could say you wish I would stop." "I do wish you would stop, but I don't think it's as easy as wishing." "I don't want to be a drunk, but I try to stop and I fail, and I try and I fail, fail. She ran her hand behind his ear. "Tonight you didn't." He looked down in his glass, staring wide-eyed. "I want it." "Wanting is not failing. I'm not sure the want is under your control, only the doing." "I don't know how to beat the want. It turns to need eventually. It will win eventually." "There's a way, Tanner. I don't know what it is. I don't know what your way is, but I know there's a way." He took a long drink, closing his eyes. She said, "And you'll probably fail a few times as you make your way. Fail is not a 4-letter word. It just means you're going down the wrong road, that you've come to a dead end. It doesn't mean your destination is unreachable."
"Destination? What is my destination?"
He opened his eyes, looked down into his drink as if it held the answers he was seeking. "You're going to have to decide that for yourself, Tanner." He said,
"What do you want?"
"For you to be happy."
"And if I'm happy 3 sheets to the wind?"
She said simply, "Then I'm happy."
"Are you happy, Ginny? Really happy?"
"No, because you're not." He looked into her eyes, and she could see how unhappy he was. How sad. Hopeless. Why was life so hard? That's what she wanted to know. Because no one escaped. No one.
All you could really do was keep trying, and when you failed, turn around and try again. He said, "So what do I do tonight and tomorrow?" He laughed hollowly, closing his eyes. "How am I going to get through tomorrow without a drink waiting for me at the end?" She wrapped her arms around him, whispering huskily, "I could distract you tonight. Anytime you need a distraction, I'd be happy to help." She pulled back, grinning at him, and he laughed. "I don't deserve you." "Yes, you do. You're blind about this. You can't see that you deserve me. When we go see Harwood, you won't be able to see if the reward is worth the risk. You'll just have to believe me without being able to see it. I think you'll just have to believe me about this, too. You deserve me. If you didn't, I would never have married you. If you didn't, I wouldn't still be with you." "So when you finally leave me, I'll know I no longer deserve you?" "If I'm still with you, you know you do." He whispered, "I'll just have to make sure you never leave." She whispered back, "I know where you can start." He lifted her onto the counter, and she squeaked. He said, "Right here?" Ginny looked to the kitchen door. "On Rosa's counter?" "Why not?" "I think it would be hard to stay with you if we were both dead." He pulled his head down, kissed her lips. "Rosa wouldn't lay a finger on you." "That's because I have respect for the woman who prepares our food, and I wouldn't desecrate her workspace." "Always so thoughtful, so sweet." "It's a recessive gene. The Caldwells produce one every once in a while." He laughed, pulled her off the counter. "What about the bathroom counter? Will Rosa have anything to say about that?" She took his hand and led him out of the kitchen. "Nope, not a peep." Ginny was still awake when car lights flashed across the window, telling her Maggie was home. They'd left the outside lights on for her, knowing she'd be back late. Ginny had been hoping she wouldn't be back at all, that she'd end up at Cole's. But it looked like her sister was too stubborn for her own good. Ginny glanced at Tanner sleeping beside her, their distraction having worked well enough for tonight. Maybe she could help him after all. He had to do it himself. There really was no other alternative. But she could help him. She would help him any way she could. She slipped out of bed, smiling, thinking that really wasn't going to be a sacrifice, not if tonight was any indication. She threw on her pajamas, padding out to the living room, peering through the blinds to make sure it was Maggie. The windows were open to the cool night air, and Ginny could hear Cole saying, "I have to know. It's been driving me crazy all night." They were a breath's width apart. Maggie's lips curved in a smile, and she said, "Whatever you find, it'll drive you crazy for the rest of the night." He ran his hands down her back, finding the zipper to her pants and slowly pulling it down. "I'm willing to live with that." Ginny turned away, not particularly interested in seeing her sister naked, when Cole said, "You are wearing panties. A tease and a liar, Margaret Caldwell. There's a place in hell reserved for women like you." Maggie said, "There's a place reserved in heaven for stupid men that fall for it." "Not stupid, just hopeful." A long pause, and then he said softly, "Always hopeful." Ginny peeked through the curtains again to find her sister's arms wrapped around Cole's neck, kissing him like a dieter getting their first taste of cake. Cole kept one hand down the back of Maggie's pants, one hand fisted in her hair. He held her still as his mouth teased hers. He trailed kisses to her ear and whispered something, and Ginny thought she was going to have to make a quick exit before they came inside. Maggie went still for a long minute, then unwrapped her arms and pushed against him until he let her go. He slid his hands down her bare arms, linking their fingers and staring into her eyes. Maggie took a step back, Cole's fingers still tangled with hers. He held on and said, Still no?
It's always no, Cole. Stop falling for it. If Ginny didn't know her sister, she'd call her a cold-blooded tease, too. Cole smiled at Maggie, and Ginny thought he knew her sister, too, that he could hear past the words to the huskiness below it, could see past her nose in the air to her shallow breaths. He said, "Where's the fun in that?" Maggie dropped her hand, turning to the door. Ginny watched him stare at the door as it closed, watched him stand there, put his hands in his pockets, and wait for Maggie to come back out. He undid his bow tie, and he waited. And when Maggie didn't come back out, he turned to his truck and walked slowly away. Ginny had never thought she would feel bad for a man like Cole Montgomery. He wasn't really a man that engendered pity, but she thought he'd met his match with Maggie. He looked like he knew it, too. Ginny dropped the blind, walking around the corner to find Maggie leaning against the front door, her hands tightly closed and pushing against her chest. When she saw Ginny, Maggie dropped her hands, pushed herself away from the door. Ginny said, "You sent him away after that?" Maggie leaned down to undo her shoes, kicking them off with a heartfelt groan. She closed her eyes and said, "I did, and Emily Bronte was wrong. We don't breed sad sorrows for ourselves. We make our own hell on earth, a hell filled with unending, impossible want." "Then go back out there and wave him down. It's not too late." Maggie sighed. "If I could figure out a way to have him and my pride at the same time, I would. If I could figure out a way to have him without losing everything, I would. But it is too late. It was too late 12 years ago. It's been too late since I was born Margaret Caldwell and he was born Cole Montgomery." Sad and hopeless. Ginny couldn't stand when those she loved were sad and hopeless. Maggie unhooked the choker around her neck. "I'm going for a swim." Ginny looked out towards the pool. "Now?" "Yeah, go to bed, Ginny. Go curl up with your husband and be glad you're not a slave to your dignity." Ginny watched Maggie walk down the hall to her bedroom. She waited until she saw Maggie come back out in her faded, warm swimsuit, watched as Maggie dove into the pool and begin steady strokes that took her to one end of the pool and back again. Then Ginny picked up the phone. Cole picked up after one ring and said, "Maggie, have you called to tell me you've taken those offending undergarments off?" "It's Ginny." "Oh." He cleared his throat. "Maggie is sad." "I'll be right over." Ginny smiled in the darkness, still watching her sister, wondering how someone so smart could be so stupid. "Don't you want to know why she's sad?" "Oh, yeah." "She's sad because she can't figure out how to get what she needs without giving up her pride." "What does she need? She only has to ask me." Ginny said, "Oh, Cole, she won't ever ask. She'll deny she needs you until the breath is ripped from her body." He answered her with silence, and she said, "One of you is going to have to bend. I don't think it's going to be her." And she hung up. She put the phone back in its cradle, and Tanner said behind her, "What are you doing?" She jumped, whirling around. She put her hand to her chest, tried to slow her heart back down. She said, "Just trying to make my sister happy?" He cocked his head, and she blushed slightly. "Okay, I was trying to get my sister laid." He looked out the window at Maggie swimming back and forth. "They're not sleeping together already?" When she shook her head, he said, "Why not?" Ginny screwed her face up, trying to think of how to tell him, and he groaned. He shut his eyes tight and said with conviction, "They're not really engaged." "They're engaged. There just won't be a wedding." "Maggie's using him to get her creditors to back off." Ginny hadn't meant to keep it from him. It was just every time Cole's name came up, Tanner found a drink. Ginny had stopped saying his name. He folded his arms.
Why didn't I know this?
Because every time Cole is here, you're not.
So, it's not real.
It's real, just not permanent. Ginny looked back out at Maggie cutting through the water, and Tanner said,
But you're trying to make it permanent?
I don't know, but he makes her happy. Have you ever seen her like this before? He shook his head no, but Ginny had. 12 years ago, Maggie had been happy and wild and crazy. Her sister was not normally any of those. She was focused, dedicated, driven. And when Cole was around, she was distracted. When her and Cole were together, she was happy. She didn't know why Maggie couldn't see it. Or maybe she could see it, she just didn't think it was important. Maybe happy wasn't really a goal for Maggie. They heard the engine of a truck, saw lights flash against the window. Tanner said,
For one bright, shining moment, I thought I was not going to be related to Cole Montgomery.
Yes, but think what a good mood he'll be in tomorrow for your meeting.
If she says yes, he's going to be pissed off if it's no.
Cole was going to be in a really, really bad mood if it was no again. Ginny decided not to tell Tanner that. He said,
So I'm going out tomorrow to beg a man who isn't going to be family.
Tomorrow you'll be meeting with a man who might be really happy, really relaxed. A man who may or may not be family someday. Tanner looked up at the ceiling and muttered,
I might need another distraction.
Ginny grinned, pulling his face down to kiss him long and hard. She started walking him backwards to their bedroom and said, Oh, the sacrifices I make. He ran his hands down her back and cupped her butt.
Shouldn't we see what happens?
Ginny shook her head. We'll know in the morning.
God.
Just think, if he's still here in the morning, you won't have to drive out to Midland.
Oh, I can see it. I'll propose Harwood's deal while we sip coffee in our pajamas, Rosa sharpening her knives in the kitchen. Sounds great.
I might help in the kitchen tomorrow morning. He laughed, closing his eyes.
I'm pretty lucky I never got on Rosa's bad side, aren't I?
It's not luck. It's you not breaking my heart. He stopped.
That's what you want for your sister? A man who has already broken her heart?
That's what she needs. Someone who can break her heart. Tanner looked down at her chest, put his hand on her heart.
I won't break yours.
She smiled. No, but you could. At his look of fear, she said, Just like I could break yours.
You wouldn't.
No, but I could.
And that's what you want for Maggie, with Cole Montgomery.
Ginny's stomach clenched, and she looked up with him. I didn't pick him. She did.
And kept him under control.
She turned around, ready to run out to the pool, stop what she'd started, but Tanner kept hold of her waist.
Stop interfering, Ginny.
But
she can still say no.
He rested his cheek on her hair, and she whispered, He wouldn't do it again.
Why wouldn't he?
Ginny closed her eyes, trying to remember the look on his face tonight. There'd been want, but had there been love? The kind of love that sacrificed, that would protect the heart it had been trusted with? Maybe Cole didn't know how to love like that. Tanner said,
Maybe Maggie won't let him break her heart again.
Ginny knew it was too late for that. She'd seen Maggie, her fists pressed to her chest. She'd seen the look on Maggie's face, the pain of an unprotected heart. Maggie had said that all she had left was her pride, and Ginny had told Cole that's what was standing in his way. All Ginny could hope was that he didn't know how to let Maggie keep her pride. Chapter 17. Should he just knock? Go in? Cole had rushed over here, but now what? Maggie might be sad, but that didn't mean she'd give in, that she'd even want to see him. He heard a splash from the pool and walked around the house. The lights were out, the only light coming from the full moon, bright enough to see by, bright enough to know when she saw him. Ginny had said she needed him, and he knew Maggie did. She needed him, wanted him, just not enough. Not enough to want him in the daylight. He shucked his pants, ripped his shirt off. She didn't say a word, just watched him. He dropped his briefs and walked into the pool, not breaking eye contact with her. If she didn't want him during the day, he'd take the night. He didn't care, not right now. Cole glided towards her, stopping a foot away. He pulled one dripping closed fist from the water and held it up between them. He said quietly, "You know what I want if I win." She stared at his fist for a long time, her chest rising and falling, the water lapping against her black swimsuit. She lifted a hand out of the water, reaching for him and whispering, "I always pick scissors." Cole let out his breath, taking that last step, crushing her to him. She wrapped her legs around his waist and he said, "Try not to drown me." "Not until I'm done with you, at least." Chapter 18. When their hearts stopped pounding, when he could open his eyes, he said, "You're in such a hurry." She was still sitting in his lap, boneless, and she whispered, "Goal-oriented." "Is one of your goals to kill me? 'Cause you just about did it." "Does that mean we're not going to do it again?" "Oh, we're going to do it again. It'll just have to be on dry land if you want me to survive it." She hummed at him, not opening her eyes, running her hand down his bicep. He stood, lifting her, climbing the steps of the pool and heading to the back door. She opened her eyes. "We going to give my sister a show?" He stopped, looking down at her naked in his arms. "Tanner too?" "They are married." He put her down, leaving her to wrap a towel around her as he tried to pull his pants up wet legs. He finally said, "Fuck it. They'll just have to enjoy it." She said, "I guess Rosa has already seen it. She won't be too surprised if she catches sight of you." "Shit. Walk in front of me." He walked right behind her until they got to her bedroom, meeting no one in the dark house. He closed the door behind him, wrapped his arms around her waist. He said, "Thanks for not making me crawl in through the window." "You can go out that way, relive old times." He sat on her bed, a king instead of a double, the furnishing sophisticated and modern instead of childish, and realized they'd been children the last time he'd been in here. Children who thought they were done growing when they'd only just begun. She stayed standing in front of him, and he spread his hands across her belly, gripping her waist, looking up at her. She pushed his hair off his face. "Did you ever tell anyone about us?" He shook his head. "Who would have believed me?" "Everyone." He rested his cheek on her skin, inhaled deeply. "No one. I didn't believe it myself. Besides, who would I have told? You were my only friend." "Is that why this time you're telling the world?" He shook his head. "I'm not telling anyone. They're assuming." When he looked up, she was fighting a smile. "I guess it's a pretty good assumption." He ran his hand down her butt. "It is now, and I'm still not going to tell anyone." He'd keep this in the dark for her. Besides, who would he tell? He pulled her down onto his lap, laid back on the bed with her on top of him. She said, "Fast this time. Wild. Crazy." He raised his eyebrows. "That wasn't fast?" "I was fast. You were still thinking." "I wasn't. I was trying to breathe." She said, "I can tell when you're thinking, Cole, and you never stopped." "Are you saying that wasn't good?" "It was good. Fun. Just—" She looked at him, and he said, I was thinking." "You were being careful." He clenched his jaw. "We were in a pool. I didn't want either of us to drown.
something you did not seem to care about.
No, I didn't. You wouldn't have either if you weren't thinking.
What do you have against thinking, Maggie?
She sighed, rolling off him and onto her stomach. He followed her, trapping her against the bed. He said to her back,
Did I ever say I was sorry?
Only every other time.
One more time?
She let out a long breath. You really don't have to.
I'm still saying it. I'm sorry. Sorry I hurt you.
Sorry for all the times he'd hurt her. It's only one of many, Cole, of things we wish we could change.
That's depressingly true.
And I'll give you a hint. I don't like you gentle. I don't like you sorry. He softly rubbed his stubble up her back, and she arched against him. He said,
I had gotten that impression.
He ran his hands up her back, pushed her arms above her head. He straddled her.
So if I can't be sorry, I guess I just have to give you what you want.
He could see her breath come faster, her back rising and falling quickly. She started to rise, and he pushed her back down, his hand on her neck. He leaned down and whispered in her ear,
Take what I want.
She whispered back, You can try. And he smiled. He sunk his teeth into her shoulder, pushed her legs apart, and took what he wanted. Chapter 19. Cole was gone when she awoke, but she could still feel him, still smell him. She closed her eyes again, wondering for one brief second if she could pretend that had never happened, and then crossed that idea off when she realized that would lead to never doing it again. She stretched, a little sore, a little worse for wear, and she smiled. He'd finally stopped thinking, stopped worrying that he was hurting her, stopped worrying about the consequences. She lived by plotting, preparing, manipulating. But there was something to be said for throwing all caution to the winds, living only for now. She'd never been able to do it with anyone but him, and she'd take advantage of him until their time came to an end, because it was unlikely she'd ever find anyone else. She grabbed her phone, thinking Cole was probably in Midland by now, and called him. He answered on the first ring.
Hi.
She smiled at the gravel in his voice. He sounded like a man who had gotten very little sleep. Hi back. You left early.
Self-preservation. It was either leave then or leave never, and I can't take another day off work again so soon.
She tried not to sigh when she said, And you're not coming back until Friday?
Early Friday. Really early Friday. We have a ring to buy.
She closed her eyes at the reminder. She said, Maybe I can distract you somehow.
I don't think there's a maybe about it, but there will probably be some time during the weekend that we'll have our clothes on. We'll do it then.
She hummed in the back of her throat. I think there's a maybe about that. She smiled into the silence, and he finally said,
That's just mean, Maggie.
I wasn't trying to be mean, only realistic. It's going to be 5 days. 5 whole days.
I'll see if I can push it to Thursday.
They hung up, and Maggie dragged herself to the shower, washing the chlorine out of her hair, washing Cole off of her. She dressed carefully, hiding the mark on her shoulder, thinking she'd have to make sure she left a mark on him next time to keep things even. She picked a skirt that went below her knees, heels with a T-strap instead of an ankle strap. She had an idea in the shower, an idea that was part really good, part really desperate, part potentially infuriating. She headed for the kitchen to see if Ginny was around to cast the deciding vote on whether she should do it or not. Rosa was cooking, and when Maggie kissed her cheek good morning, the woman muttered in Spanish about devils and stupid girls. Rosa had been with their family since the girls were young, was family now. She'd been the salve to her mother's sharp wounds, hidden cookies after an angry dinner, kissed on scraped knees. Maggie and Ginny had loved their mother, always would, but it had been complicated. There was no complication with Rosa, only love. Only a woman who spoiled them rotten to balance a mother who expected a lot from her daughters. Although since her mother had died, Rosa had taken on the part of disapproving with aplomb. And Maggie understood now what her mother had given them, now that she knew that Rosa could have been replaced every year with someone new. Never allowed to stay long enough to crawl into the girls' hearts, never allowed to be important to them. Maggie's mother had expected a lot of everyone, herself included. Ginny sat at the counter, eating scrambled eggs and bacon. Maggie looked at the bacon and thought of Cole. Ginny said, "Late night?" Maggie poured coffee. "You didn't hear us?" "We heard you. I thought Daddy was going to wake up and get his shotgun." Maggie smiled sadly. "That would have been horribly wonderful." "Yes, it would have been." Ginny sighed, and they both knew that he was never waking up. If last night hadn't done it, nothing would. Maggie said, "I'm thinking of heading out to Midland this afternoon, making an appointment with Western Oil." "Are you going out to Midland to make a deal, or to sleep with Cole?" "Both." "That might upset him." "I'm trying to decide if upsetting him is a pro or a con. It'll tip the scales either way." Ginny eyed her. "What happened to your dignity?" "You were the one who said you'd rather be happy. What happened in half a night?" "I remembered the last time you gave Cole your heart." Maggie set her cup down, sitting down in the chair hard. "I've never given Cole my heart." Ginny raised her eyebrows. "Yes, you did. In high school. I was here when he broke it. Rosa was the one to sweep up the pieces." Rosa dropped a plate in front of Maggie, saying, "I remember it, mija, even if you don't." Maggie looked between the two women and said, "I was in love with Tanner in high school." Ginny blinked. Rosa crossed herself. They said, "Tanner?" Ginny said, "You liked Cole. You were sleeping with him." Maggie sighed deeply. "I liked Tanner. He was beautiful and golden and perfect. Cole was something else." Ginny slid from her seat, wrapping her arms around Maggie and whispering, "I wouldn't have gone out with him if I'd known." Maggie smiled and patted her back. "Wouldn't have married him?" Ginny pulled back, her eyebrows knitted. "No, I wouldn't have." "Then I guess it's a good thing you didn't know, since you love him and I never did." "But you just said—" "I should have said, I thought I loved him. But I realized a long time ago that I didn't. You can't love what you can't fully see." Ginny still looked unhappy, and Maggie said, "Your husband is not perfect." Ginny's eyebrows snapped back together, this time in anger. "I know." "I thought he was, and when I found out he wasn't, it was like the blinders fell off and I could see him for the first time. You always knew who he was. That's who you loved. I only loved what I thought he was." Ginny didn't say anything, and Maggie said, "Don't be angry. Tanner is family. He's my brother now. I love him. I just don't love him. And that's a good thing, since you're the one who married him." "What about Cole?" "What about him?" Ginny looked at her. "Why were you sleeping with Cole if you loved Tanner?" "I wanted to. You don't have to love someone to want them." Rosa crossed herself again, waving her arms around and saying she didn't want to hear this. Ginny watched Rosa leave, then turned to Maggie. "You're a liar." Ginny sat back down in her chair, pushing her breakfast away. Maggie said, "You've loved every man you've slept with?" "I've only slept with one man," Ginny said, and Maggie jerked her head back. "Only one?" "I've only ever wanted Tanner." Maggie's heart hurt a little bit at that. She couldn't decide if it was happiness for her sister or jealousy. It's nice that the one you wanted you back. Ginny chewed on her bottom lip. Maybe I was blind, but all I ever saw was you and Cole. I had no idea you ever even liked Tanner. I learned my poker face from Mother. You can only see what I want you to. Ginny put her hand over Maggie's. Not always. Maybe it wasn't love I saw in your face 12 years ago, but I saw something. Maggie thought about last night, thought about all those nights long ago. I could probably guess what was on my face. It wasn't love, but lust probably making a similar face. You know you gave Rosa a heart attack. She just kept worrying what would happen if you got pregnant by the devil's son, and what would Daddy do when he found out. Maggie tried not to, but the laugh broke free. Poor Rosa. We owe her a nice retirement, don't we? What's with the we? I wasn't the one sleeping with the devil's son where my housekeeper could walk in on me. Maggie closed her eyes at the memory, at the expression on Rosa's face when she'd found them. The fear, the anger, the sorrow. Rosa had chased him away, hissing at him, and Maggie had been surprised to find Rosa was just as scary as her parents when she wanted to be. Ginny said, Why were you sleeping with Cole if you were so in love with Tanner? And don't tell me it was because you wanted him. No girl sleeps with her first unless she loves him. Maybe since then it's been different, but not the first. Maggie nodded, unable to argue with the logic. We made a deal. I'd sleep with him if he'd give the Beaumonts more time to pay. Ginny's mouth fell open. You were sleeping with him and he? Yeah. And Maggie laughed. It all seemed so inevitable, as if anyone with a lick of sense could have seen that train wreck coming. Ginny whispered, No wonder you didn't want to ask him for a favor again. Maggie snorted. No wonder. I hope you kicked him in the balls. Should've. She didn't want to remember what she'd really done. Didn't want to think for even a second that it could happen again. Because it wouldn't. This time she was sleeping with him only because she wanted to. Not to save someone he could destroy. Not because she trusted him. She was using him. Using his money. Using his reputation. Using his body. Ginny said, You said your eyes were opened about Tanner. Have they been opened about Cole? I told you I never loved him. I hated him. After. But he wasn't perfect beforehand. I've always seen what Cole is. With Cole, you watch your back. I just didn't think I had to. Are you watching your back this time? Was she? Did she still think she didn't have to? Or had she learned her lesson? Maggie scrunched up her face. So you think it's a bad idea to go out to Midland? No, that's not what I'm saying. You think I should go? I think you want to go. Ginny carried her plate to the sink, rinsed her coffee cup, and turned back to her sister. She said, And the Caldwells always get what they want. Maggie looked at her for a long heartbeat, and then smiled. Yes, they did. Cole walked down the stairs of his office trailer to meet Maggie, a crooked grin on his face. She said, I have a scratch. You need someone to itch it? Maybe. He looked around the parking lot. Maybe doesn't make someone drive out to the middle of nowhere. I have business in Midland. You were on the way. You have business in... He stopped and narrowed his eyes. Are you meeting with one of my competitors? She smiled. Just looking for opportunities, Cole. He folded his arms and took a step closer. Who? Western Oil. He glanced down at her skirt, her shoes. She said, You've got issues. I can work around them. Good. I have a few more issues I'm going to need you to work around. I'm willing to hear them, but only the skirt was free. Cole said,
Are you blackmailing me?
No, I'm telling you I'm looking for more partners. He stared at her, his blue eyes hard. Her heart sped up at the thrill, the challenge, the fun. No one was as fun as Cole. He finally said, I'm not into that threesome sort of thing. Western Oil is out. Maggie said, I should have brought a shorter skirt for my meeting.
How long until you go disrupt their operations?
She smiled. About an hour and a half.
Just enough time for me to show you we don't need anyone else crawling into bed with us.
She said, if you're fast. He closed his eyes.
I'm going to slow you down one of these days.
She looked down at the bulge in his pants. He might slow her down one of these days, but it wasn't going to be today. She said, Want me to walk in front of you?
Yes, my trailer's parked behind the office.
She walked carefully through the dirt and pebbles, and he muttered,
Gonna buy you a pair of boots.
Behind his office trailer was a fifth wheel, a pop-out on one side of the trailer, metal stairs at the back. She climbed the stairs and said over her shoulder, If you put a hat on the door, I will probably kill you.
I don't have a tie, Maggie.
When she opened the door, a wave of cool air hit her, and she stepped inside to find a spacious living area, a couch and dining table in the pop-out, a kitchen with a small counter and 2 bar stools. She said, When you said you slept in a trailer, I felt bad for you. I thought you were roughing it.
The bed's a queen. I hardly fit.
She pointed to the TV and VCR, the air conditioner. She opened the fridge and found juice, bacon, frozen breakfast sandwiches, and ice cream in the freezer. He put his arms around her waist, rested his chin on her shoulder.
It's pre-cooked bacon.
You poor, poor man. He grinned and kissed her ear.
It's still a trailer.
It's plenty of room for one person. He leaned against her, pushing her toward the short flight of stairs up to the bedroom.
It's plenty of room for 2 people.
She narrowed her eyes, looking over her shoulder. And do you have proof of this?
Not yet, but I'm feeling lucky.
She planted her feet and held up a hand to stop him. Just tell me about your life of deprivation out here in Midland. Do you have video games to go with that TV?
No video games, and honestly, I never even turned the TV on. Too busy.
But you're willing to take the time to see if the 2 of us will fit in a queen. He murmured,
If you're going to drive all the way out here, I can find the time.
He pulled her blouse out of her skirt and over her head as she climbed the carpeted stairs and past a small bathroom. He kissed the mark on her shoulder.
No apologies?
No need. I'll return the favor.
I can't wait.
He did sound excited about it. He said,
If you cancel your meeting, you can even things out right now.
The only way I'm canceling my meeting is if I think I'll be too busy.
You're going to be too busy.
With work. He growled and pushed at her until she toppled onto the bed. He crawled after her, running a finger along the edge of her bra. He said,
You're serious about Western Oil?
I'm looking for money, Cole. They're making it. You're making it.
And if I keep you busy enough, what'll you give me in return?
She cocked her head. You mean besides keeping Western Oil out of it? What do you want?
I've already got you in bed, so that's out.
I could always stop sleeping with you.
Could you?
She raised an eyebrow at him and told herself definitely, no question about it. Maybe. He grinned and lowered his body onto hers, his jeans rasping against her skirt, his bulge sliding up the front of her thighs. She said, You're going to wrinkle my skirt. He murmured,
I'll take it off in a minute, after we're done negotiating.
She whispered, I thought we were done negotiating. You keep me so busy, making so much money, that I won't even think of anyone else." He slid a hand beneath her, slowly pulled her zipper down, and kissed the side of her mouth.
"No one else. Ever again."
She raised her hips off the bed so he could slide her skirt off, and he said,
"And you can stay out here with me during the week."
She laughed, shaking her head.
No way. "Why not? You can work out here just as well. There's phone, internet, no distractions."
There was one gigantic distraction. He smiled as if he could read her mind. She unbuttoned the front of his jeans, sliding her hand inside, cupping him. She said, "You don't think I'm going to be a distraction?"
"You're going to be the best kind of distraction, Maggie. The very best kind."
Chapter 20. Cole listened to Maggie's heart gradually slowing, his head cradled on her chest, her legs around his waist. He hadn't gotten his jeans all the way off, and his legs were straight out behind him, his weight resting fully on her. One of these days he was going to take his time, go slow. He might have to tie her up, hold her down to do it. He was looking forward to it. Cole's cell phone rang, and he groaned before rolling off her, reaching for it. He listened, shooting his eyes to Maggie.
"All right, I'll be there in a minute."
He hung up and said,
"Did you bring Tanner with you? Had him wait in the car until you buttered me up?"
She raised her eyebrows at him. "Of course I did, Cole. I frequently butter up people for my brother-in-law." He wiped himself down, pulled his jeans back up.
"Well, he's here."
"I guess today is Monday." His lip curled.
"Harwood. You could have told Tanner there was no way I'm dealing with Harwood. Saved him the trip."
"Well, he is out here. Maybe you could listen to him."
"It's a firm no about Jackson Harwood, Maggie."
"Then find something else." Cole pointed a finger at her.
"You're not going to ask me to take Tanner under my wing."
"We had a deal, if you remember. You agreed to give the Beaumonts time to get their money together. A few years too late, but you can still help Tanner." His stomach rolled at the reminder. She wasn't going to forgive him for that, no matter what kind of deal they'd made. Never let him forget. He snarled, "How?" She shrugged, scooting to the side of the bed. "Give him what he wants. A piece of some pie."
"Should I give him a piece of the pie I was just going to give you?"
She grabbed for her skirt, turning from him and shaking it out. He headed for the bathroom and she choked out, "Yes, give it to Tanner." He stopped, turning back around to stare at her back. He cursed the small space and sat back down on the edge of the bed so he could get closer. He grabbed her around the waist, turning her towards him, pulling her between his legs. Her jaw was clenched and he said,
"What are you doing?"
"I'm trying to make something right. I owe him." His eyebrows shot up.
"Are you being selfless?"
She looked down her nose at him. "It's not an affliction."
"It is to a Caldwell. It is to a cold-blooded competitor."
"I'm not a cold-blooded competitor. I'm fair. I'm a lady." He snorted.
"Oh, baby, you're no lady."
"Excuse me?"
"Your mother was a lady. Your sister is a lady. You are your father's daughter, and he was no gentleman."
"You don't think my father would have tried to right a wrong against someone he loved?" It hit Cole, and his head snapped back, his stomach churning. He stared at her, knowing he couldn't keep it off his face. She leaned toward him, saying softly, "He's my brother-in-law, family. I love him like that." She rested her forehead against his. Only like that. She'd loved Tanner back when. Hadn't seen what he really was. Had been blind when it came to him. Which wasn't to say that Tanner was worse than anyone else. It was just Maggie had strict rules. Rules that Tanner didn't even know existed. She couldn't love someone like that. Couldn't love someone who didn't play fair. Cole closed his eyes. He hadn't played fair. He'd broken their contract, and he wanted her to forgive him, when that went against everything she thought the world should be like. He said softly, "You haven't forgiven me yet, have you?" She didn't say anything, didn't move, and he opened his eyes to find her looking at him. She pulled away. "I'm not going to just give you my forgiveness, Cole. You have to work for it." "I didn't realize I was going to have to bend over for it." She sat on his lap, wrapping an arm around his neck. "I'm not asking you to bend over." He murmured, "I like you in my lap, but it makes me nervous." She murmured back, "Good. To both." "You're not going to drop this, are you?" "He needs help, Cole." He said, "Are you going to wait for me out there until I'm done with him?" "No, I'm going into town. I have a meeting." "No, you don't. I have enough pies for the both of you. You're going to be too busy for other partners for quite some time." She raised his chin so he was looking in her eyes and not down at her chest. "And you're not talking about sex here, right?" "That too." She nodded at him, standing back up, stepping into her skirt. She said, "I owe you a kick in the balls for calling me baby." "Put it on my tab." "We'll have to settle eventually." "And I will put it off as long as I possibly can." She smiled a ball-shriveling smile at him. "And I will save it for when I'm really mad at you." He ran his hand down the back of her skirt, began pulling the bottom of it up. He said, "You know I like it when you're scary." "I know you have Tanner waiting." "He can wait another minute or two?" Maggie said, "He's been waiting 12 years, and I have a meeting to cancel." "You sure you didn't plan this with Tanner?" "I'm really trying hard here not to be insulted." He sighed and pushed her away. "Okay, I'm going before you put another kick on my tab." She grabbed his shirt, pulled him back to her. "Thank you, Cole, for Tanner." "Those aren't the words I wanted to hear." She kissed him, smoothed out the wrinkles she'd put in his shirt, and said, "I know." Cole found Tanner waiting for him, looking ashy and a little shaken. Cole waved him into his office, not saying a word. Paul said under his breath, "Sorry, boss. If she needs anything, get it for her." And Paul nodded. Cole closed the door, sat down behind his desk. He was going to have to work with Tanner fucking Beaumont. Cole had a feeling Maggie knew his balls were wrapped around her finger, ring or no ring. Cole said, "I think we need to get something out of the way." Tanner nodded, took a deep breath. "I'm sorry." Cole tapped his desk. "For what?" "For jumping you? Getting you expelled?" Cole nodded slowly. And then he started laughing. He turned his chair around to look out the window, to hide the epiphany he'd just had. He'd never hated Tanner for the beating. That had put fuel on the flame, but it had started before that. Tanner watching his friends jump Cole and beat the shit out of him hadn't been anywhere near the first shot. Because Cole had already hated him, hated the way Maggie looked at him, hated that she'd never looked at Cole like that she never would. And now that she didn't like Tanner anymore, that driving need to squash him was gone. He was still a pompous shit, though. They weren't ever going to be best buds. Cole said, "Right. Consider it forgotten." He kept looking out the window, fighting himself, not wanting to say those words back. "Tanner, what I did to your family." Cole cleared his throat. "I wish I could change it. Go back and choose differently." He turned back to find Tanner looking confused. Cole stood, walking around the desk and waving Tanner at him. Tanner froze, then said, "You want me to take a swing at you?" "It's overdue."
Tanner threw a hand in the air. Well, now I don't want to. You just ruined it for me. I've been waiting years to slam my fist into your face, and you just ruined it. Cole said, Are you drunk? No. Cole looked down at Tanner's hand, at the shaking. Tanner closed his fist, put it back in his lap. Cole asked, Hi? I've quit drinking. Cole raised one eyebrow. Since Friday? Tanner nodded, closing his eyes. Gotta start sometime, right? Gotta change something. Cole thought that starting after a big bender was probably a hard way to do it, but maybe there was no easy way. He grabbed a cold bottle of water from his mini-fridge, handing it to Tanner and leaning against the bookcase, crossing his arms. Tanner looked at the bottle and slowly said, Thanks. Cole cut to the chase. I know why you're here, and I've got bad news for you. I'm not working with Harwood for any reason. Tanner looked back up, and Cole said, Saw him last night at the gala. Tanner nodded. Cole said, And I don't care if he's printing money. I don't want to see the man, hear his name again, ever. Tanner's shoulders drooped slightly. Well, then... He looked into the water bottle, the silence lengthening, then straightened in his chair. And what about anybody else? Cole had to give the man credit. He just kept getting back up. Cole thought for a minute, and then he smiled. You know what? I do have business with Harwood. I need a go-between. Tanner leaned forward in his chair, excitement clear on his face. Cole shook his head. I've seen the contracts you signed for Caldwell Holdings. I'm not giving you any authority to go out on your own. First time you overstep, you're out. Tanner nodded. I'll tell you exactly what terms I want. If you can get better than that, you can keep the difference. Tanner's brows knitted together. Why? Why would you do that? One, because I hate Dallas. Hate everything about it. And if I never have to rub shoulders with any of those sharks again, I will die a happy man. You're one of them. Don't think I don't know it. Tanner said. Maggie, too. It has not escaped my notice. Tanner chuckled. Ginny asked why I didn't stand up for Maggie. Protect her. I told her there was no need. Maggie can take care of herself. No, there was no need. But there was want. Cole wanted to protect her, smooth her path. That she was going to give him shit for doing it wouldn't stop him. He paused, wondering just how mad Maggie was going to be when she learned of this, and said, This is confidential, specifically from Maggie. Tanner sat back. I can't tell Maggie? I'm going to buy her loans from Harwood. I don't want her dealing with him again. I don't want to deal with him again. Tanner nodded slowly. She's going to be mad. Cole nodded. Pretty mad. At you. Cole laughed. You think that'll distract her from you? 2 men in her life moving the pieces around behind her back? She'll have enough anger to spread around. Tanner thought for a second, then said, I'd prefer it if my role in this wasn't ever disclosed. Cole smiled. Me too, but I have little hope I can keep myself out of it. He nodded. I can keep you out of it, but it does mean you'll probably have to keep it from Ginny as well. Tanner shook his head. No, we're in this together. She's already planning on going with me to see Harwood. She won't tell Maggie if I ask her not to. Women don't have secrets, Tanner. They talk about things that would make a man shrivel up. If Ginny knows, Maggie knows. Maggie will know you did it. Maggie will know we did it before we're done. Tanner looked out the window a long time, finally turning back to Cole. I'd like to help you with this, Cole, but I can't keep it from Ginny. Is there anything else we could work on together? Cole looked at the certainty in Tanner's eyes, at the acceptance that no matter the cost, he wouldn't keep a secret from Ginny. You love her that much? I've always loved Ginny. Who wouldn't? Personally, I prefer a little fight in my women, but to each his own. Tanner smirked, looking pompous, and Cole tried not to sneer at him. Could the man even help it? Tanner said, "Must be why you've always liked Maggie. She'd said she'd worked out a deal with you, back then, that you'd give Father some more time, that we would be okay. She trusted you, so I trusted you, even though I didn't know you. I thought that maybe your plan was to ingratiate yourself into society, since your father's way was so obviously not working." And Tanner had sat there, the sun shining out of his ass, because he'd thought a last-minute pardon was coming, ensuring his own destruction. Cole said, "You didn't even know Maggie loved you, did you?" Tanner sighed. "I knew, but I couldn't give Ginny up. I wouldn't give Ginny up just to save Maggie's feelings." Cole nearly laughed again. Tanner obviously had no clue that her love for him was where Cole's rage came from. Obviously still had no clue that his thoughtlessness of Maggie's feelings made Cole want to smash his face in. Tanner said, "I owe them. They tried so hard to save us, tried so hard to keep the Beaumonts from feeling the sting, carried us for far longer than they should have. They sacrificed for us, and now I will sacrifice for them. By working with me." Cole shook his head. "What is it with you people? Always sacrificing. Maggie sleeping with me so I wouldn't bankrupt your family. Now you swallowing your pride to save them." Tanner blinked, and his eyes widened. He set his water down on the desk and stood. "You blackmailed Maggie into sleeping with you? That was the deal? She trusted you because she'd let you into her bed? I take it you didn't know the details." Tanner's fist whipped out, slamming into Cole's jaw. He stumbled across the bookcase, binders flying out, his own fists raising. Tanner shouted, "And now you've blackmailed her again? She's sleeping with you again to save us all from bankruptcy? You bastard!" "No." Cole gingerly fingered his jaw. "And yes. Which is it?" "Yes, I'm a bastard. No, she's not sleeping with me to save you from bankruptcy." Tanner jabbed a finger at Cole. "The biggest shark in Texas is you." "Probably. Doesn't mean I like swimming with the others." Tanner shook his head in disgust, heading for the door, and Cole said, "There's a 2, Tanner. Why I'm doing this?" Tanner turned back around, and Cole said it fast, ripped it off like a Band-Aid. "Because I am sorry. Because that's who my father was, what my father did, and I don't want to be him." Tanner looked at Cole as if he was trying to see inside his brain. Tanner opened his mouth, then closed it. Tanner said, "Why do you want to buy the loans from Harwood?" Cole sat down behind his desk, looked at his feet, and said the truth. "Because he hurts her. Because every time he opens his mouth she bleeds. She thinks it's business, and it's not." Cole didn't look up until Tanner said, "I can't keep Harwood a secret from Ginny, but I'll ask her not to tell Maggie. It's the best I can do." Cole sighed, nodding. "Just until it's done. She'll find out eventually. It just has to be a done deal." Tanner said, "You did say you liked a little fight in your women." "I did. You might want to tell Ginny that the only way Maggie will know you two were involved is if she tells her." Tanner smiled. "Might give us enough time to get it done. Ginny doesn't like to be on Maggie's bad side either." "Will she even agree to do it?" Tanner looked up at him and said, "I think she will." When Cole opened the door, he found Maggie sitting at Paul's desk. She looked up, her eyes flicking to Cole's jaw, Tanner's hand. She raised an eyebrow at Cole and he said, "We worked it out." She closed her eyes, shaking her head. "Men." Tanner nodded at her. He held his hand out to Cole and they shook. Maggie watched, waited for Tanner to leave, then said, "Did you hit him back?" He cupped his jaw, moving it side to side. No. She stood to walk around the desk, softly fingering the bruise that was forming, kissing his cheek gently. He said, "A kiss is nice. Do I get any ice?" "You can get your own ice. You know how to move out of the way of a punch." Paul came out, carrying an ice pack, and Maggie took it from him, holding it to Cole's face so softly he couldn't feel it at first. He closed his eyes and whispered, "Are you going to tell me I'm an idiot?" She whispered back, "Yes. How many times am I going to have to do this for you?" He opened his eyes, found her so close, her eyes swirling, and wanted to say 1,000 times more. He wanted to feel her soft hands and hear her sharp voice every day until he died. "This isn't the way to deter a man, Maggie." Paul backed out of the room, and Cole thought he might just have to give the man a raise. He leaned against Paul's desk, pulling her between his legs. "Did you cancel your meeting?" "Yes. What did you give Tanner?" "Harwood." Maggie's eyebrows hit the ceiling, and he let her think he was talking about the deal. He said, "So you'd better make it up to me." "Were you going to give Harwood's deal to me?" "No." She laughed at the heat in his short answer, and he said, "Stay tonight." "I can't. I have work back in Dallas." "I'll find some work for you here, and you can get started." She turned around, fitting her bottom right in his crotch. "And I don't have a toothbrush." He smiled, wiggling her around until she was in just the right spot. "There's a Walmart in town. They've got everything you could need." He could tell she was thinking about it, and he whispered into her ear, "Need my credit card?" She shook her head, trying to push away from him. He kept a tight hold on her, turning her back around to smack his lips against hers. She looked at his grin and said, "Always pushing it." "You love it. You'd be bored otherwise." "It does make me want to stick around and punish you." Yes, please." She leaned into him, sighing. "Well, now I have to stay, if you're going to beg." "I've got your number." She smiled at him, tight between his legs, happy with him, and he thought he'd beg every day to keep her like that. But then she'd get bored with him, so he said, "Buy some boots, so you don't break an ankle." She laughed, finally getting away from him and heading for the door. "You'd better make staying worth my while." "Don't I always?" He watched until the door shut behind her, then went into his office and watched her pick her way to her car. Half the men working stopped to watch her. Cole guessed wherever she meant, half the men stopped working to watch her. He would have to keep her busy or nothing would get done out there. Give her her own office or nothing would get done in his. Then he told Paul to find a desk for her to put in Cole's office, 'cause nothing was going to get done. Chapter 21. Before Maggie had made it back from her Walmart run, another car slowly made its way down the drive. Cole watched and decided this was someone he would have to deal with. No one drove down the drive that slowly unless they were from the city. By the time he'd made it outside, the driver had parked and was making her way to the office. Cole said, "Ginny? I thought I lived far enough away from Dallas to keep visitors away, but I guess not." Her hand whipped out, across his face, the crack of it echoing against the ring of trailers. A dozen men stopped to stare. Cole rotated his neck and said to the men, "Women trouble." He got a few laughs, a few scowls, but they started moving around again. He said to Ginny, "I was only kidding about visitors," and tried to take her arm, lead her to the office. She ripped it away and headed back to her car. "You drove 4 hours just to slap me?" Ginny whipped around to glare at him. "I'd do it again. Stop blackmailing my sister into sleeping with you." You didn't know either? How'd you get out here so fast? I told Tanner not even 2 hours ago.
Maggie told me, this morning.
She looked around at the men, some watching, some wishing they were anywhere but here. She said quietly,
"What deal have you made with her this time?"
"This time?" He laughed, a hopeless chuckle. "I want forgiveness for last time."
"You know that she'd sacrifice anything for Caldwell, for the ranch house."
Cole nodded. "I know it, and I would have accepted sex as payment, but she's wised up since she was 18. He pointed his finger at her face. "You know that's not why she's sleeping with me now. You called me, told me she wanted me, needed me."
Ginny relaxed, the pucker to her lips smoothing out. "I did call you?"
Cole only nodded.
She said, "I wanted her to have you if it made her happy. And then I was worried you'd rip her heart out like last time. And then she said you never did because she didn't love you in the first place. Which I didn't believe because why would she have been sleeping with you if she hadn't loved you? And then she said it was to save Tanner's family. And I felt horrible because I'd pushed her to ask you for help this time, but I hadn't known what kind of shithole you really are."
He was that kind of shithole, and he couldn't decide if he wanted to laugh at her attempt at cussing or cry because Maggie had never loved him. He turned away and she said,
"Do you love her even a little bit, or is it just a game, Cole, to get in her pants?"
He looked back at her, didn't say anything, and she said softly,
"Maybe she ripped your heart out."
"I ripped my own heart out. My only excuse is I didn't know I was doing it at the time." Hadn't known until Ginny's husband had sat there, golden and shining, but no longer a rival, no longer loved. Ginny said,
"Maybe Maggie still doesn't know that's what happened."
Cole huffed a laugh. "I think that's likely."
"Maybe she doesn't know that's what's happening now."
Cole didn't say anything again, but he didn't have to. That look came over Ginny's face. That look that came over any woman's face when she knew a man had fallen. A soft smile, dreamy eyes, her head tilted just a little. All because a man had found a part of himself that he couldn't live without, a part of himself he had no idea how to keep. Keep with him, keep loving him, keep happy. All a poor guy could do was hope a ring would do it. Cole already knew that wasn't going to work with Maggie. He was having a hard enough time getting a temporary ring on her finger. How would he ever get her to wear a real one? Until death do us part, for better or worse. Maggie had wised up since she was 18, and he knew the only reason she'd given in on sex was because he was good, damn it. They were good. Good, even great sex did not a marriage make. Ginny said,
"She's happy with you, Cole. Don't screw it up."
"Got any hints?"
She smiled slightly. "No, but I think it fair to warn you that if you break her again, you won't survive it. I may not act like a Caldwell all the time, but I am one, and I will destroy you."
He couldn't help but laugh at her. He was half a foot taller than her. She was thin enough to break with one hand. He'd never thought Virginia Caldwell belonged. She'd been protected, babied her whole life. She was the softer side of a bunch of calculating, cold-blooded sharks. They were at home in Dallas, and they protected her. But she stared at him long enough to make him want to take a step back. Long enough to make him think there was Caldwell blood running through her veins after all. He nodded, and she said,
"No hints on how to keep Maggie happy, but I do have an offer for you."
Tanner didn't make it back to Dallas. Halfway there, he had to pull over. The shaking was too bad to drive, the sweats drenching his clothing, his vision blurring. He shouldn't have driven out by himself. He hadn't had a drink in nearly 24 hours, and he hurt. He tipped his seat back, wondering if he could call Ginny to come get him, wondering if he should call Cole because it was that bad.
Laying here wasn't making anything better, but he knew both Cole and Ginny were a couple hours away. Too far. His body screamed for a drink. It would make this pain go away, would make everything better. But Tanner didn't have a drink. He'd passed Abilene miles ago, was more than 10 miles from anywhere. Dry shrubs and dry land was all he could see, and he couldn't drive an inch. Couldn't drive even to the nearest gas station for a beer. Vomit spewed from his mouth before he could sit up, before he could open the door. He turned to his side, letting it dribble out his mouth, drip down the side of the seat. He closed his eyes, praying to God he wasn't actually dying. He didn't want to die a failure. He didn't want to die penniless, didn't want to leave Ginny a widow at 29. His body shook. Sweat poured from him. He thought he might have to vomit again, and he moaned. God. Oh, God. He was alone. All alone. Would die alone. Would die a drunk and a failure, vomiting on the side of the highway. Ginny murmured to him, holding her hand to his forehead, and Tanner sobbed. He was hallucinating now. The end had to be near. Ginny shouted, "Tanner!" He opened his eyes to find her leaning into the car. He pushed at her, trying to get out of the car, trying not to vomit on her. She jumped back and he bent over, heaving. When he finished, she helped him sit back up and he whispered, "I need a drink. Please, Ginny. God." He shut his eyes tight, breathed in and out. She pulled her car up close, helped him get in. She had to stop once because he'd hung his head out the window, vomiting again, and she held his hand while she drove, talked softly until she pulled into a gas station and ran inside. She came back out carrying a tall can. He heard the can pop open, smelled the beer, and when she lifted it to his lips, the first taste was like a man dying of thirst getting a cool drink of water. He drank the whole can. The shaking stopped. His stomach quieted. He stopped sweating. The transformation was miraculous. He felt almost instantly better, could now smell the vomit still clinging to him, opened his eyes to see Ginny squatting beside him looking worried. The relief he felt was horrifying. He looked into her eyes and began to cry. Tears dripped down his face as he choked, "I think I have a problem." She ran her hand across her forehead. "That was from not drinking?" "Why was it so bad, Ginny? It's only been one day." "When was the last time you went a day without drinking?" He shook his head. Couldn't remember. He didn't keep track. He just drank when he felt like it, when he needed it. He'd needed it a lot lately. He'd needed it a lot for a while now. He took a deep breath. "What if I can't stop drinking? I can't do that again, Ginny. If you hadn't come..." "We'll go see a doctor." "There's no money for a doctor." She reached across him for her purse, digging through it and pulling out a check. She handed it to him and said, "There is now." He stared at the signature. "This is Cole's company." "I sold my shares of Caldwell." "You..." He looked back up. "Why?" "For Harwood's deal. I don't know if that will be enough, and I'm not saying I don't have to approve it, but it's for us. We're the Beaumonts, Tanner. You and me. This is our shot, our dream, and we'll fall or stand on our own 4 feet." She put her hand on his arm and said, "I think we'll stand." He waved his hand at the vomit covering his shirt. "You do?" She said, "Did you go ask Cole Montgomery to work with you on a deal for Jackson Harwood?" "Yes. He said no." "Oh, well, you still did it. You'll do what has to be done, even when you don't want to." "He gave me something to take back to Harwood. I'll get a commission, sort of." If he could get Harwood to accept it. Ginny smiled at him, her face radiant, and he said,
Maggie's not going to like it.
She waved that away. Maggie understands business, understands working with people you'd rather be shooting.
That a direct quote?
She nodded and put her hand on his knee. I know you'll do the same for your drinking. You'll do what has to be done.
It's a little different.
Is it? Have you given up? Are you thinking right now that you'll just have to keep drinking? There's no way to beat it? That's not what he was thinking. He wouldn't go cold turkey again. He thought he was going to die. But there might be drugs he could take to help with the withdrawal. Or maybe he could taper off, drink less, go to therapy, even AA. He looked into her eyes, and she was smiling at him. She said, I know you're not thinking of giving up, even now, even covered in vomit. It's not how many times you get knocked down that counts, it's how many times you get back up. He smiled at her quote, squeezing her hand.
And who said that?
George Armstrong Custer. Tanner blinked and said,
The one who didn't get back up again, ever?
Tanner, everyone doesn't get back up eventually.
Yes, well, he did it rather spectacularly. No one with him got back up again either.
She laughed a little. It does put a different spin on it, doesn't it? But I still like it. I still think it means to get back up again until you absolutely can't. And that's when you're dead. He leaned his head back, closing his eyes, a smile on his lips. She closed his door, and when she got in the driver's side, she said, So, we'll go see a doctor. He nodded.
Yes, you're right. I'm not dead yet. I'll try again.
I know you will. He opened his eyes, looked at the check.
I can't believe you sold your shares. I can't believe Cole bought them.
You can't? He could tell by her voice that she'd seen what he'd seen. Cole Montgomery was in love with Maggie. That's why he wanted to buy the loan from Harwood, why he would buy shares of Caldwell when it was worthless, less than worthless. Tanner said,
I never thought I'd say this, but poor bastard.
Ginny said, I thought the exact same thing. Chapter 22. Maggie spent the week in Midland, 4 whole days, not leaving until Friday morning, and only then because she had things to take care of before the weekend. Cole had asked, and she'd stayed. She didn't know what that meant, except that she'd been horny and he'd been Cole. And God, she'd do it again, was doing it again come Monday. Except next week she'd be bringing supplies, clothes, toiletries. She'd been forced to rough it, relying on what she could find instead of dressing to kill. It was surprising how little clothing could cost when all you were buying was jeans and t-shirts from Walmart. And boots. Cole hadn't seemed to care, although he did like her wearing her heels late at night when they had nothing else to do. Which wasn't often, because Cole hadn't been exaggerating. He worked long, hard hours. He visited wells, pored over maps, kept track of injuries, distances drilled each shift, flowing barrels, crude futures. Maggie fell into bed each night too tired to care that they did not, in fact, fit in a queen. Cole's toes hung over the edge. Maggie's head had a permanent bruise from the headboard. Cole slept with his nose pressed into her neck, her soft snores moving her hair back and forth. They'd never slept together, before. She'd never slept with any man, always leaving or pushing him out when the scratch had been itched. She liked it fast and then gone. But with Cole sleeping next to her, sharing an office, living in a trailer with little to no privacy, there was no gone, no stepping back. Her only time alone was when he went to visit his wells, and half the time he dragged her along with him. They spent 24 hours together, and she'd never been so relaxed. She hadn't eaten so much food since... never. She'd never laughed so much, never had someone who could listen to an idea and then one-up her. They thrived on trying to one-up the other, She lived to hear Cole yell for Paul to type up a proposal. Maggie parked in front of the ranch house and sat in her car, thinking she'd never had such a fun week. She hadn't wanted to come back. She looked at the old bricks and storm shutters and thought it looked different. It didn't look so much like home anymore. She nearly knocked on the front door before entering, then shook herself. She'd only been gone 4 days. She went straight to her bedroom, needing a shower in a stall bigger than a refrigerator before heading to the office. Ginny followed her in a few minutes later, and her eyes went into a flurry of blinking when she saw Maggie. "What are you wearing?" Maggie looked down. "Just jeans." "Is that a zombie on your t-shirt?" Maggie laughed, shrugging. "I thought, why not? Who's going to see me?" "Cole?" "He wanted one. Kept trying to see if this one would fit him." Maggie laughed again, rummaging through her closet trying to find something to wear to the office. She didn't need a man-killer outfit, but she did need to look professional. Maggie said, "I'm going into work for a little while, then over to Cole's." She grinned at her sister over her shoulder. "Video games." "You're not staying here tonight?" Maggie pulled out a white wrap top, loose tan pants, then paused. "It's weird, right? I should need some time to myself." "Not weird. Nice." Maggie shook her head. "No, I'll call him, tell him I'm not coming over. He could probably use a break, too." Although he hadn't acted like he needed a break. He tried to give her his house key so she could get in if she got done before he got back. Ginny said, "Do you want to be alone tonight?" She didn't. She wanted to play video games and sleep with Cole on a bed large enough to experiment on. Maggie sat down, laying her clothes out neatly beside her and smoothing her hand down them. She said quietly, "I'm forgetting. I think I already forgot. I promised him forgiveness, but I was supposed to remember. He's not a friend. If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, maybe it is a duck." "Do you really think Cole has friends?" Do you have friends?" Maggie snorted. "Okay, point taken." She closed her eyes, sighed. "That's what this is then. Friends. Friends who have to watch their backs." She opened her eyes. "That's fair, if he has to watch his, too." Ginny shook her head, looked up to the ceiling. "Maggie, I don't think he'd hurt you again. I think you can trust him." "Well, I may have forgiven him. I've probably even forgotten. But trust? Trust Cole Montgomery? That sounds stupid, and I'm not stupid." Ginny scrunched her face up in pain, picked at her nails, and said quickly, "I sold my shares to him." Maggie jerked her head back. "What?" "Tanner needs funds. My shares are all I have left." Maggie opened her mouth, and then just sat there. She finally said, "Your shares aren't worth anything right now." "You'll make Caldwell profitable again. I know it. He knows it." Maggie's heart contracted, and for a second she thought she just might be having a heart attack. She whispered, "You gave Cole half of Caldwell?" "No, I sold it to him, and it wasn't half, it was 30%. I still have proxy voting for half of Daddy's shares like you." "And are you going to sell Daddy's shares when you get your mitts on them too?" "If I need to." Maggie thumped her chest, tried to get it started again, tried not to feel betrayed. She said, "You can't sell your shares without my approval." Ginny nodded. "I know. I thought Cole was a reasonable solution. But if you don't want him owning Caldwell, I can find someone else." "I'll buy the shares." "How? With what? You know you can't divert any cash right now. And Tanner needs it now." "Ginny, Tanner." "There's nothing you can say that I don't know already." Maggie closed her mouth. Ginny said, I know who he is, and I know he needs someone who can see the quicksand, because all he can see is the pot of gold. Between the two of us, I think we can do this, and if we can't, then we'll fail together. Maggie closed her eyes and just sat there clutching her stomach. Maggie said, When did this happen? Monday. Maggie opened her eyes to glare at her sister. And you don't think I have to watch my back, because you sold half my company on Monday and I'm just finding out about it now. It's 30%, and maybe he was waiting for me to tell you. He was waiting for me to never find out. I want to see it, the contract. It was verbal. Maggie shook her head, a hysterical laugh pushing past her lips. Ginny said, He gave me a check. Maggie stopped laughing. She held her hand out, and Ginny sighed. I deposited it. I have a copy. I'll get it. She left to get it, and Maggie bent over. The horror of Cole owning any part of her company, 30% of her company, threatening to force her lunch up. She'd happily worked with him, but own with him? He had a say in what Caldwell did now? No. Never. No. Ginny came back in, dropping to her knees beside Maggie. Maggie, I love you. You're my sister, but I'm not a Caldwell anymore. I need to stand by my husband. He needs me more than you do. I don't understand you. I know you don't. Ginny showed her the copy, and Maggie looked at how much Cole had paid, and knew she couldn't undo this. She couldn't make her sister give that money back. It was more than the shares were worth. If Ginny and Tanner were careful, if they were lucky, it was a good chance at a new beginning, especially if they had no debt hanging over their necks. She let out a long sigh. She'd always known Ginny didn't care for Caldwell like Maggie did. To Ginny, it was just a company. To Maggie, it was her birthright. It wasn't just a duty, a job. It was the physical embodiment of everything her family had ever worked for. Her grandfather had risked everything to come out west, and he'd been rewarded for his sacrifice. He'd been lucky and had used that luck to build a dynasty for those who came after him. He'd passed it on to his son, who'd passed it on to his daughters. And half of his daughters didn't know what that meant. Half of his daughters didn't realize it was her duty to pass it on to her children. Maggie sat up, looking into Ginny's eyes, knowing there wasn't going to be any children for her to pass it on to. Maybe that was the difference. Maggie had sat and cried with her sister, but she knew she still couldn't really understand what no children meant. Maggie wasn't sure about children herself, but she knew she had the option, an option that Ginny didn't have. Maggie said softly, That's more than I was expecting. Ginny licked her lips. I knew he'd want it, if he thought it was available. Maggie looked down at the copy again, saying, Don't let Tanner have all the fun. Ginny wrapped her arms around Maggie. Thank you, Maggie. If I really thought Cole was a threat, I wouldn't have ever offered them to him. Maggie patted her back and stared at the opposite wall. I'll handle Cole. It's only 30%. She pushed Ginny away, gripping her shoulders. Do not sell any of Daddy's shares. If you need more money, come to me. I can't have minority share of my own company. Ginny nodded. You know I'll always vote with you. No, you're supposed to vote for what's best for Caldwell. Ginny smiled. And you always do what's best for Caldwell. Maggie tried, at least. Failed miserably sometimes, but she tried. She nodded to the paper. What's your plan for it? We're going in with Harwood. It actually looks like a good deal. Good return? Acceptable risk? Maggie nodded, rising and heading for the shower, and Ginny said, Maggie?
Maggie turned to find her sister looking torn. Is everything else all right?
I just wanted you to know.
Ginny looked behind her, out the door. She finally looked back at Maggie.
I just wanted you to know that Tanner got really sick. He tried to stop drinking. He's going to see a doctor next week. We're going to see a doctor.
Maggie nodded, saying simply, Good. I'll do anything to help.
He has to do it himself. But maybe no alcohol in the house?
Of course. Sounds like a good idea anyway. What really sounded like a good idea was to go find a bottle and then go find the bottom of it. But she couldn't do it. She didn't trust her stomach with alcohol still. It hadn't hurt in quite some time, but right now it was roiling and cramping. Instead, she was going to go to work. And then she was going to find the new owner of Caldwell Holdings and try not to kill him. Tanner lay on his bed and tried not to think. Tried not to think about Maggie finding out about them buying Harwood's loans before it went through. They'd worked out the terms, Tanner getting better than Cole required. Better enough that there would be a nice chunk of change coming to Tanner. And Ginny. Tanner wasn't sure he'd ever seen her negotiate before. Hadn't ever seen her eyes glow like that, like she knew she had the upper hand. Like she knew Harwood would rather pay than have to worry about another visit from Cole. She'd sat at Harwood's desk and told him Cole wouldn't ever work with him, that Harwood wouldn't want to work with Cole, that he was better off cutting all ties to Maggie and Cole. And in the end, Harwood would have paid to get rid of Maggie's loans, if that's what Ginny had wanted. In the end, Tanner was half afraid Cole was standing outside the room waiting for his vengeance. He knew the Caldwells got what they wanted. He'd just never seen it before. Is that what she'd done to marry him? To her daddy? But now, with the income from Harwood's deal and the difference from Cole for the loans, there was money coming in at last. Money. Real money. Almost as importantly, success. And he hated feeling this way, but it was true nonetheless. It was success for Tanner Beaumont, not Caldwell Holdings. Tanner and Ginny Beaumont. He still couldn't believe she'd sold her shares. For him. For them. Ginny opened the door, walking back in, and Tanner said to the ceiling, "Did you tell her?"
No. He's helping her, not hurting her. She's not going to like it, but... She took a deep breath. I said I'd choose you.
Tanner closed his eyes, trying to make himself believe that being noble was better than being successful. You can tell her. You don't need to feel like you're betraying her. I'm not even sure she could stop it now. Ginny crawled into the bed, fitting her head into the crook of his shoulder, shaking it against him. She's mad enough about the shares. He opened his eyes. Is she going to stop that?
I already told you no. She wouldn't.
I don't own any shares. Your mother didn't even own any shares. I was expecting your sister's head to spin all the way around when she found out.
Maybe I know my sister better than you. He raised his eyebrows at her.
You're telling me she didn't start screaming?
She said quietly. She just stared at me, like she couldn't believe it. He saw the tears shimmering in her eyes, and he hugged her close. She said through a voice choked with tears, I'm glad Daddy doesn't know. It was bad telling Maggie. It would be worse having to tell him.
We'll find some other way. Go tell her you changed your mind.
She shook her head, hid her face into his chest. It hurts, but it has to be done. I'd do it even if Daddy was awake to yell at me. It might be easier, actually. Anger might be easier to deal with than shocked disbelief.
Should I go tell Maggie that she needs to yell at you?
She coughed a laugh out, gripping his shirt. No, she looked like she was saving that up for Cole.
Good. She owes him a punch or two.
She raised up to look at him. It matters, doesn't it? That what we're doing is for us and not for Caldwell. Tanner took a deep breath, told the truth. It always seemed like no matter how I did, I never saw the reward. It always got sucked into Caldwell and Caldwell, but was never mine. She rubbed her hand on his chest. Now it's ours. We'll see the reward. We'll feel the pain. He said softly, Thank you. She smiled at him, the sun coming out to shine on him. Somehow she knew him better than he'd ever feared, knew him and stuck by him and loved him. He kissed her and said, If Maggie finds out we were involved in Harwood's loans, I'll stand in front of you. She chuckled, kissing him back. If she ever finds out we were involved, that won't save me. Chapter 23. Maggie climbed Cole's steps, trying not to stomp. He opened the door to let her in and said, I'd forgotten what you looked like all gussied up, like you're going to kick my tail and enjoy doing it. I am, and I will. He cocked his head. Mad at me. You spend all week not getting mad at me, and the second I let you out of my sight, this happens? She slammed the copy of his check into his chest. He uncrumpled it and said, Oh. Oh? Oh? Meg, thanks for telling me, Cole. Thanks for telling me that you own 30% of my company as of Monday. Would you believe me if I said I forgot about it? She growled at him, and he said, No, guess not. I really thought Ginny would tell you. Before this. And then, okay, I didn't want to get you mad at me when we were living in a very small space together. Not when we were having so much fun. She turned away, this time not caring about stomping down the stairs, and he said, I know you can stop it. Ginny said she needed your approval. She turned around, flinging her arms up in the air and shouting, I'm the one who has to tell my sister no? I'm the one who has to say, go find yourself some other schmuck to take your share of the company because I veto the one who already paid you way too much for it? Thanks, Cole. Thanks for making me the bad guy. Cole nodded, looking down at the copy. Your sister is not a bad negotiator. I was a little surprised at how much she got out of me. She's a Caldwell, even if she wants to be a Beaumont. Cole looked up at her, his brows knitted together. Oh, Maggie, she's not abandoning you. Maggie sucked in a deep breath, her body freezing into a tight knot. Her sister was abandoning her. Her mother had died. Her father had slid slowly away. But she'd always had Ginny, had always known there was one person on this earth who would stand beside her. Always. And now her sister was jumping ship. Maggie knew the captain always went down with the ship. She just thought she'd have a little company. She sold her shares to you. Cole took a step down, reaching for her, and she said, Don't touch me, you jackass. He didn't listen to her. He kept coming, wrapping his arms tight around her, bringing her in close between his legs. He said, Oh, baby, it doesn't mean to her what it means to you. You know it doesn't. She kneed him as hard as she could. He groaned, grabbing himself and falling back on the stairs. He wheezed, Fucking hell, Maggie. Don't call me baby. He closed his eyes, his skin pale, his lips wheezing out obscenities. Maggie watched him, her anger fading in direct proportion to the intensity of his groans, the number of times he appealed to God. She watched him, and couldn't help it, but her lips started twitching. He opened his eyes to find her biting her lips to keep from laughing, and he whispered, That had better have wiped my tab clean. A snort escaped. Her shoulders shook. I told you I'd save it for when I was really mad. He closed his eyes again.
You did.
He tried to stand, and he looked up at her.
Are you going to help me?
She reached down, grabbing his arm, pulling him up. He leaned heavily on her shoulders as they took the few steps back up and inside. She helped him into his recliner and said, "Ice?" He nodded, and she went to the freezer, a bag of broccoli the closest thing she could find. She wrapped it in a paper towel, bringing it back to him. It was this or bacon. He carefully fit it between his legs, nearly sitting on it.
I think you made the right choice.
He looked at her solemnly and said,
I apologize for calling you baby.
"Thank you."
I do not apologize for buying up shares of a company that is in the beginning stages of a turnaround, a company that will be worth a lot more in just a few years.
She pursed her lips, shaking her head. "You paid a premium for it."
I paid for the management. She won't stop until Caldwell's worth more than it was when she took over, and I know there's no way in hell she's selling her shares.
She flopped into the other recliner and stared at the ceiling. She said, "I own 30%. I vote another 20% for my father."
So if I can get Ginny on my side, I can block you, but that's it. Stalemate.
She turned her head toward him. "You won't get my sister to vote with you."
Probably not, but I'm not planning on fighting with you on how to run Caldwell. You'll always care about it more than I will, and I don't have any time anyway. I'll just be a silent partner."
She snorted. He held up his hands.
We worked well together this week, didn't we?
She nodded. "We did, but you weren't silent." He chuckled, adjusting the broccoli. She said, "And this is different. I was a guest in your business. You've moved yourself into mine." An outsider in her company. Not a Caldwell. Maggie never thought she'd see the day. Had done everything she could to keep everyone out. And her sister had waltzed over to the last man in the world any Caldwell should think of selling it to and gave it to him. Okay, yes, for a small fortune. Okay, yes, for more than anyone would ever pay for it if they were being rational. It was a good move on her sister's part. A horrifying, traitorous good move. And he'd snatched it up, knowing how Maggie would hate it. Still done it. Her sister, too. Did it knowing what it would mean for Maggie. Maggie closed her eyes, covering them with one hand and thinking she was going to have to find someplace to stay tonight. Someplace where she could be alone. Someplace she could get over the betrayal by both of them. She pushed out of the recliner and looked down at his crotch. "You need more ice before I go? There was a bag of cauliflower that might work."
You're not staying?
"No, I think I've incapacitated you for the night."
I think it'll be longer than a night, but you can still stay.
She shook her head, turning from him, and Cole said,
I should have told you, Maggie.
"On Monday."
Tuesday, at least. I was originally waiting for Ginny to tell you.
Maggie grabbed the copy of the check off the counter, and Cole said,
If we're not going to get naked, we can go get your ring.
She'd forgotten about the ring. "I don't want one, Cole, really."
How many people have commented on the lack of one?
A lot. Too many. People didn't normally get engaged without a ring. Maggie said, "Do we even need to play this thing out? I've got new terms from my creditors already." Cole's eyes darkened. His mouth firmed.
You've turned it around, huh? Making enough money for next year when your 3 moratoriums end?
No, she wasn't. And at the moment, she didn't really care if she ever did. Maybe Cole would buy her shares as well. Maggie could start her own company, start fresh. Abandon nearly 100 years of sacrifice, hard work, family. She didn't know how her sister had done it. He pushed himself out of the chair, wincing.
Let's go get a ring then.
Maggie said,
Can you even walk?" "Yes, maybe." She watched him hobbling around and said, "I would apologize, but I have warned you. And I just want to be certain the kick was for calling you baby. As long as I don't do that again, you won't do this again?" She hesitated, and he stopped. "This was for calling you baby, right?" "Yes." "And you're not going to do it again?" She hesitated again, and he cussed. She said, "Are you going to buy any more of my company behind my back?" This time, he hesitated, and she raised her eyebrows at him. She said, "Cole, next time you think of buying my company behind my back, know that I will not be kneeing you in the balls. I'll be getting Daddy's shotgun and shooting them off." He blew out a breath. "I will take that into consideration." He headed back for his chair. "I don't think I can do a ring today after all." "Good," she said, and she left. Maggie returned home. She didn't want to stay in a hotel, couldn't justify the expense when she could just lock herself in her room and pretend she was alone. But Ginny's car was gone when she got home, and Maggie wandered down to her father's room. She sat in the quiet room, listening to his machine beeping, and closed her eyes. She never talked to him, not like Ginny. Maggie didn't know if he could hear or not. It was just she felt stupid talking to him about things he couldn't enjoy anymore, things he wouldn't be a part of again. She felt silly telling him her problems, because all problems had to seem silly when death was chasing you. Except she thought he might know what it felt like to be alone, thought he might know what hopeless felt like. He'd know, too, what Ginny selling her shares meant. Her father would have never allowed it. Not to a Montgomery, not to anyone. Ginny had said that Maggie always did what was best for Caldwell. And it wasn't true. She'd tried, and she'd failed. And if she failed again, she couldn't drag her sister down with her. Not when there was a chance. Not when there was a beginning staring them in the face. But she wouldn't tell her father any of that, just in case he was listening. Instead, she would sit next to him and hold his hand. She would blink back the tears threatening to fall. Because if a dying man wasn't going to cry about his hurts, she wouldn't cry about hers. Maggie kept out of the way of both Ginny and Cole the entire weekend. She turned off her cell, holed herself up in her office. She'd forgotten how it felt to be unreachable, how freeing it was. The offices were deserted Sunday evening, and she wandered around, seeing what reality was, remembering Caldwell's glory days. Saw utilitarian industrial carpet, remembered cool marble. Saw walls painted a stark gray, remembered great art and rich foliage. This was bootstraps. This was survival. No room for luxuries. No room for a sore heart. No room for petty pride. Maggie remembered when her office was right next to her father's, remembered how Ginny had always worked downstairs. Not an owner, an employee. The company had always been Maggie's future, always been Maggie's inheritance, because she'd chosen it, because it called to her. She would do anything to save it, even do it all alone. When Maggie finally left for the night, she found Cole parked behind her car, sitting in his truck talking on his cell. He saw her and pushed his door open, shoved his phone into his pocket. He stayed behind the open door, using it as cover. "Out here alone, Maggie?" "As you see." His nostrils flared, and he looked above her head. "I've been calling you." "I didn't want to talk to anyone. I had work to do, a future to plan for since things are different now." "They're not. Only difference is who to make the checks out to." She laughed. "That's pretty optimistic, Cole. It's been a while since any kind of check was made out." "It's only a matter of time." Maggie guessed that if you had to have an outside investor,
It wasn't a bad idea to have one who believed in you. If you had to be outsnaked, best it was done by someone who had a much bigger pie to worry about already. She said, "Why did you track me down?"
"I wanted to make sure you were still talking to me."
Cole ran his eyes down her long legs to her flip-flops. Might as well be honest with himself. He wanted to make sure she was okay. Wanted to make sure she was still coming out to Midland tomorrow. "Looks like I am." She nodded at his crotch. "Are you recovered?"
"Physically. But I'm having a hard time with the nightmares. Some night sweats, reflexive blocking when a blonde gets too near."
Her lips puckered as she tried to keep from laughing. "I'll try to keep my distance."
"I was hoping you'd kiss it and make it all better."
"You just said you were better, physically. You want me to kiss your nightmares away?"
"Okay."
"No." He looked up at the night sky, wishing he could see stars, wishing he was out in his little trailer in the middle of nowhere, his cool blonde snuggled up to him, not mad at him. He said,
"How long you gonna be mad about this?"
She smiled a big pageant smile and said with an exaggerated drawl, "Pretty long time." He grinned at her, slamming the truck door and walking towards her.
"I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. We don't need 2 cars out in Midland."
Her smile fell back down to normal wattage, but she didn't say anything. He said,
"And we still need to get a ring."
"Yes." He stopped and she unlocked her car, setting her briefcase inside. He said,
"I was expecting a fight."
"Why? I still want to save Caldwell. It's mine. It was given to me to care for, and unfortunately, using you is my best hope."
"And now that you're dragging me along with you?"
"Do you think I'd sink my ship just because a pirate snuck on board?"
"The thought might have crossed my mind."
"No, it's mine. You can come along for the ride, but the ship's still mine."
"I can help. More than just giving you deals. We can be partners."
She shook her head, a smile hovering at her lips. "Silent partner, Cole. I know it'll be hard, but that's all you're getting."
"Gonna do it yourself, Maggie?"
"Yes."
"Why?"
"To prove I can." He looked around the empty parking lot.
"Who are you proving it to? No one cares."
"I care, Cole. I need to prove to myself that I didn't squander my birthright, that I'm worthy of what I've been given."
"You're not."
He saw the fire spark in her eyes, and he said,
"No one is. No one deserves so much. No one is worthy of so much. It's not a matter of worth."
"Then what is it?"
"Pride. You don't want to be the kind of person who pisses away a fortune. You don't want to be that 3rd generation."
"What 3rd generation?"
"Shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations."
She looked at him a long moment before saying, "I am the 3rd generation."
"See? There you go."
She glared at him. "So you think I should give up? Easy come, easy go?"
"No, but I want you to remember that one day the Caldwell fortune will be no longer. It will get pissed away."
"Not on my watch."
"No, you came begging to your greatest nemesis to keep it from happening. I don't think it's happening on your watch."
She stuck her nose in the air. "I didn't beg."
"Oh, you did. I should have recorded it."
"I didn't beg then."
"I'll remember it how I like. And you were naked and begging, on your knees. And you called me master."
She caught her laugh before it left her mouth, but he saw it, saw the twinkle in her eyes, the lifting of her mood. She said, "Just remember that after I called you master, I introduced your boys to your throat." He remembered. His boys remembered. And he might have deserved it, just hadn't really expected to have to pay. He adjusted his belt buckle, and she didn't try and hide that laugh. He took another step forward, trapping her inside the open car door. She said softly, You're getting within striking distance of a blonde, Cole.
Need to get over my fear. My trailer's pretty tight with the two of us.
She cocked her head and gave him that look that all men were familiar with. She said, unnecessarily, I don't think so.
Yes, I'm a bastard. He reminded me of that fact. Now we'll move on.
You may be ready to move on, but I am not. Not ready to be friendly with the pirate who snuck on board behind my back.
It doesn't have to be so adversarial, Maggie. It doesn't have to be that way.
He took a wide step apart, leaving his boys hanging and unprotected.
I deserved it, but I know you won't hurt me unless I do. I know you're fair.
So, you're not afraid of me?
My testicles are trying to climb into my stomach right now. I'm afraid of you, but I trust you. I'm trusting you with my most important possession. You can trust me with yours.
She looked into his eyes. I'd like to make some comment here about men and their most important possession, but all I'm thinking is that was kind of lovely.
I'm a lovely man, Empress.
You're not. You're a man who deserves it when a woman knees you between the legs.
I'll try not to deserve one in the future.
Maggie said, You won't from me if you do one simple thing, that you'll always do what's best for Caldwell. He ran his hand down her arm, wrapping his fingers around her wrist.
I'll always do what's best for you. If that means tearing apart Caldwell with my teeth, I will. If it means bringing down your wrath, I will. You are not less important than a piece of paper. That's what a company is, an entity created by paper. Those ancestors of yours didn't create that company to make you a slave to it. They created it to give you the best chance, the best future. They created it to channel resources to you, not the other way around.
I'd like to think they created it to channel resources beyond me as well. Cole said,
As long as it's not right through the middle of you, or your sister. Ginny sees that her best chance, her best future is outside of Caldwell. Let her chase it. Stop torturing her.
I'm not torturing her. I haven't seen her since Friday.
She looked pretty tortured when I went by the ranch house tonight.
Maggie tried to tug her wrist away, and he held on. He said,
You got a few people you need to kiss and make up with, Margaret.
No, I've got a few people who need to kiss and make up with me. He smiled.
Okay, as long as there's kissing.
He yanked on her wrist hard enough to slam her into his chest. He kissed her hard and whispered softly between breaths,
We're sorry that what we did hurt you, Maggie. Sorry that what we need hurts you.
She kissed him back, and his balls climbed back down. His stomach stopped its ringing. He stopped worrying that he'd finished what was between them before they got to the end. Again. He gentled his kiss, turning it slow, cupping her face in his hands to keep her right here tucked into him. She opened her eyes, the blue clouding the green, and he wanted to take her, tuck himself into her, heal all their wounds. But he wasn't going to take her now, right here in a parking lot. So he kissed her lightly on her cheek and whispered into her ear,
If you're going to kiss and make up with your sister, please God let me watch.
She ran her hand down his side, down his pants, and cupped him. Why do you say things like that when they're right here, unprotected? He said under his breath,
I think it's because I'm a stupid shit.
She gave him a little pat and pushed herself away. That's probably it. I assume you need your truck out in Midland?
I'm not driving out there in your little go-kart. I'll pick you up at 9.
That late?
We've got a ring to buy first.
Of course, because a bunch of roughnecks care about that sort of thing.
Yep, you are the only one who doesn't.
She got in the car, reaching for the door, and he planted his hip against it to keep it open. He said,
Where are you sleeping tonight?
In my own bed.
Want company?
No.
What about tomorrow night?
She cocked her head at him. I guess it depends on how happy you make me tomorrow morning.
Tit for tat?
Sounds about right. He said,
Sounds like a business transaction.
That's what this is, Cole. A business transaction. He closed her door, making sure he didn't slam it, waited for her to start the car and roll the window down.
Right. That's why we're getting naked, why we're pissing each other off, why I'm so anxious to get a ring on your finger. It's just business.
I don't know why you are so hung up on the ring, Cole.
And I don't know why you are dragging your feet about it.
He hopped back in his truck, backing up so she could pull out. He leaned his elbow out the window.
9 o'clock, and it's going to be big enough that everyone in Dallas can see it from Midland.
See what, Cole? That you bought a Caldwell? He looked a long minute and finally nodded.
Yep. I want everyone to know I bought me a Caldwell.
Chapter 24. By the time he picked her up in the morning, he'd cooled down some. It didn't hurt that she was standing in the morning sun, waiting for him when he pulled up, looking beautiful and dressed to kill, her blonde hair framing her face, sunglasses hiding her eyes, wearing a skirt that nearly hit her knees, and nude platform heels that made her legs look like they went on for miles. She didn't wait for him to get out, just opened the door and hefted her suitcase into the back seat, then climbed into the front. He said,
I was hoping you'd be wearing that zombie t-shirt.
He looked at her skirt, at the dark space right above her knees.
But I guess you needed to punish me some more.
She crossed her legs, her skirt sliding up even more. He lifted his eyes to hers, found her watching him, the dare plain for him to see. What are you going to do about it, Montgomery? What are you going to do about the miles of leg tempting you, teasing you? He knew what he wanted to do, knew what she'd do if he tried it. He liked a little fight in his woman, but not when it was hiding a little bit of hurt. And he said,
I'm sorry.
For what, this time?
For rising to your bait.
She took off her sunglasses, folding them and putting them in her lap. I don't want a ring. And it's not because I don't want everyone to think you've bought me. It's not because it's you buying the ring. She looked at him then, and her eyes were bright turquoise, her emotions riding high. He leaned against his door, turning his body toward her.
Then what is it?
A ring is permanent. What do you do with it afterward? Sell it? Keep it? You can't wear an engagement ring when the engagement ends. It meant something. It means something.
And you don't want what it means?
It's just a step too far. It's just too real for something that's not. Too real for something that's temporary.
That's okay then, 'cause this means something. Maybe not what an engagement ring normally means, but it doesn't mean nothing. And you're not getting rid of me after, Maggie. Not now that I have shares in Caldwell.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. He pulled out of her driveway.
We'll get you something you'll want to keep.
It won't matter if I want to keep it. I won't be able to. Can you think of anything more pathetic than a woman wearing an engagement ring after the engagement's been called off? He shrugged.
Then we won't call it off. I'm happy just as we are.
Or he would be tonight, just as soon as he got her back in his bed. When he glanced at her, her face was blank, her arms crossed. This isn't real, Cole.
It is, Maggie. It turned real in your pool.
Is there something about men and sex that makes them lose all their brain cells? He chuckled, watching the road.
Yes.
He drove, and she stayed silent, and finally he said,
Why can't it be real?
Why can't I marry you for real? He nodded, and she leaned across the seat, angling forward as far as she could to see his face. He flicked his eyes to her and saw confusion clear on her face. She said, Are you asking me to marry you?
It's more a discussion than a question. Why couldn't we get married?
She blinked a few times and sat back. He lifted his fingers off the steering wheel as he counted the reasons.
We make good partners. We'd both be an asset to the other's business. We like each other.
Sometimes.
Probably about as often as married folks like each other.
When she nodded in acquiescence, he continued,
We have mind-blowing sex, and don't think I've forgotten about the handcuffs. I still need to return the favor.
He glanced at her, at the small smile on her mouth. He said softly,
We make each other laugh. We make each other happy.
She turned to him, still smiling. We make each other furious.
There's no one else I'd rather fight with. There's no one else who makes me wonder if I'll lose.
And that's a reason for marriage?
Uncertainty is the spice of life.
And you must like life spicy.
I do. We're a matched pair, Maggie.
He wiggled his fingers.
I'm driving with my thumbs here. I say that's enough reasons to think about marriage. Think about making this real.
He pulled into the parking garage, driving around until he found a spot to fit his truck in. She slid out as soon as he turned the engine off, and he met up with her around the tail of the truck. His lips twitched when he realized her heels put her taller than him.
4-inch heels, Maggie? You must really hate rings.
I do when they're fake. He slid his hand into hers.
I'm sure everything here is real.
But we aren't, Cole.
Not yet.
She looked at him, and he couldn't tell what she was thinking. Couldn't tell what she really thought about marrying him. He didn't know why he'd suddenly found himself wanting everything from her. Except, who else was there for him? Who else would he want to make a dynasty with, make children with, pass his legacy on to? She said, Maybe not yet, but definitely not right now.
We'll carry on with our original plan, and we'll just think about it for a while.
She let out a long breath, and he said,
We'll just put Maggie Montgomery on the back burner for a while.
She looked down that 1 inch at him and said, Or maybe Cole Caldwell. His lips lifted in involuntary revulsion.
Ugh.
She laughed. I think we could probably come up with 2 handfuls of why we shouldn't think of marriage. He said,
Spicy.
And she chuckled. She said, Let's go get a temporary engagement ring for now. You've definitely made that less daunting, at least.
It's going to be big and sparkly, just in case.
I know. It has to be seen from Dallas.
No, it has to go with your man-eater outfits.
She slid her hand through his arm and whispered, Why do you think I wore 4-inch heels?
And the skirt?
Oh, that was just to torture you. He smiled at her and wondered how he could ever want anyone after having her. 'Cause boy, did he like it spicy. The ring was big and sparkly, a pear-shaped 5-carat diamond set between 2 platinum bands paved with even more diamonds. It was striking and bold, and it just might distract enough eyes away from her legs to make Cole happy. He kept reaching across the table to take her hand and make it sparkle. He hadn't wanted to leave without a ring, so they'd waited, had a long lunch, and when her ring had been delivered to them at the restaurant by the well-paid saleswoman, he'd gone to his knee. He'd opened the box and said,
I want a yes.
She glanced between him and the ring. I didn't hear a question.
Will you wear my ring?
She laughed, rolling her eyes, and said, Yes. He'd slipped it on her finger to clapping and whistles, and had kissed her long and hard to even louder clapping and more whistles. The waiter came over to offer congratulations and ask about dessert.
Oh, there'll be dessert,
Cole said, and Maggie didn't even blink. She'd learned by now there was no use fighting him about this, and Cole could see she was filling her clothes out a little bit more. Halfway through raspberry cheesecake, halfway through Maggie making love to her spoon with every bite, Simon Blackwood waved to them from across the room and made his way over. He smiled cheerily at them, taking his eyes off Maggie's chest long enough to glance at the ring. "Finally got a ring on her finger, did you?" He pulled a chair out, ignoring the fact that no one had invited him to sit. No one had even acknowledged him. Cole wondered if he was just drunk or just stupid, then stopped caring. "Go away, Blackwood." Maggie put her spoon down and leaned back in her chair. Simon moved toward her, reaching for her hand, and she held it up in front of her face, showing off the ring. Cole checked his forward motion, not sure what he'd been intending to do, just sure that if Simon touched any part of her, he would be losing a hand, even if Cole had to use the butter knife to do it. Simon nodded. "Nice, but I'll warn you, you give a woman whatever she wants in the beginning, she'll keep expecting that. I gave Paula the smallest rock I thought she'd accept." He winked. "Expectations." Cole could see Maggie's eyes twinkling, and they shared a private, silent laugh at the other small expectations Paula probably had to accept. Cole said, still looking at Maggie, "Margaret always gets what she wants. I didn't start that expectation." The trick was to get her to want what he wanted. She smiled at Cole and said, "Go away, Simon." "But I wanted to invite the two of you to a little dinner, to celebrate." Cole said, "No." And Maggie said, "We're not interested in your little dinners." "It'll just be us, no one else." Maggie turned her head to look at Simon. "We're not interested." Cole looked between them, and Maggie caught his eye. She said, "No one goes home with who they came with at Simon's little dinners." Simon giggled. "Not normally." Cole didn't bother to say no again. He wouldn't have gone to dinner with the man anyway. Simon leaned toward Cole and whispered, "You must still be in the honeymoon phase. Can't imagine wanting to share. Can't imagine that one day you will look at her and want to puke. Would rather fuck a toaster in the bathtub than see her naked one more time." Cole looked at Maggie and thought no, he wasn't ever going to think that. "I'm not going to swap with you, Blackwood, just because you picked poorly." Simon put his hand on Cole's leg and said, "I was thinking more of sharing. Wouldn't dream of making you settle with what I could trade. We could make a Margaret sandwich." Simon giggled again, leaning forward. "Or a Simon sandwich. Can't have anyone thinking I'm not up for new adventures." Cole turned away from the tightening of Maggie's face and leaned toward Blackwood. He said softly, "Have you thought about a Margaret sandwich before?" "Oh, Jackson Harwood and I have discussed it." He winked at Maggie. "Wondered if perhaps the two of us could loosen her up a bit." He ran his hand up Cole's thigh. "But anyone can see she doesn't need any loosening up with you around." Cole grabbed Simon's thigh, making him jump. Simon started to smile, and Cole started to squeeze. Harder and harder. Simon's smile turned to a frown, and he tried to pull his leg away. Cole squeezed even harder, digging his fingers beneath the muscles and turning Simon's frown into a grunt. "Are you listening, Blackwood?" Simon grabbed Cole's wrist, tugging, and Cole said again, "Are you listening, Blackwood?" When he nodded, Cole said, "No sandwiches. Don't talk about her. Don't think about her. Don't talk to her again." Maggie leaned forward. "That goes for Cole as well. He's mine, and I don't share." Simon stood abruptly, bumping the table and making it wobble, knocking his chair back. Cole dropped his hand, and the restaurant stilled as everyone turned to stare. The waiter came rushing to help, and Cole stopped him with a shake of his head. Cole scooted his chair back, but didn't rise. He stared at Simon Blackwood and waited, his muscles tensed, ready, his vision getting sharper and tunneling in. He took a deep breath, counting, trying to remain in control. Maggie watched him, her eyes turning blue. Simon Blackwood opened his mouth, and Cole interrupted, "Don't talk again. Ever." Simon closed his mouth with a snap. He looked at Cole, then at Maggie. He looked at the waiter, hovering a few tables away, everyone's eyes on Simon. He adjusted his tie, then turned away. He said loudly as he walked away, "Animal." Maggie reached across the table to Cole, holding her hand out to him. He let out a long breath, taking it, the ring cutting into his hand as he gripped her hand. Cole pulled out his credit card, nodding to the waiter and handing it to him when he came to the table, telling him to pay for everyone's lunch for the disturbance. The waiter took one look at the expression on Cole's face, took the card, and turned away to get the manager. Cole said, "Dallas," and reached for his water. "Fucking Dallas." Maggie watched him drink, still holding onto his hand. "You mean fucking Simon?" "Fucking all of them. There's not a one of them that I like. Not a one of them that doesn't make my stomach turn." "He was on something." Cole said, "Yeah, but I'm tired of hearing you defend him." "Then I won't, because there's a difference between defending someone and accepting someone. That's who he is, what he is. I try to stay away from him. I don't take it personally." "Hard not to take it personally when his hand is rubbing my thigh." Maggie nodded. "I agree." A roaring filled Cole's ears, and he said, "Was he touching you?" "He tried. I moved his hand off my leg." Cole let go of her hand before he crushed it, and he watched her stand, watched her motion for the waiter to hurry it up. She said to Cole, "Let's go." Cole wasn't sure he could stand, wasn't sure he could walk out of the restaurant without hunting Simon Blackwood down and breaking every bone in his hand, both hands. Maggie came to him and put her hand over his closed fist. She leaned down to say in his ear, "Come on, Cole, let's go home. Get out of this city and leave all these people to themselves." She pulled him up, out of his chair, taking the card from the waiter when he came rushing over. She led Cole out, fitting her fingers through his, and all Cole thought about as they exited the restaurant, made their way to the parking garage, was not crushing her hand. All he thought about was keeping in control so he wouldn't hurt her on accident. He let go of her hand when they got to the truck. He gripped the tailgate, squeezing and closing his eyes. His blood pounded in his ears. His heart raced. Maggie ran her hand through his hair and murmured his name. He looked up at her, so close, and he bit out, "Be afraid of me, Maggie." She watched him for a long minute, watched his eyes, the blue hardly discernible from the black. She looked down the line of parked cars, busy with people and cars closer to the elevators, empty out here. She pressed herself against him and whispered, "Never." She wrapped her arms around his neck, pushing her lips against his, backing up until they were hidden from view behind the cab. "I'll never be afraid of you." His fingers dug into her waist, and she couldn't tell if he was trying to push her away or pull her close. He ground out, "I don't want to lose control." Oh, she wanted him to lose control, wanted him again like that. He'd been fighting himself since Simon had first sat down, keeping himself under control. She could understand why. She could even applaud it. But she wanted him like he used to be, free, unafraid. She said, "Please, Cole." He ground out, "Don't beg." She put her lips on his ear and whispered, "Please." "We're in a parking garage. Anyone could come at any minute." But his fingers now were pulling her closer, into him. She said, "Then you'd better be quick." Cole leaned back, letting her slide down. When her feet were on the ground again, he smoothed her skirt down, zipped his pants up. He rested his forehead on her shoulder and said, "Maggie." Maggie ran a hand over his hair, her heart still beating wildly. She took a deep breath, and when he looked up at her, she smiled. "Thank you. I needed that." He looked into her eyes and said, "You always did like to watch me fight." "I always did, although that wasn't much of a fight." The cockiness came back into his stance. His shoulders straightened. He opened the door for her, and she slid in, her ripped skirt giving her little protection against the seat. She shimmied her useless panties down and stuffed them in her purse. When he got in his side, he said, "That was highly illegal." She dug her sunglasses out, sliding them on, hiding her eyes from him. "You owe me a skirt." "I owe you more than that." He lightly touched her thigh, and Maggie turned to look at him. She fingered the bite mark on his neck. He leaned in close, bringing a finger up to slide her sunglasses down her nose. He stared into her eyes, and she knew that he could see what she didn't want him to. Could see that she wanted him more now that he'd had her against the car than she'd wanted him before. And she'd wanted him before more than she could stand. He said, "Looks like one is not going to do it. How long do you think it's going to take us to make that 4-hour drive?" "I don't know. We've got that bench seat to try out." He smiled like a man who'd just gotten everything he'd ever asked for, and she wanted to scoot across the seat, sit in that unfortunately named middle seat, with his fingers playing with the bottom of her skirt. She wanted it enough to make herself push him away, make herself remember who she was. She was not the kind of woman who sat in the bitch seat, even if her mother wasn't going to hear about it. As soon as the city had dropped away, as soon as the land turned from buildings to dry land, as soon as Cole had found a bush big enough to hide the truck behind, he pulled over and pushed Maggie over the seats to the back. She'd gone happily, hungrily, because he'd been right. One was just not going to do it. She lay on top of him, her skirt around her waist, one leg trapped under his, and one leg levered against the front seat. She was afraid she'd pulled a hamstring. Cole groaned. "Bench seats are overrated. I've got a seatbelt trying to surgically remove my kidney." "We could have done this when we were 18. He nodded. "It's a young man's game." She untangled her legs, giving him room to sit up, and wiggled her skirt back down enough to cover the important bits. He pulled her into his side, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and sighing. He hooked a finger into the top of her blouse and looked inside. "Did you get a new bra?" "I had to. I've gained 5 pounds thanks to you." He murmured, "And they are 5 pounds well worn." He cupped her, rubbing his thumb against her nipple, making it pucker and looking entirely too satisfied with himself. "I think we should aim for another 5 pounds. It wouldn't go where you wanted it to." "Where would it go?" He pulled her across his lap so she was straddling him and cupped her bottom. "Here? I'll order pizza for dinner." Her skirt was hiked back up, and she didn't know why she kept pulling it down. "We just barely had lunch and you're thinking of dinner?" "I'm hungry again. Uncontrollable rage does that." "You controlled it." "Barely. And I think it was more like funneled into a different direction." She leaned into his chest, whispering, "Is it bad that I'm thinking of inviting Simon out occasionally to get you into that mood again?" "Don't say his name. And yes, that's bad." She smiled and stayed pressed against him. She said, "I keep thinking of you when we were kids. You couldn't have kept control like that." "Think I've learned a thing or two in the last 12 years?" "Yes." He played with the edge of her skirt. "Think I've learned a thing or two here?" I'll give you a definite maybe on that." He smiled at her. She smiled back. He said, "If we were traveling down memory lane here, I want your favorite memory." "I already told you." "No, that's your best memory of us.
It's a sad state of affairs when me lying unconscious in your arms is the best we can do, but I'll let that pass. Now I want your favorite."
I feel like we're splitting hairs here. He cocked an eyebrow at her.
"You're the one who was so careful to make the distinction."
She fiddled with a button on his shirt. "My favorite memory is the last good time. You crawled in through my window. Didn't say a word." He choked out,
"I'm sensing a pattern. You like it when I'm not saying anything."
"You open your mouth and ruin it, just like you did that time." He leaned his head back against the seat.
"Yeah,"
she said. "We both knew how much it would cost you to help the Beaumonts, what your father would do, and you'd still done it, because I asked you to, and then when you came to me after, wild and crazy, no words, because we hadn't needed any." He whispered,
"That's your favorite memory?"
It was. It had turned out to be all wrong, all untrue, but for 1 hour, she'd known what it felt like to have someone so strong, someone who would never falter, no matter the consequences. And then he'd crawled out of her bed and opened his mouth, and all the lies she'd been telling herself had been shredded with the truth. She was glad it had only been for 1 hour. Could live with herself, because it had only been for 1 hour. Maggie put her head on his shoulder. "To be fair, it's not my favorite anymore."
"Oh God, what have you replaced it with? Tell me it's not the knee."
She said softly, "This one's pretty good." He was silent a long, long time. He pulled her into him a little tighter and reached for her left hand. His ring sparkled in the bright Texas sun, and he said,
"This one is pretty good."
Chapter 25. Late Thursday afternoon, Paul handed Cole a pair of keys and said,
"All done, boss."
Cole grinned and tossed a key over onto Maggie's desk. She picked it up and said, "What's this?"
"I bought a house. If you're going to come out here, you need somewhere to sleep."
She opened her mouth, then closed it. She finally said, "What about the trailer?" He shook his head.
"You need a real bed."
"It is true that we don't fit. I don't know how you lasted on a queen."
"I slept diagonally. That doesn't work when there's 2 of us."
"So you bought a house?" He stood, waving her out the door.
"I guess I could have just bought a bed, put it under the stars. You like tents?"
She laughed. "I like plumbing." Outside, he helped her into the truck.
"It's just a few miles down the road, and it's not fancy, just a little 2-bedroom that cost more than it should. Paul hired a cleaning crew and got the inside painted, at least."
He rounded the front of the truck with a spring in his step, and Maggie couldn't help but smile at how excited he was. He hopped into the truck and said,
"But we'll keep the trailer, for the occasional afternoon delight."
"You mean your naps?"
"One does seem to lead to the other."
10 minutes later, he pulled off the highway into a small, older subdivision and then onto a pitted driveway. The house was an old 50s bungalow, and no, it wasn't fancy. The grass was dead, the paint was peeling, but the neighbors were far enough away and there was a nice-sized backyard. Cole looked at it and said,
"It needs some paint."
"It's cute. I think you could make it look real nice."
"Yeah?"
She nodded, getting out of the truck. He followed her, walking to the front door, wiping at a smudge on the door, toeing the crumbling sidewalk. He said,
"Need some work."
He fitted his key in the door. He paused and said,
"If you don't like it, we can find something else."
She grinned at him. "Show me your house, Cole." He twisted the key, pushing the door in. The smell of fresh paint wafted out. New carpet greeted them. He waited for her to enter, and she stepped through the front door, into the empty living room. It was small, like all older houses, but not cramped, and the sun shone through clean windows. She said, "It'll just fit 2 recliners." And he laughed, taking her hand. He pulled her into the kitchen. White cabinets, white appliances, pale yellow walls. He said,
I always wanted a yellow kitchen.
"It's sunny. Too bad neither one of us can cook, and if we could, we wouldn't have time to."
But we can sit at our kitchen table sipping coffee, waiting for our breakfast sandwiches to come out of the microwave. Maybe some real bacon.
She wrapped her arms around him. "You need a kitchen table, some chairs, and a microwave." He nodded.
Maybe you can help me pick them out.
"Paul's not going to do it?" He shook his head.
I want to do it. With you.
She took a deep breath and he said,
Don't tell me you don't like shopping.
"I like shopping."
Good. I want a white kitchen table.
She smiled at him, at the Cole Montgomery who wanted a white and yellow kitchen. "It's a nice house, Cole. Cozy."
I wanted to show it to you before we head back to Dallas tomorrow.
He started walking her backwards to the hallway.
Try out the bed.
"A king?"
Mm-hmm.
She closed her eyes, imagining space around her as she slept. "Are we staying here tonight?"
Could I get you back into the trailer?
"Nope."
Didn't think so. We'll have to get some supplies for tonight.
She hopped up, wrapping her jean-clad legs around his waist. "Do you have sheets for the bed?" He carried her into the master that was just big enough to fit the bed.
They're already on.
"Then what else do we need?" He grinned, dropping her onto the bed and said,
Can't think of one thing.
The sun had set by the time they'd christened the new bed, the new house. Maggie had fallen asleep and he'd held her, watched the shadows creep across the walls, and thought about this cozy little house that might one day look like a home. But they needed supplies, and he reluctantly woke her. She smiled that sleepy smile she gave him when she was relaxed and happy. He opened his mouth to say they needed to get to the store, at least get some food for the morning, some plates to eat off of. He should have had Paul stock up, but he wanted to do it. If he'd had the time, he would have orchestrated the cleaning and painting and not leave it to someone else. But what he said was,
I'd like to stay with you in Dallas.
She stretched. "Okay." He thought about leaving it at that, but he knew she didn't understand. He said,
I want to move in with you.
"You want to move into the ranch house?"
With you.
She sat up, pulling the sheet up to cover herself. She sat there quietly, staring into the darkness. She finally turned to him and said, "Why?"
Why not?
"Why not? You want to move in with me and you say why not like it's no big deal?" He ran his hand down her back.
We're sleeping together, living together during the week. It's not such a big leap to live together on the weekend.
"I could move into your place." He nodded.
You could, but you live with me when we're out here. I thought this would be more even.
She lay back down, the sheet still pulled up to her chin. "You're trying to kill my father, aren't you?"
It honestly never entered my mind.
Although he would admit it might just finish the old codger off. She said, "My room's down the hall from Tanner and my sister."
I'm not saying there aren't drawbacks, but it'll only be on the weekends.
Maggie thought for a long minute, then said, "I'm not telling Rosa." Cole made sure to keep his breathing even, to not pump his fist with his win.
That'll come as a shock to her.
It'll come as a shock to you when she greets you in the morning with the butcher's knife.
Should I just plan on not eating anything until she makes me?
She snickered. Probably. "You sure you want to move in?" He said,
Yes.
She pulled away from him, getting out of the bed and trying to find her clothes in the dark. She said softly, "I'm not the only one who gets what I want, am I?"
Don't mix up me wanting the house with me wanting you.
"I don't think I am. Are you?" He flipped on the light, blinding them briefly.
I want to be welcomed in your home, Maggie.
I already said you could stay there. She started to pull up her pants, and he stopped her with a hand on her arm. Welcomed. If not by everybody, then at least by you. He'd bought a house for her. It hadn't been for him, it had been for her. And he didn't expect tit for tat, but he thought she could offer something in return. She just looked at him, not speaking, and he let go of her arm. He said, "It would be nice if you could look at me when you're wide awake, like you look at me when you're not." "How do I look at you?" "Right now? Like you're trying to think 3 steps ahead of me?" She said, "How do I look at you when I'm not awake?" "Like you like me, like you trust me." She finished pulling on her pants, threw on her shirt. She said, "Well, I do like you, and I don't trust you. They are not mutually exclusive." "What do you think it would take for you to trust me?" She shook her head, not answering. He sat down on the bed, and she stepped between his legs. She tilted his head up and looked into his eyes. She cupped his face with her soft hands, and he almost smiled. Soft hands and a sharp voice, and he knew what was coming. She said, "I'll trust you when you stop buying up my company behind my back. I'll trust you when you stop being sneaky." "When I stop being an idiot?" She smiled slightly. "I'm not waiting around for that to happen." "You didn't trust me when I didn't do those things. I'd like for you to trust me no matter what I do, no matter what it looks like I'm doing, because you know I wouldn't hurt you." "Then tell me why you really want to move into the ranch house. Why we just don't live at your place?" He wanted to live in the ranch house because he lived on top of the garage, because his house was cold and ugly, because her house was warm and the lights blazed, waiting for everyone to come home, where you could never be alone, couldn't ever be alone. He wanted to live in the ranch house because it was a home. He said softly, "I want to live with you in the ranch house because I've only ever snuck in and out of it. I want to walk through the front door when the lights are blazing, not climb in through the window, not leave before everyone is awake." "I'm not ashamed of you, Cole. I welcomed you into my bed." He shook his head. "No, you didn't. You snuck me into your bed, in the dark." She opened her mouth, then closed it. She looked away from him, her eyebrows pinched together. She opened her mouth again and closed it again. She looked back at him, realization dawning in her eyes. She blew out a breath and said, "I'm sorry. You are welcome in my home, Cole. You are welcome to come through the front door to sleep in my bed, to eat with my family." "Welcome to a drawer in your dresser?" She closed her eyes, shaking her head. "You just always have to push." He chuckled. "I knew that one would be hard." She opened her eyes. "It's simply a matter of finding the space." "Still not going to tell Rosa I'm moving in? She might notice when she's putting your laundry away." "I'll talk to Rosa. Tell her to stop treating you like a mongrel dog." Cole laughed, and Maggie warned, "But it's going to take a lot longer for her to forgive you than it took me." Cole stared at her. "You've forgiven me?" She ran her hands through his hair. "A few weeks ago. I don't sleep with those I hate, Cole." "A few weeks ago? That was information I probably could have used, Margaret." "To do what? You've gotten me in bed, a ring on my finger. I work with you during the week, and now you'll be staying in my house during the weekend. What else is there?" He flopped back on the bed, pulling her with him. He said, "Tell me again that you've forgiven me for being a stupid 18-year-old shit." She pushed herself up enough so that she could see his face. "I've forgiven you for being a stupid 18-year-old shit." He laughed. "Forgiveness and cussing? We are never getting out of this bed." She smiled at him, and he rolled over, getting her underneath him, tugging at her jeans. She said, "Cole, don't do it again." He looked up to find her not smiling, and he stopped tugging. She said, "Promise me. I don't want to go through that again.
I'll never hurt you, Maggie. Never.
I want to believe you, he said.
But you don't.
I can't go through that again, Cole. You were my only friend, my best friend, and I had nothing without you. I had to learn how to be alone all over again. She put her hands on his and said softly, I won't survive the fall if it happens again. He dropped his head onto her chest, listened to her heartbeat, tried not to think how hurt she must have been. She'd forgiven him, but the fear was still there, the fear that he'd do it again. He closed his eyes. She said, Please don't do anything that makes me worry, that makes me wonder, that makes me doubt.
I don't know if I can. You doubt when I want to move in with you.
He felt her nod, and she said, Okay, then you promise to give me the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and I'll promise to believe you're innocent until proven guilty. He sighed a long, long sigh, and she said, See, that makes me wonder. He sat up, straddling her, and crossed his arms. Her eyebrows went up, and she pushed herself up onto her elbows. He said,
You're not going to like it.
Oh, God, already?
Is this you believing I'm innocent until proven guilty?
She pinched her lips together. Cole said,
Trust me, Maggie.
She closed her eyes and laid back on the bed. You just said I'm not going to like it.
You're not. I think it's fair to say I will make you mad from time to time, but that doesn't mean it was done to hurt you, or that it even will hurt you.
She kept her eyes closed. Just tell me.
I bought your loans from Harwood.
Her eyes stayed closed, her face emotionless. Why? And I want the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
So you don't have to deal with him anymore. So I don't have to deal with him anymore.
Because the little woman just can't handle one asshole? He smiled at her closed eyes.
Because if I have to imagine him insulting you one more time, I'm going to tie him to one of my drills and use his teeth as a bit.
Her mouth curved up, and he said,
I'm not joking.
I know. I was picturing it.
You don't like him, Maggie. He digs at you, hurts you. I don't want you working with him, for any deal, for any reason. You don't need him now.
She opened her eyes. Because I have you now? He said softly.
Yes. Harwood is an issue I need you to work around.
He crawled off her, laying on the bed next to her, and stared at the ceiling. She turned her head to look at him. You're right. I don't like it. I especially don't like you messing around in my business.
Your business? I do own 30%.
Don't start that. He turned to his side, propping his head up on his hand.
I don't want your debt, Maggie. I'll clear it off the books, pay for it out of pocket. I just don't want you to have any reason to work with Jackson Harwood.
She shook her head. I'll pay for it, although I still have a 1-year moratorium.
We'll talk about it.
I told you I don't want your money. He took her hand and played with her ring.
Things have changed.
That part hasn't. I don't want you to pay off my debts.
Because you'd rather owe a bunch of sharks than owe me?
Because there's something about money, Cole, and we already have enough issues to deal with.
We'll work our way through them.
He leaned closer.
Am I forgiven about Harwood?
Maybe by tomorrow. And I know you've got issues with him, but I only gave you the skirt for free.
And you don't want me to pay off the debt in return for you steering clear of him, huh?
She shook her head. He slid his hand inside her jeans and murmured,
Then let me think about what I can give you.
You think about it, and in the meantime... She put her lips against his, slipped her hand around his back. Let's fight about it before you go off and do something that'll make me mad, okay?
I do like fighting with you.
I know. I don't know why you kept this to yourself when you could have got me all riled up." He kissed her. "I do like you all riled up." He shoved her pants down and said, "You got a deal. Next time, I'll rile you up before." Chapter 26. Tanner was flying high. Cole's assistant had called to tell him Harwood's loans had been transferred and that Cole would be bringing a check back with him this weekend. Earned money. Good money. Tanner wanted to celebrate, to drink. He pulled into the liquor store and sat. And stared. He tried to quit, going cold turkey, and it scared him. Because he'd seen how all his wanting had turned into needing. And one day, he might try again, but for now he was working on reducing. To cut back, and to think of alcohol as medicine. To take it when he needed it, only when he needed it. Only as much as he needed. And what was he supposed to do when he wanted it? He dialed his cell, dialed the one person he couldn't fail again. When Ginny picked up, he said, I think I need a distraction." "Where are you?" He didn't want to tell her, but he promised not to hide anymore. "At the liquor store. I wanted to celebrate tonight." "Come home, Tanner. We'll celebrate by having a delicious dinner. We'll celebrate by taking off all our clothes. And then we'll celebrate by planning what to do with our future. What to do next." He sighed deeply, watching people go in and out, some smiling, happy, some gripping their brown paper bags, hurrying to get home, not happy, needing. He didn't know why some could take a drink and then stop. He didn't know why he couldn't. Ginny said, "Why do you need a drink to celebrate, Tanner?" When he was happy, it made him happier. When he was sad, it made him less sad. He just felt better with alcohol. He just felt like more. "I guess I don't need it, but I want it." "Do you want it, really? Want everything that comes with it? I think you're only remembering the good parts and forgetting the bad parts. The part where it turns from 1 drink to 2 to 3. The part where you end up alone, pushing me away because you don't want me to see." At her words, he looked away from the store. He hadn't been thinking of that. He'd been thinking of that first sip, the warmth that would spread through his body, making him feel so good, making him feel even colder and more alone after it went away. "Come home, Tanner. Today has been a good day. We'll have enough bad days. Let's keep the good days good to the end." He turned on the car without looking at the store, pictured himself sitting out by the pool alone, sliding a bottle under his chair. He said, "I'll be home in a few minutes." Ginny said, "I'll be naked." He choked out a laugh. "I'll be home even quicker than I was planning." "I love you, Tanner." He smiled, knowing it was the truth, even if she was still trying to get him home sans bottle. "I love you, Ginny. I'll be home as fast as I can." He hung up, keeping his eyes averted from the store. He sped out of the parking lot, getting away before he changed his mind, before it won, before it could ruin his evening with his wife. Chapter 27. Maggie and Cole had left Midland late Friday afternoon. They hadn't got back to Dallas until after 8. Hadn't left Cole's until after 9. He'd needed a change of clothes, a toothbrush. Maggie had watched him gather his things and had tried to keep a pleasant look on her face. Tried not to look like a deer caught in the headlights. Cole was moving in with her? Okay, yes, she had already lived with him out in Midland, but that was different. That was temporary, in a trailer. Or had been until he'd bought a house. With a white and yellow kitchen. With pink tile in the bathroom. He'd drag them to Walmart at midnight, getting supplies. Towels, a toothbrush holder, a coffee maker. She'd followed him around, pushing the cart, trying not to smile at him like a ninny. But he was just so cute. Cole Montgomery was cute. She was obviously suffering from sleep deprivation. There would be naps taken this weekend. Maggie understood now why he needed them. Maggie and Cole sat in the truck, looking at the lights that had been left on for them in the ranch house. He said, "Okay." She put on her poker face. "Yes, I've just never lived with anyone before." "You live with me?" "I can't tell you why it's different when it's you living with me." He took her hand in the dark and squeezed. "I know it's different, Maggie. For one thing, you're not going to be able to sleep in the middle of your bed. And I'm going to have to give you a drawer." "It's hurting you, isn't it?" She laughed, dropping his hand to get out of the truck. He took her hand again before they reached the door, and when they walked in together, Maggie realized he'd been right. She was much more comfortable with him sneaking in the window than walking through the front door. "I need to speak with Rosa. Do you want to wait in the bedroom? Kitchen?" "I'll make myself at home." She turned to him, gripping his arms, wishing she was taller and she could look right into his eyes. Why didn't they make 3-inch boots? She said, "I'm not ashamed of you, Cole. I'm not nervous because it's you. It's just that it's complicated because it's you. I'm nervous because I've never brought a man home before." When he grinned at her, she said, "Openly." He dropped his travel bag and wrapped his arms around her waist. "I know you're not ashamed of me, Empress. I've never thought you were, even when you should have been." He kissed her and whispered against her lips, "And I think it's cute that you're nervous." She pulled back from him. "Cute? Ugh." She waved to the kitchen. "You're welcome to anything, except if it has a blue dot on it. That means Rosa has plans for it." He pushed her down the hall. "Go take care of your business. I'll see what's in the kitchen." She knocked softly, hoping Rosa was asleep, but she answered with a smile, her glasses perched on her head. "You're home, mija. You need dinner?" Maggie shook her head, looking down the hall, and Rosa narrowed her eyes. She said, "He's here." "Rosa, he's not what he did. Will you give him a chance?" "Why should I?" "Because he'll be here all weekend. Every weekend." Rosa closed her eyes, shaking her head. "You are not una chica estúpida. Why do you fall for the bad boy again?" Because the bad boy made her heart race, made life so much fun. He outplotted her, outmaneuvered her. She had to work to get him where she wanted him to go. She just wasn't quite sure where she wanted him. Maggie said, "He's not a boy, he's a man, and I've welcomed him here." She took Rosa's hand. "Please don't spit in his food." Rosa let out a string of Spanish. How dare Maggie insult her? She would never, to the food she made. Maggie laughed, hugging her. She whispered, "I know, Rosa. Don't threaten him with a knife, okay?" Rosa harumphed, pushing Maggie away. Rosa put her glasses on and looked up at Maggie carefully. "He'll be here every weekend?" Maggie nodded, and Rosa said, "For how long?" "Until this ended. Until they ended. So, for always." Maggie took a deep breath, telling Rosa with her eyes, telling the one person who would hate it the most, telling the one person who'd seen what he did last time, maybe warning her. Because Cole had snuck back in, crawled through her walls when no one else could. She didn't ever want to let that go, no matter what he wanted in return. She didn't want to be alone again. She didn't want to be without Cole again. Rosa let out a long sigh. "At least he is pretty to look at." Maggie smiled. "Thank you. Tell him to stay out of my kitchen, and to keep his pantalones on." "I'm not telling him that." Rosa muttered, "I don't want to hear this." Maggie turned to go, and Rosa grabbed her hand, saying softly, "Mija, you're not going to be careful. You're not going to be smart. So I'll be here." Maggie squeezed her hand and nodded. Then she went to go find Cole. Maggie walked by her father's room, stopped inside, and looked at him lying there, held his hand for a minute. She said softly, "Cole is going to stay here tonight. He'll be staying here a lot." She half expected his eyes to open, half expected him to wake up and ask her just what in the hell she thought she was doing. She said, "I don't know, but you don't need to worry. I know how to keep a wild man tamed. I learned at Mother's feet, didn't I?" She closed her eyes and remembered the 100 times her father had stood proudly before her mother, the 100 times he'd said, "Never tamed, only caged." The 100 times her mother had feathered kisses across his lips, the 100 times she'd said, "You'd like to think so." Maggie put his hand down. "She's waiting for you, Daddy. She's been waiting a long time." Cole was in the kitchen, sitting at the counter, a glass of milk, a plate of cookies in front of him. He said, "I didn't hear any screaming." "No screaming." He held a cookie up for her to take a bite. She took a step forward, and he pulled her into his lap. He fed her bites of cookie and held her. They didn't speak, just sat there together. Cole took a long drink of milk, sighing happily, and she leaned back into him, listening to the quiet house, listening to her father's machine. Cole said, "Okay?" She smiled at him. Everything was okay. She stood, taking his hand, and led him to her bedroom while the lights were still on. Cole lay between Maggie's legs, his head pillowed between her breasts, and he murmured against her skin, "Marry me." "Is that how you're going to ask me?" "No, I'm not going to ask you. I'm in your bed, you're wearing my ring, you're going to marry me." She couldn't help but laugh at him, couldn't help but be amused at how high-handed he was. He pushed himself up enough to see her face. He said, "I make you laugh, I make you come, you're going to marry me." "Is that all there is to marriage?" "What else could there possibly be?" She didn't know, and she'd never found anyone who'd made her think of marriage. She said, "Trust?" "You can trust me." "Do you trust me?" "Only when I can see you." She ran her hands through his hair and smiled at the ceiling. He said, "But does any man trust his wife when she's out of sight?" "Probably in a good marriage he would." "We just wouldn't have a good marriage. We'd have a volatile, knock-down, drag-out, kiss and make up, see who has the upper hand today, always keep you in my sight marriage." It did not sound that bad, actually. She said, "Who has the upper hand today?" "I do. You're going to marry me." "Not today, I'm not." "Tomorrow?" When she laughed, he rolled off her, off the bed. He went to his knees beside the bed, and she rolled to her side to face him. He took her hand, looked at the ring, and said, "I knew. As soon as you waltzed into my office, I knew what I'd been missing the last few years. Knew what I'd thrown away." She shook her head, and he wrapped his hand around the back of her neck. He said, "I did, and I won't do it again." She said, "What about love?" He stared at her. "Would you ever marry someone just because you loved him? Because I can't see it." She wouldn't. What was love? And how could something that burned so bright last for 50 years? Marriage was a merger. You had to want the same things, want to go the same direction, be willing to compromise. She said, "I'm not sure about marriage in general. I don't think we'd be any good at it." "Why not?" "We don't know how to compromise." "We might not be any good at compromise, but we get there eventually. We know how to deal." She rolled back over to stare at the ceiling, and Cole said, "Do you want the words, Maggie?" Her heart contracted, and she froze. Did she want the words? Did she want Cole to love her? Did she want to say the words back? She shook her head ever so slightly. Cole climbed back in bed, leaning over her and saying, "I'll have Paul write up a proposal." Maggie let out her breath, let Cole pull her back from the edge. "What's going to be in it?"
"All of you to me, all of me to you, forever."
She whispered, "Forever is a long time."
"Yep."
"Well, I'll think about it. I'll look for the proposal from Paul." He smiled at her.
"I can probably write this one up myself."
He rolled back out of bed, reaching for his bag and digging out a pen and paper. He scribbled on it and handed it to her. "All of you to me, all of me to you, forever." He'd signed and dated it, and Maggie looked down at it, her heart squeezed so tight, her throat closed. She looked back up at him, watching, waiting, still. The thought ran through her mind that you don't make a deal with the devil and survive it. She'd barely survived the first one. It was safe to say she wouldn't survive this one. But Maggie wasn't going to be careful. She wasn't going to be smart. She'd never been careful or smart with him. Maggie signed and dated it, still looking at him. He smiled slowly and waited. Waited for her to come to him because she couldn't stay away. She dropped the pen and paper on the floor and lay down with him on the bed. He pulled her close and whispered so softly she could pretend she couldn't hear him. "I'll give you the words, Maggie, when you're ready, when you want them." When she was ready to believe them, when she wanted to say them back. She closed her eyes and tried not to be afraid because Cole Montgomery loved her. Tried not to be afraid because she loved him back. Chapter 28. Cole was sitting at the counter when Tanner came in the kitchen Saturday morning. Rosa was cooking, ignoring him. Tanner stopped and looked between them, debating whether he really wanted to be there. Cole turned toward him, raising an eyebrow, waiting, taunting. Tanner sighed and took the stool next to Cole. Rosa's shoulders hunched, and she banged her spatula against the skillet where pancakes were cooking. Tanner looked at the coffee maker sitting next to her and decided he'd just wait, for as long as it took. She finally whipped open the cupboard door and poured 2 cups, setting them in front of the men with a glare. She pulled out the cream, handing it to Tanner and muttering something in Spanish. Tanner didn't know what, he'd never learned, but Cole answered her, in Spanish. Rosa froze, then turned back to the pancakes, flipping them. She said something else over her shoulder. Cole answered. Tanner sipped at his coffee, watching them, watching Rosa's shoulders slowly relax as they talked. Rosa filled a plate and turned around. She watched Cole, her face closed. She said something, and when Cole nodded, she put the plate in front of him. Cole glanced at Tanner and said,
"She was reading me the riot act."
Tanner snorted.
"No, she wasn't." "You speak Spanish?"
"No, but I know what Rosa looks like when she's mad. How do you know Spanish?"
"I grew up speaking Spanish. Half my employees are Hispanic."
Tanner nodded, digging into his plate when Rosa set it in front of him. They ate in silence. When they'd finished, Tanner sat back and said,
"Going to be around today? For the weekend?"
Rosa muttered to the stove,
"Every weekend."
Cole smiled at her back, and Tanner nodded again and thought,
Cole Montgomery's brother-in-law. Get in there, Tanner.
But it was Saturday, and all Tanner wanted to do was relax, try to figure out how to spend the weekend without drinking, without wanting to drink. Cole pulled a check out of his pocket, setting it on the counter in front of Tanner. Tanner looked at it, smiling, and Cole said,
"You did better than I was expecting."
"It was Ginny." Cole nodded. "I've negotiated with her before. I don't really want to do it again." Tanner laughed. "Those Caldwell girls." "What are you going to do with it?" Ginny pushed open the kitchen door, and Tanner looked at her when he said,
I'm going to rehab, and then we're moving into a little apartment." Ginny wrapped her arms around his shoulders and said,
"I think it's enough to keep the cockroaches away."
Tanner chuckled. It was enough for now to keep the cockroaches away, and they would make it into more. Maybe not the fortune he'd lost, but enough. Enough for them. Ginny said,
"I'm leaving Caldwell. Tanner and I are starting our own business. If you need a negotiator, give us a call."
Cole said, "I may take you up on that. I've recently realized how much I hate Dallas. Does Maggie know?" She shook her head.
"Not yet."
Tanner looked up at Ginny, at the determination on her face. She'd told him last night she was going to quit, that she wanted to start their own company. He hadn't known what to give her in return, except that if she was going to give up everything for him, he could do the same for her. He'd chosen rehab, had called last night, and had scheduled it. Maggie came through the kitchen door slowly, looking at the four of them, and said, "Does Maggie know what?" Ginny said,
"Tanner and I are starting our own business. I'm leaving Caldwell."
"You still vote half of Daddy's shares." Ginny nodded. Maggie looked at Cole for a long moment, then said to Ginny, "I know Caldwell doesn't mean the same to you as it means to me. It never did."
"It would be hard for Caldwell to mean as much to anyone as it means to you. You love it, are dedicated to it."
Maggie looked at Tanner and said, "Yeah, dedication, love. You've spent yours on someone instead of something." She smiled at Ginny, pecking Rose's cheek as she handed off a cup of coffee. "What are you going to name the new company?" Tanner let out a silent breath, and Ginny relaxed against him. She said,
"We haven't decided yet."
Tanner squeezed her. "Yes, we have."
"We're not calling it that."
He smiled and didn't say anything, and Ginny muttered,
"We're not calling it that."
Maggie raised her eyebrows in question, and Tanner said, "Forgin. For Ginny." Maggie and Ginny shook their heads. Tanner grinned, thinking they could have so much fun with that. If they were going to start something together, it should be fun. Maggie said, "It's sweet, though." Ginny said,
"We'll work on it."
Cole said, "Maybe that's what I can give you in return for working around my issues. I'll call the new house For Mag." Maggie shook her head. "That's not going to do it." Cole said to Tanner and Ginny, "I have issues with Jackson Harwood she's trying to work around." Tanner pretended he didn't know what Cole was talking about, but Ginny turned to Maggie and said,
"We know. We helped Cole buy the loans from him."
Maggie looked between Tanner and Ginny, then turned to Cole. "I guess you can get my sister on your side." "Only when it's not going to hurt you." Maggie walked over to Ginny, and Tanner jerked his head, standing up quickly. Ginny just stood there, waiting for whatever Maggie would dish out to her. Maggie said, "You would never betray me. I know it. And you didn't betray Tanner. You did what was hard, what was best. So I know with this you did what was hard, what was best, even if it isn't what I would have done."
"Best for me or best for you?"
"Best for you, at no cost to me." Cole said, "Oh, really?" She looked over her shoulder at him. "You would have done it even if you couldn't have got my sister to go along with it. I'm not going to be mad at her about it." Cole grinned at Ginny. "You're welcome." Ginny said,
"Sisters forever."
Maggie nodded. "That's how it works." Maggie hugged Ginny hard and whispered, "You're still a Caldwell. It's just spelled Beaumont now." Maggie and Ginny ate their pancakes, and Tanner and Cole watched them. Cole said, "You like video games? We could bring over the flat screen and hook it up." And Tanner thought it might not be as bad as he'd thought to be related to the man. Ginny cocked her head and said,
"What do you think about TVB? Tanner Virginia Beaumont?"
He kissed her before following Cole out the door and said, "We'll work on it."
Chapter 29. Samuel Caldwell died early the next morning. The hospice nurse was called, the mortuary alerted, and Ginny and Maggie sat with him until they came for his body. They held each other's hands and tried not to cry. They told stories of him, and despite how it hurt, they knew it was better for him now. His suffering would be over, and he would be with their mother again. Ginny said, "Heaven's in for a rude awakening." Maggie smiled. Maybe that's what he was waiting for, to give Mother enough time to argue him in. After the funeral, Cole and Maggie left for Midland in separate vehicles. Cole had hated it, had tried to get her to change her mind, but it was more practical to have two vehicles. She wouldn't feel so stuck, wouldn't have to plan taking the truck out around when he needed it. She sold him on taking her car when she said she'd leave it in Midland permanently, drive back with him on the weekends, if they even decided they needed to come back at all. They'd ordered recliners, a TV would be delivered the next afternoon. What did they need to drive to Dallas for after all? They spent the days working, the nights shopping online, and before Monday rolled around, they had a new washer and dryer, fridge and microwave, along with Cole's white kitchen table. Maggie's desk was arriving later that morning. The second bedroom had been turned into a closet, dressing area, office. She'd shown him the desk she wanted when he'd picked out his kitchen table, and Cole had said, "You have a desk in my office." "I can't get anything done in your office." "You can't?" And then he proceeded to prove just why exactly she couldn't get anything done. They lay curled together in their king-sized bed, his nose still pressed into her neck despite all the room they had now. She said, "You'll get a lot more done if I'm not there distracting you." "I don't mind you distracting me." "Wouldn't it be nice if we could get our work done and then come home for dinner? Have some time together without sneaking past Paul?" "You really want to work out here alone? I thought I wasn't ever going to let you out of my sight." "I could work here in the mornings and then come out to you for lunch, work with you the rest of the day. That way we can at least finish half the things we need to get done." He'd reluctantly agreed, and she knew he was just as behind as she was. Maggie kissed Cole goodbye and worked at the kitchen table until her desk was delivered and placed just so in the little bedroom. It was quiet, there was no dust, and she missed Cole. But she did get a lot of work done. Her cell rang, and she answered it, briefly glancing at the caller ID, thinking it would be Cole checking up on her. Instead, it was a banker, and he said, "Miss Caldwell, we received your mortgage payment. I just wanted to personally let you know that the papers have gone through and your mortgage has been transferred. Would you like me to forward your payment, or shall I destroy the check?" Maggie froze. She felt the twinge in her stomach, the clang of alarms going off in the back of her head, and she said slowly, "Who bought it?" There was a long pause, and he finally said, "I thought you knew. Cole Montgomery." Maggie stood in the kitchen, staring at the white kitchen table. She'd liked this little house. Had liked living here with Cole because it felt like an us. Not his, not hers, theirs. But he'd bought her mortgage. It was only half her fault that she couldn't trust him. He'd have a reason for buying it, a good reason, and she'd forgive him, again and again and again, because he'd keep pushing. He didn't trust her either. He wanted to own her. He wanted to own enough of her that she could never leave. Maggie knew now what she wanted from Cole. She knew now he wasn't ever going to give it to her. Maggie walked out to her car, slowly, drove over to the offices even slower. She would do what was hard, what was best, and she would put her sunglasses on to hide the truth. Paul was typing and talking into the phone when she passed his desk, and he gave her a brief smile. When Cole saw her, he smiled. "Did your desk get delivered?" Maggie kept her sunglasses on and held out a check to him. He took it, flicking his eyes down and back up. "What's this?" "Mortgage payment." "Shit." She almost smiled. She turned away, breathing deeply, keeping her eyes wide open. He jumped out of his chair.
It's not what it looks like.
Maggie cleared her throat and said, "It looks like you bought my mortgage."
Okay, it is what it looks like.
She closed her eyes. Ginny's shares, my loans with Harwood, the house. It's exactly what your father did to the Beaumonts. He just kept buying them until he had everything, until he owned them and could do whatever he wanted with them. He touched her elbow and said softly,
"Why would I do that to you?"
She looked up at him, wishing for her heels, wishing for her short skirt, wishing she could make him want her enough to make him stop thinking. She whispered, "Because you're a Montgomery."
"I'll always be a Montgomery, Maggie. I can't do anything about it."
"I know."
"Is this you trusting me?"
"You mean like last time? How I knew I could trust? How I never doubted? Not even for a second? I can't do it again, Cole. It hurt. This time it will rip my heart out. This time I love you. This time I can't let you do it. I can't even give you the chance to do it."
"You love me?"
He latched onto that, the first time either one of them had said it. Maggie said, "And what does that mean, when we can't give each other what we want, what we need?"
"It means everything, Maggie, because I love you too."
He said the words, but she'd already known. And he'd had to have known that she loved him. But that hadn't stopped him from buying up pieces of her. It didn't stop her from being afraid. She said, "I thought that I would give you anything. That I didn't care what it cost, so long as I could stay with you. So long as I didn't have to be alone again."
"Meg."
"But now, I think, what about when you stop loving me? What about when something happens and you just react? You hold everything of mine, and I can't trust you. I don't dare to."
"So what, you're testing me? Walking out now to see what I'll do, see if I'll destroy you?"
"No, that's not what I'm doing. This isn't a test. This is not a drill." She turned away, and he said,
"Maggie?"
She paused, her hand on the doorknob. She didn't turn around, didn't look at him, just looked at her hand, looked at his ring on her finger. He said,
"You can't think of one other reason why I would buy your mortgage? Not one?"
"I can, Cole. I can think of lots of reasons why you would, maybe even why you did, but I can only think of one reason why you wouldn't have. Why you would have left it alone, and that's not what you did." She did turn then, looked at him, his black hair mussed, his blue eyes cold and angry and hurt. He was hard, cold, beautiful. She loved him, but she couldn't fall again. She left without saying another word. Chapter 30. 12 years ago. Maggie had kept the window open for him, the window open and the lights off, the door locked. She waited for him in the dark, knowing he would be there soon. He'd gone to meet with Mr. Beaumont, and then he was coming back here afterward, to celebrate, to laugh at his bastard of a father with her. Cole's head popped up, and she jumped up to unhook the screen. He boosted himself through, and she deftly fitted the screen back in, closing the window and lowering the blinds. They'd been caught once, and she didn't want that to happen ever again. She didn't know why Rosa hadn't told her parents, but she hadn't. Maggie didn't want to do that to Rosa again, force her to keep that kind of secret. Cole crowded in behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and burying his face in her hair. She turned in his arms and found his mouth, hot and urgent. His hands went under her shirt, ripping it over her head. She laughed, loving that he wasn't being gentle with her, that she wasn't having to make him lose control. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him until he pushed her away and tore at his jeans. She kicked hers off and they fell to the bed. It was fast and furious and out of control, and she reveled in it. They lay together, limbs tangled, sweaty. She slipped her fingers through his and thought there would be no one else for her ever. Not even Tanner Beaumont could make her leave Cole. Not even Tanner Beaumont could make her want anyone but Cole. Tanner might have been golden and good, but Maggie had to admit, to herself at least, that she loved the fire, the darkness. They lay happy together. No words had been spoken, and none had been needed. She knew what he would be feeling after defying his father. Triumphant. Nervous, even if he wouldn't ever admit it. You didn't turn on Rich Montgomery, not even if you were his son. Maybe especially if you were his son. But she would stand next to Cole, get her father to protect him if that was needed. Not that Rich could do anything. Maggie and Cole had pored over the contracts, and everything had been put in Cole's name. They were his to do whatever he wanted with them. She laughed and said, "I think both our fathers are going to have a surprising morning tomorrow." He pulled away from her to swing his legs over the edge of the bed and put his head between his hands. He said, "I didn't do it." She turned on the bedside lamp. "You didn't meet with Mr. Beaumont?" He turned to her, his blue eyes nearly engulfed with black, and she reached for the sheet to cover herself. He said, "I didn't give them more time." "What do you mean?" He jumped up, shoving his legs into his jeans, pulling his shirt back on. Maggie shook her head. "But you said you would help them, Cole. We shook." They'd done a whole lot more than that. She whispered, "Please, don't do this. You can still undo this." He sneered, "I've always wanted to hear a Caldwell beg." He looked down at her naked legs, at the sheet clutched to her chest. "Outside of the bedroom." He went out her bedroom door, slamming it behind him, and Maggie stayed rooted to the bed, frozen. He would come back. He just needed to cool off, needed to figure out how to fix this. He wouldn't do this to her, to them, even if he was a Montgomery. Her stomach clenched, and she shook her head again. She jumped out of bed, tangling in the sheets, falling to the floor. Cole wasn't a liar, not a cheat. That was his father, not him. He wasn't a bastard. Only a bastard would make this kind of a deal and then break it. And he wasn't. No matter how his father had tried to make him one, no matter what everyone thought that's what he was. She'd never doubted, not for an instant, that he would honor his end. It hadn't even occurred to her, despite the fact that he was a Montgomery. Because he was Cole first. Her Cole. She'd had his back since the day she met him. He'd had hers. They were more than friends, had always been more than friends. They'd been soldiers behind enemy lines, depending on each other, always trusting. He wouldn't do this to her. He wouldn't. A tap at the door made her jump, rush to the door. "Cole!" She gasped when it was Rosa on the other side, and she grabbed for the sheet, wrapping it back around her. Rosa looked at Maggie's pale face, the shocked look on her face, and said, "Oh, mija." Maggie shook her head. "No, he'll be back." Cole would make this right. Rosa pursed her lips and shooed her back inside the room. She shut the door, closing her eyes at Maggie's clothes littering the floor, the rumpled sheet. Rosa said sadly, as if it explained everything, "Es el hijo del diablo." He is the devil's son. Maggie shook her head, but her knees gave out and she sat heavily on the bed. Rosa sat behind her, taking her hand, holding it in silence, as if in mourning, as if something was dying in that room, and all she could do was sit in vigil. Maggie waited, wide-eyed, unbelieving for Cole to come back. She waited, and he never came back. Chapter 31. "Go after her, you stupid shit." Cole watched her make her way slowly across the dirt drive. He watched her and knew he should go after her. But he didn't. He just couldn't take one more kick to the balls. He'd left her this morning happy, wondering how long she'd really last before she showed up, telling him she had a scratch that needed itching. How long before they ended up back in his trailer, curled up together, napping when they should be working. And now it was over? Ended just like that? He had bought her mortgage. He'd known she would hate it. He'd known how she'd take it. But he thought he'd get a chance to explain why he hadn't done what he'd promised, why he hadn't riled her up before. They'd been happy, and he'd wanted to surprise her. He didn't want her mortgage. He didn't even want her house. He wanted her to trust him, wanted her to trust him no matter what he did. She wouldn't. He didn't know if he could accept that from her. Maggie didn't even look in his direction. She got in her car and left and never looked at him. He watched her little red car drive slowly away until it turned onto the highway, heading toward Dallas. Watched for the tiniest pause, the smallest hesitation. Watched hopeless because he knew it would never come. Maggie had made up her mind. When she was gone, he sat, unseeing, unfocused. He finally rose, opening the door to his office. Paul looked up. "You okay, boss?" When Cole nodded, Paul said, "Oh, sure. Everyone's okay when a woman like that leaves crying." Cole stopped and turned. "What?" Paul blanched at Cole's look. "None of mine, sir." She was crying? Cole ran for his truck, his tires spinning in the dirt until, gaining traction, he roared down the long drive. He found her not 10 miles away, stopped on the side of the road. He parked behind her, jumping out, meaning to yank open the door, meaning to drag her out, kiss the stubborn woman senseless, and never let go. He stopped when he saw her hunched over her steering wheel, her shoulders shaking. He could hear her sobs through the door. And he stopped and silently watched her. He finally said, "Maggie." Then louder, "Maggie." Her sobs stopped, but she kept her head down, and her shoulders continued shaking. He tapped on the window, tried opening the locked door. She looked at him then, picked her head up, her hand still gripped on the steering wheel, and looked at him. Her mascara streaked down her cheeks, tears bubbled in her turquoise eyes. Her face crumpled and she cried again, looking at him until she laid her head back down on the steering wheel. Cole watched, helpless, because he knew what he was seeing. Broken. That's what a Caldwell looked like when she was broken. He'd pushed and pushed until he broke her. She sat and cried, locked up in her car on the side of the highway, Cole trapped outside watching her. He gave up tapping on her window after a few minutes, gave up watching her a little while later. Just sat down on the dirt, sharp stones poking into him, leaned his back against her car door and listened to her cry. Listened to the woman he loved cry her heart out. Maggie started the car, and Cole jumped up. "No, Maggie, you stand and fight. You don't tell me you love me as you're walking out the door." She stared out the windshield, her hands gripping the steering wheel. He said, "You fight fair, Maggie. That wasn't fair." She turned off the car and opened the door. He stepped back and she slid out slowly, reluctantly. She started to slide her sunglasses on and he grabbed them, throwing them to the ground and stomping on them. He shouted, "I love you, goddammit! I want to see your eyes when I say it." She looked up at him, and her eyes were turquoise, wild. He said, "I love you. I didn't buy your mortgage to hurt you. I wanted to pay it off, but I knew you'd hate that even more. If I own the mortgage, you won't ever lose your home. I would have paid it off myself when you were ready, when you wouldn't feel like I was buying you." She said so softly he had to step closer to hear her over the highway traffic. "You know what I wanted, Cole? You wanted me to leave it alone." She shook her head, and a tear spilled down. "I wanted to live with you in your little house. I wanted to sit with you every morning at your white kitchen table eating bacon. I wanted to fight with you and make up and see who had the upper hand today. I wanted something with you that I've never even dreamed about." "And let's go home, Maggie. We can still have that." She shook her head, just kept shaking it.
We had a deal, and you broke it." He closed his eyes. "You've had your last chance, Cole, and even if I gave you another, it wouldn't matter. I can't trust you. I won't live in fear." He opened his eyes. "One last chance. I only need one more." He held a finger up to her, telling her to wait, running to his truck. He ripped through the glove compartment, finally grabbing the back of his insurance card. He scribbled, signed and dated, and ran it back to her. She watched him, her eyebrows pinched together. She took it gingerly from him, reading it. "You don't have to be afraid of me, Maggie. Maybe one day you'll trust me. Maybe one day I'll stop breaking our deals. But you don't have to be afraid." She looked back up at him. "I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid of the fall." She waved the paper at him. "What's going to stop you from breaking this deal?" "That's not a deal. That's a prenup. And we'll go right now, get the marriage license, meet with the lawyers. We'll make it unbreakable." She looked down at it again, silently, and he said, "I know what I want, Maggie." "This is it?" "As long as you'll start wearing a bikini. That black number has seen better days." She laughed, then wiped her nose with her forearm. "I thought you were ruthless." "That was." "And now?" "Just a man who wants to come home to his wife, make a few babies, fight with his in-laws." She crumpled the paper in her hand. "And you're going to give me your company in exchange for that?" He shook his head. "No, it's yours if we get divorced." She stepped in close, cupped his face with her soft hands. "This isn't a fair deal, Cole." "It's not a deal, Maggie, so it's okay. And I really don't want you going back to Dallas. Rosa said she'd gut me if I ever hurt you again." She smiled at him, and his stomach stopped its ringing. He circled her waist with his hands, lifted her up onto the trunk of her car. She pointed her finger at him. "I will never be a Montgomery. Never share the same name with your father." "I think I feel the same about your father that you feel about mine." "Then I guess we'll be the Caldwell-Montgomery family." He said, "Montgomery-Caldwell." "You'd like to think so." He looked up at the blue sky, watched the fluffy white clouds roll by, then smiled. He said, "I've got it, but it will require a compromise." She rested her chin on his chest. "Not something we're good at." "No? What if we just think of it as making our own dynasty instead? We'll be good at that." He leaned down, whispering in her ear. She said, "Well," and put her head back on his chest. "That just might work." "We'll have to see if there's a street." She laughed, and he wrapped his arms around her. A car honked at them, and Cole said, "But first, let's go home and see if we can't start that Montwell dynasty. The Pregnant Bride is a classic." She pulled away from him. "No, we're going to get a marriage license, talk to some lawyers, because right now you're still a Montgomery. Breaking deals is what you do." He opened his mouth to promise her this wasn't a deal he would be breaking, and he stopped. His heart thumped, and he pulled away from her. He wrapped his hands around her arms, holding her away from him, and said slowly, "You're right. That is what we do. You know what Caldwells do? Get what they want." He looked down at the hand still squeezed around his prenup. "Margaret Josephine Caldwell, why are you still wearing your engagement ring?" "I didn't want to take it off. While your ring is on my finger, you're mine. While your ring is on my finger, I'm yours." "Whatever happened to nothing more pathetic than a woman wearing her engagement ring after the engagement's been called off?" "I didn't call it off." "You didn't?" He blinked, leaning heavily against the car. His mind raced, trying to remember exactly what she'd said. He'd thought she was leaving him. He'd thought she'd had enough. She said, "I know what you are, Cole. I won't lie to myself about you again." He waved to the cars flying past them, So this is...
My insurance, so I don't have to be afraid anymore. He looked down at the prenup held tight in her hand.
Is that what you wanted? My company?
It's not what I was expecting, but it works. You own my mortgage, part of my company, my loans. You can buy up as much of me as you want. Just remember I've got my fist wrapped around your most important possession.
One side of his mouth kept trying to smile. The other side was still in shock. He cleared his throat and said, "Those Caldwell girls." He crossed his arms and looked at her. Were those tears even real?
They were real. I didn't think you were going to come after me. I thought you'd let me go without a fight.
He shook his head. No, never letting you go.
She grabbed his shirt, pulled him to her. She put her lips against his and kissed him. Kissed him like she loved him. Kissed him like she didn't need to trust him. She had him right where she wanted him. She had everything she wanted. She whispered, "Who has the upper hand today?" He laughed, laughed and laughed. And when he stopped, when he wiped the tears away, he said,
"Oh, I do. You're going to marry me."
This has been Some Like It Ruthless, written by Megan Bryce, narrated by Tess Irondale. Copyright 2013 by Megan Bryce. Production copyright by Megan Bryce.